Oasis Audio presents The Nancy Drew Diaries number 9, The Clue at Black Creek Farm by Carolyn Keene. Read for you by Georgina Marie. Chapter 1. Food for Thought. "I'm just saying," my friend Bess Marvin said as we pushed open the door of the River Heights Community Center. "I don't see how you can get this excited about vegetables." She was talking to George Fain, her cousin and my other best friend, who was following behind with an expression like she'd just sucked on a lemon. Ned Nickerson, my boyfriend, was right behind George with an amused look on his face. "They're not just vegetables," George said, in the frustrated tone of someone who'd been arguing with the same person nearly since birth. "They're organic, sustainable, locally grown vegetables. And fruits, too." "I just think it's all a little silly," Bess said as we entered the community center gymnasium, which was set up like a banquet hall, filled with round tables covered with red tablecloths and enticing combinations of fresh harvest products. A banner welcomed us. "First Annual Black Creek Farm CSA Banquet and Harvest Celebration." George glared at her cousin. "How is organic farming silly?" she demanded. Ned spoke up. "I might see what Bess is getting at," he said, giving George a disarming grin. "Not that any farming is silly, but, scientists have been trying for years to prove that organically grown produce is better for you, and they've found very little evidence." "Well, thank you, Dr. Science," George grumbled. I held up my hands in the gesture for truce. All right, I said. I was saved from further arguing by the interruption of a grinning blonde woman with a purple streak in her hair. "OMG, Bess and George!" the woman cried, appearing out of nowhere to pull the two cousins into a big hug. "You guys are so big now. The last time I saw you, you were kids. Now you're young ladies, as my grandmother would say." George and Bess exchanged glances and smiled as she slowly let them go. "Holly," George said, "we're so excited that you invited us to this." She paused to introduce Ned and me to Holly. "Guys, this is Holly Sinclair. She was Bess's and my awesome Girl Scouts leader, and now she's assistant manager at the community center." Holly shook each of our hands excitedly. "I'm so happy you could come," she said, her cheeks flushed. "Black Creek Farm CSA is doing some really good work, trying to change the way our food gets grown," she continued, growing serious. "They just need some more support from the community, so I convinced them to throw this dinner so people can taste their food." "Holly, I told you," Bess said teasingly. "I like organic farms and all, but we're not exactly the culinary decision-makers in our families. And my mom really likes the stop and go," she added, "especially since they put in that Starbucks." Holly shook her head, her dark eyes shining. "Your mom probably wouldn't like it so much if she knew where all that mass-produced food was coming from, or what it's doing to the environment," she said. "Come on, guys, have a seat with me." Holly led our small group to a nearby table, where we all pulled out chairs. "So," Holly began, sliding into a seat next to George. "You must know that the produce you buy in a grocery store isn't all from around here, right?" "Of course," Ned said, "but that goes without saying. Not every climate will be able to produce every fruit or vegetable there's demand for." "That's true," Holly agreed. "But do you think people really consider where their food comes from when it's so shiny and easy to buy at the supermarket? Maybe that orange was picked before it was ripe and flown in on a cargo jet, or else trucked around the country causing tons of fossil fuels and releasing all kinds of toxins into the environment. But if people stopped and thought about eating locally, maybe they'd select an apple that was grown down the road, perfectly ripe and much easier to transport." Ned sighed. "Right," he said. "Local food usually tastes better too," George pointed out, "because local farmers don't pick their produce until it's ready. Produce that's trucked in has to be picked much earlier, and that affects the flavor." Holly smiled at her. "Exactly," she said. "And we haven't even touched on organic versus conventional produce and how many toxins are released into the ecosystem by conventional fertilizers and pesticides." Ned spoke up. "But scientists haven't found much of a nutritional difference between organic and conventionally grown food," he said. Holly shrugged. "That's true," she said. "But we don't have to look very hard to find the damage that conventional farming does to the environment." Bess thought a moment. "Even if I can see the logic in what you're saying," she said, "I don't do the grocery shopping, Holly. My mom does it, and she's big on bargains." Holly nodded slowly. "Bess, all I ask is that you listen to the presentation tonight, and if you're impressed, if you like the quality of the food we serve, you mention us to your mom. Or pass on some flyers I'd be happy to give you." Holly turned from Bess to look at George, Ned, and me. "That goes for all of you," she said. I glanced from George to Ned. George was nodding enthusiastically, and even skeptical Ned gave Holly a small smile. "Fair enough," he said. "Sure," I agreed. While I didn't always eat organic, I definitely believed in being environmentally responsible, and everything Holly had said made sense. "Oh, look!" Holly pointed behind my head at a tall, gray-haired and bearded man. She stood up and waved, and the man turned to her and nodded. "That's Sam Heyworth, the man of the hour." "Who?" asked Ned. Holly smiled. "Sam's the founder and owner of the Black Creek Organic Farm and CSA." "So what is a CSA exactly?" I asked. The term was familiar, but I wasn't totally sure what it meant. Holly's eyes sparkled. "I'm so glad you asked. CSA stands for Community Supported Agriculture. Do you know how a CSA works?" I shook my head. "It's basically a way to help keep small farms in business and help people who live in the suburbs get access to fresh, local, in-season produce," she explained. "If your family joined, for example, Nancy, they would pay an upfront fee for the whole growing season, June through November, and every week during that season, or every other week if you bought a half share, you'd come to this community center to pick up the freshest, most in-season veggies and fruits that grew on the farm that week." I raised my eyebrows. "Picked that week?" I asked. "That's pretty fresh." Holly nodded. "Right off the farm, my friend. It's as fresh as it gets." I glanced up to see the bearded man Holly had identified as Sam Heyworth headed our way, followed by a woman about his age with short blonde hair. Holly looked up at them and smiled. "Sam can tell you everything you want to know about the CSA," she said cheerfully. "Black Creek Farm means a lot to him, doesn't it, Sam?" Sam walked up to the table and smiled down at Holly. "You know it does," he said, looking around at me and my friends. "Hello, friends of Holly's, I assume?" George's eyes twinkled. "Holly was our Girl Scouts leader," she said. She won't stop talking about your farm and CSA. Sam chuckled. Well, I'm flattered, he said. Running Black Creek Farm is a dream of mine. I gave up a partnership at my law firm to build it. Ned raised an eyebrow. So you were a lawyer, and now you're a farmer? He asked. Right, Sam replied. And I was a stressed-out, unhappy man, frankly. But now I'm... He stopped and turned to look at the blonde woman who'd come to a stop beside him. Very content, he finished. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to introduce my wife, Abby. She's given up a lot to support me in pursuing this dream. The woman turned to me and my friends with a warm smile, her eyes crinkling at the corners. Hello, everyone, she said. I hope you're hungry. We're starving, Bess promised. Abby and Sam laughed. Sam glanced up, catching the eye of a 30-something man with short brown hair and boxy black glasses. He raised his hand, waving the man over. The man nodded, then gestured for a very pregnant woman with long red hair to follow him. This is our son Jack and his wife Julie, Abby explained. They're from Chicago, but they've been visiting us while they house hunt in the area. Hi, said Jack, stopping a few feet away and looking from face to face with a quizzical look. Julie stopped right behind him. Hi, everyone, she said. Now that she was closer, I could see that she looked a little pale. Oh, gosh, I need to sit down. Jack looked at her with concern. Go have a seat, he said urgently. In fact, go grab something to eat in the kitchen. That's right, dear, Sam said. You're eating for two, remember? Julie shot a small smile at my friends and me. Sorry to be rude, she said, but I think I might take Sam up on that. I've been so hungry lately. When are you due? Bess asked warmly. 1 more month, Julie said, patting her round belly. She waved and walked toward the kitchen. I followed her with my eyes and was surprised when I heard harsh voices coming from nearby. Should have planned for her to eat first, Jack was saying to his father, a sharp edge in his voice. She's 8 months pregnant. Sam looked hurt. And nobody minds her sitting down or eating early. Are you sure? Jack asked in a lower voice, sneering. You don't want us out here shaking hands to sell your stupid vegetables? Sam's face drooped even farther. Abby shot Jack a warning look. Now, Jack. Holly cleared her throat. She was staring straight ahead, and I couldn't tell whether she'd heard the argument and was ignoring it, or had really zoned out during the whole thing. I am getting hungry, Sam, she said, looking up at him, and the hall is filling up. She gestured around at the other tables. I noted that she was right. While only 3 or 4 tables had people sitting at them when we'd arrived, now nearly all of them were populated. They were filled with a combination of men and women, young and old. I found myself feeling hopeful for Sam and Black Creek Farm. It was hard not to be touched by his enthusiasm. I hoped some of these diners would become customers. Jack shook his head and walked off in the direction of the kitchen, and Sam looked down at us with an awkward smile. I should go check with the kitchen, he said. Maybe we're nearly ready to eat. He and Abby strode off, and I looked at my friends. George was frowning at Holly. That was weird, she said. What? Holly asked, crinkling her brow like she had no idea what George was referring to. You didn't see that? Bess asked, her blue eyes widening in surprise. Jack just got pretty snarky with his dad. Oh, Jack. Holly rolled her eyes, waving her hand like Jack wasn't worth worrying about. He's just high-strung. It gets like that with everyone. Ned shrugged. Maybe he was just worried about his wife, he suggested. How do you know Julie and Jack? I asked Holly. Oh, we went to high school together, she replied. The 2 of them ended up going to the same college and then settling in Chicago after they got married. It's great having them back here in River Heights. I smiled. Must be nice to reconnect with old high school friends. Holly nodded, then looked over to what I assumed was the kitchen door, where Sam was striding out. "Ooh," she said. "It looks like Sam is going to speak now. That must mean dinner's ready." I looked toward the podium that had been set up at the front of the room. Sam strode up to it and gently tapped the mic. "Ladies and gentlemen," he said, leaning in with a smile, "welcome to the first annual Black Creek Farm Showcase and Buffet Dinner. I'm so delighted that all of you could be with us tonight, and I can't wait for you to taste the produce we're growing organically and sustainably on the farm. I hope many of you will consider joining our CSA. You can grab a brochure with our membership and price info, or just come grab me later. I'd be happy to give you details." Then his face became more serious. "Ladies and gentlemen, Black Creek Farm is a dream of mine, but it's also something I feel very passionate about. A little over a year ago, I was working as a lawyer at a high-powered firm in Chicago. I took on the case of a young man whose wife had died of salmonella poisoning. Do you know what killed her?" He paused, looking around at the crowd. "Spinach," he said finally. "That's right. Packaged, washed spinach. You know those salad mixes you see at the grocery store? All this woman had done, she was only 25, was buy and eat some salad. But that salad was poisoned with salmonella because our food system in this country is broken." I glanced at Ned. I expected him to be wearing his detached, skeptical look, but instead he looked stunned and totally absorbed in what Sam was saying. Bess and George seemed enthralled too, and Holly was glancing around at the crowd's reaction, smiling. As we watched, Sam went on to recount where salmonella comes from, meat, and how produce becomes tainted with salmonella through contaminated processing equipment. I had to admit that it was shocking how easily these poisons could make their way into packaged food, and how damaging they could be once they were there. But Sam went on to talk about larger problems with big corporate farms, the damage they could do to the environment, and the lack of oversight. "Not to mention," he added, "the food doesn't taste that good. Why would you want to eat a tomato that was picked 2 weeks ago, barely orange? It's never going to beat a tomato that ripened in the sun on my farm." He paused, clearing his throat. I noticed that there were tears in his eyes. He really cares about what he's saying, I thought. "These are issues that affect me deeply," Sam finished. "So deeply that I gave up my 6-figure income and the career I'd worked decades to build, and spent my life savings on a little farm just half an hour from here, in Idaville." He looked up, his gaze moving from table to table. "I can promise you this," he said. "The food from my farm has been lovingly grown and is delicious and safe for your family to eat." He smiled. "I hope you all will join me on my quest to make food safer, environmentally responsible, and delicious." Sam stepped back from the podium, and the audience erupted into applause. I clapped loudly, glancing at Ned, and saw that he was applauding heartily too. In fact, everyone at our table seemed moved by the speech, even Bess. When the applause died down, Sam moved back from the podium and Abby scooted in, leaning toward the mic to announce, "You'll all be happy to know that the food is ready. We're going to start lining people up to move through the buffet line along the right wall, near the kitchen. Tables 1 through 4, would you like to head over?" I looked at the number posted in the center of our table. 4. "That's us," Bess said, jumping up excitedly. "And not a moment too soon. I could eat a horse." Holly laughed. I don't think that's on the menu here, Bess. It's all vegetarian." Bess shrugged. "Then I guess a really big eggplant will have to do." My friends and I moved toward the line that was forming near the buffet table as Holly ran into the kitchen to help a slim Asian girl around my age bring out dishes of food. I felt my stomach growling as I spotted something that looked like pasta pomodoro, some kind of vegetable curry, and... "Oh my gosh," George whispered in a hiss, and I pulled my eyes from the buffet to follow her concerned glance. "Oh." I felt my stomach clench again, this time with concern, as I spotted Julie, Jack's pregnant wife, stumbling from the kitchen. Her face was slick with perspiration, and she grabbed the door frame to steady herself. Holly was just coming out of the kitchen with a big basket of bread, and she looked, stunned, at Julie. "Are you okay?" she cried, putting the basket on the floor and leaning closer. "I don't think so," Julie whispered, her words slurring. "I feel—" But before she could finish her sentence, she lost her grip on the door frame and went down, tumbling to the ground and splaying on the floor. "Oh no!" Holly cried, kneeling and turning Julie over. "Jack, where are you?" I heard running and turned to see Jack sprinting over from a table near the edge of the room. "What's happened to her?" he yelled. "Call an ambulance!" Holly dug into her pocket for her phone, and in the confusion the young girl who'd been helping her set up the food ran out of the kitchen and surveyed the scene, her face paling in horror. She turned toward the buffet, where people were eagerly grabbing plates and piling them with vegetables. "Don't eat the food!" she cried, running over and grabbing the spoons out of people's hands. "It's not safe!" Chapter 2. Dangerous Vegetables. "Not safe to eat?" George asked out loud, her brow furrowed. "What does that mean?" The girl was pulling the food back, out of the reach of the people who already surrounded the buffet table. "Julie just finished eating," she said quickly, shooting Holly a concerned look. "It seems like she's having a reaction to the food." "Oh no," Holly whispered, her gaze going blank. But then she seemed to shake herself and ran behind the table. "Yes, everyone back up. We won't be serving dinner until we get this figured out." Together, Holly and the other girl, who was wearing a handwritten name tag that read Lori, packed up the food that had been placed out and carried it back to the kitchen. The people gathered around the buffet table made little murmurs of disappointment, but most everyone's eyes were on Julie, still sprawled on the floor, now with her head in her husband's lap. He fanned her with a folded napkin, but she remained unconscious. I looked from Julie to Ned, standing next to me. He looked as worried as I felt. "A bad vegetable can make you that sick?" he hissed to me under his breath. I shrugged. I'd been wondering the same thing. It was only minutes before the paramedics arrived, running into the community center with a stretcher and heading right to Julie's side, though it seemed like hours. They used smelling salts to revive Julie, who blinked at them, confused. "How are you doing?" the female paramedic, whose name tag read Erica, asked her. Julie frowned. "Not so good," she murmured. "I feel like Erica seemed to read her thoughts as she raised Julie's head and turned it to the side. I heard the sounds of vomiting and glanced uncomfortably at Bess and George, who looked horrified. There, said Erica, looking back at her colleague and making a gesture that looked like a shot. "Get it out, and then we'll give you something to stop the vomiting." The male paramedic, his name tag read James, produced a small vial and injection needle. He swiftly injected the needle into the vial, sucking up the clear liquid, then pulled it out and stuck the needle into Julie's arm. "This will make you feel much better," he said, "so we can get you to the emergency room." Jack looked like he wanted to jump out of his skin. "Will she be all right?" he demanded as the paramedics worked together to load Julie onto the stretcher. "Will the baby?" "This looks like a pretty intense case of food poisoning," Erica said seriously. "Since she's pregnant, we need to be careful to keep her hydrated, or it can make things difficult for the baby." She and James strapped Julie in. "We're going to get her the best of care, sir," James said.
Once we stop the vomiting and get her hydrated, she'll feel much better."
Sam and Abby were standing close by, watching the action with concerned faces.
"You said food poisoning," Sam said, a questioning look on his face. Erica nodded. "Of course, we won't know for sure until we can get her to the hospital and run some tests. But to me, this looks like Salmonella, Listeria, or E. coli. The effects are more intense on pregnant women."
Sam still looked confused.
"But all Julie's eaten today is food from my farm," he said. "We're a small-scale organic facility. You're telling me she got food poisoning from my vegetables?"
Erica looked from Sam to Julie, one eyebrow raised.
"Sir, we won't know anything for sure for a few hours," she said. "But in the meantime, I wouldn't serve those vegetables to anyone else."
Sam's face fell as Erica and James worked together to hoist the stretcher into the air and carry Julie toward the door. Jack followed his wife but stopped short as he passed his father.
"This is just what I've been saying," he hissed, so low that I could barely make out the words. "You're a lawyer, not a farmer, and now Julie's paying the price."
He shook his head and stomped off, leaving Sam looking crestfallen.
"There's nothing wrong with my vegetables," he muttered after a moment,
but Jack was already out the door, helping the paramedics load Julie into the ambulance. A murmur went through the crowd, and Holly approached Sam and Abby. I watched the three of them huddle together and whisper for a moment before Abby split off and yelled, "Attention, please!" All eyes turned to Abby, who was shaking her head and looking disbelievingly toward the kitchen. "I'm so sorry," she said quietly, and when Holly made a speak-up gesture, raised her voice enough to be heard over the crowd. "We're so sorry. There seems to be some sort of misunderstanding, a concern about the safety of the food tonight. Our daughter-in-law, Julie, got quite ill after eating an early dinner." The noise from the crowd intensified as people expressed their surprise. I could hear snatches of conversation all around me. Produce made her sick? Poor girl was pregnant. What are they up to on that farm? Abby seemed to hear the chatter too, and shook her head defiantly. "I know our growing practices are safe. I hope we have the opportunity to prove that to you soon. But for now, I'm afraid—" Her voice trailed off. Sam, who'd been in the corner, stepped up behind her. "The dinner is canceled," he said in a deep, matter-of-fact voice. A blip of nervous laughter went through the crowd, followed by the dull roar of surprised conversation. I looked around at the other audience members, who were shaking their heads and walking back to their tables to collect their things. "Guess we won't be joining this CSA," I heard one middle-aged blonde woman say to the man I assumed was her husband. Nervously, I looked back at Sam. From his disappointed face, I knew he had heard the woman too. It wasn't long before the community center had nearly emptied out. Soon my friends and I were standing alone with Sam, Abby, Holly, and Lori. Sam was staring at the floor. Abby took his hand and squeezed it, and he looked up at her and gave a deep sigh. Then he turned to Holly and Lori. "Holly, Lori," he said, "how did this happen?" Holly shook her head. "That beats me," she replied, looking truly mystified. "Lori and I handled all the food prep ourselves. I personally made sure that everything was properly washed and cooked." Lori nodded, pushing her long, dark hair behind her ears. "Everything was scrubbed and cooked, or just scrubbed. I really don't understand how there could have been anything on those vegetables that could make a person sick, much less salmonella or E. coli." "Where do salmonella and E. coli come from?" I spoke up. Sam, Abby, and Holly all turned to face me, surprised, as though they'd forgotten I was there. "They both come from animals," Sam replied, shrugging, "which makes it very strange they were found on my vegetables."
We don't have any animals on the farm except for a coop full of egg-laying chickens, and they're way over on the other side of the property from the vegetables." I frowned. So how could... But Holly spoke at the same time, throwing up her hands. "What do we do now?" she asked, looking at Sam and Ashby. "This dinner was our last-ditch attempt to get new CSA members, and now it's ruined. How can we keep Black Creek Farm going?" I saw Sam wince at the words, "last ditch." "We just do," he said, "because I'm never giving up on this farm." Abby put her hands on his shoulders. "We have to get to the bottom of this," she said. "There must be some mistake. There's no way our produce would make someone sick." Holly shook her head. "How could this be a mistake? You all saw Julie go down." George tapped her lip. "Well, either the salmonella or E. coli was on the vegetables in the kitchen," she pointed out. "Or else someone put it there." Holly turned to her former Girl Scout in surprise. "Yeesh, George," she muttered. "That's quite the conspiracy theory you've got there. And who put the E. coli on the veggies? Colonel Mustard with the infected cow bile?" George smiled. "Maybe I am being overly suspicious," she said, "but only because I happen to hang out with the world's best teenage detective." As I tried to blend in with the carpeting, my friend turned and pointed an indigo-painted fingernail in my direction. "Nancy, can't you help them out?" I looked up into the circle of bewildered faces and cleared my throat. George may be overstating things." But Bess was shaking her head wildly. "She's not at all," she insisted. "Nancy is amazing at catching crooks. It's like in her blood." Abby glanced at Sam, tilting her head to the side in a questioning way. Sam laughed. "Well, the world's best teenage detective is someone I want on my side," he said. "Nancy, might you have the time to help us?" I looked from George's and Bess's eager faces. "I'll get you two for this later," I thought, to the skeptical face of Holly, to the open, hopeful faces of Sam and Abby. Seeing the farmers' expressions, I sighed. I can't turn them down, I thought. But also, my heart was pounding at the thought of these nice people being potentially tricked. And if someone is setting them up, I thought, I can't let that crook get away. Bess had been right. The need for justice was in my blood. "Okay," I said. "I'll do whatever I can." An hour later, Bess, George, and Lori were heading home. Holly and Abby had made their way to the hospital to check on Julie, who was now resting comfortably, per a call from Jack, and I was walking out with Sam as Ned went to get the car. Sam's phone pinged and he pulled it out, checking a text and sighing deeply. "This is a disaster," he said. "Until we get to the bottom of what's going on with our vegetables, we have to put all sales and CSA orders on hold. That's thousands of dollars. This could sink us." I frowned sympathetically. "That's awful. I hope Ned's friend can help us figure out what's on the vegetables." Ned's a student at River Heights University, and he'd offered to take some samples of the food Julie had eaten back to the campus with him. He had a biology major friend, Rashid, who might be able to test them for contaminants. "How do you think the E. coli, or whatever it is getting on your vegetables?" I asked. "I don't know," Sam said. "That's the honest truth." I tilted my head. "How does it normally happen? Like when there's an outbreak and produce is recalled?" "Well, it's usually on a big factory farm, and what they typically find is that it was transferred by contaminated farming or processing equipment," Sam explained. "You know, it gets on a tractor or a picker, then it gets on all the veggies. But we don't use any fancy tools at Black Creek, unless these count." He held up his hands. I nodded. Could someone be transferring it? Someone doesn't wash their hands before picking the vegetables and... "It's possible, but not very likely," Sam said. The thing is, E. coli comes from inside a cow, literally from inside their digestive system. It's not the sort of thing you might be walking around with on your hands. I tapped my chin, thinking. I was stumped. Do you fertilize your crops with cow manure? I asked. Sam shook his head. Nope, we only use plant-based fertilizers. I heard something behind me and turned to find Ned pulling up in the car. Sam glanced at Ned and held up his hand in a small wave. Listen, we really appreciate your looking into this, Nancy. You've gone above and beyond already, staying this late, getting your boyfriend to bring the samples to his friend. Go home and get some sleep. Maybe we can talk later. I was still thinking, trying to reason out how an animal-based virus had gotten itself onto Black Creek Farm's organic produce. Can I come take a look at the farm? I asked. Sam's eyes lit up. Of course you can, he said happily. I'd love to show you around. I'm proud of what we're doing there. I smiled. Great, I said. I'll call you and set up a time. I reached into my pocket and fingered the business card Sam had given me earlier. Black Creek Farm. We raise happy fruits and vegetables. Sam reached out and clasped my shoulder. Thank you, Nancy, he said passionately. I can't tell you how much this means to me. This farm, this CSA, it's my dream. He paused, clearing his throat. And this is my last chance to save it. I gently put my hand on top of his. I'll do everything I can, I said. You have my word. If someone is sabotaging Black Creek Farm, we'll get to the bottom of it.
Chapter 3. Occam's Razor. Ned raised his hands to his face, pretending to blush as he opened the door to his dorm room to find me. Oh gosh, he said, a visit from my always busy girlfriend. Did you come to help me study for midterms? Maybe you brought me some chocolate chip cookies to fuel my late nights? He batted his eyelashes goofily. I shoved him. You know why I'm here, I chided. And sadly, no, I didn't bake any chocolate chip cookies. Ned made a horrified face. I didn't mean you had baked them, he teased. I wouldn't want you to burn your house down. I meant maybe you'd brought over some that Hannah made. I groaned. Just for that, I'm not giving you these oatmeal raisin cookies from Hannah. I'm going to eat them all myself. I held up the plastic bag containing 5 cookies, which my dad's and my longtime housekeeper and cook had insisted I bring over to Ned. Hannah was famous, in River Heights at least, for her oatmeal raisin cookies. She'd once tried to teach me how to make them, and yes, I admit, there had been fire involved. Ned grabbed the cookies out of my hand and ran over to his desk, tearing the bag open and devouring one. He moaned through a mouthful of crumbs. Why only 5? I smiled. Because Hannah said she knew you'd be sitting around studying all day, I replied. She didn't want you to get a potbelly. Her words, not mine. Ned turned to look at me over his shoulder, surprise in his eyes. I could go run around the yard between cram sessions if it would mean more cookies, he said. You tell Hannah that. I think we're getting off track here, I reminded him. Ned inhaled another cookie. I disagree, he muttered, spewing crumbs. I stepped closer, tapping his shoulder. I came over here to check on the Black Creek Farm test results. Ned sighed, drawing his fingers over the plastic lock on the bag. That reminds me, he said sadly. I should save some of these for Rashid, to say thank you, you know? Don't bother. I pulled another plastic bag from my other pocket. I've got you covered. Now the results? Ned put down the bag of cookies and turned to look me in the face. My skin prickled with nerves. I had a feeling, from his very serious brown eyes, that I wasn't going to like whatever he was about to say. Rashid said the cooked dishes were all clean, he said. But, I prodded, knowing that the important info lay beyond that word.
But the cold dishes, the salads, were crawling with E. coli, Ned finished.
As I nodded slowly, taking this in, Ned reached for the bag and scarfed another cookie. Clearly this hasn't affected your appetite, I observed with amusement. Ned shook his head.
I'm sorry. I'm just starving. I was so busy cramming I sort of forgot to go to the dining hall for breakfast. And then for lunch.
He popped another cookie in his mouth. Ned, is that all you've eaten today? I asked.
Don't be ridiculous, he said. I also had a bag of Skittles and an energy drink.
I put my hand on Ned's shoulder. Come on, I said. Let's go over to the snack bar and get you something real to eat. A few minutes later, we sat at a wrought iron table in the shade, just outside the university cafe. Ned was chomping happily on an enormous chicken burrito, and I sipped an iced tea. I was trying not to obsess about Rashid's findings, at least not while Ned was eating. But not obsessing about a case I was working on felt like not breathing to me. Finally, I let out a sigh and leaned forward. So, the cooked dishes were clean? Ned didn't even look surprised. He held up one finger while he swallowed and set his burrito down on a paper plate.
Not clean, he clarified after a few seconds. Not necessarily. Rashid said that they might have been contaminated too, but the high temperatures of cooking would likely kill off any traces. That's why we're always told to make sure chicken and fish are cooked thoroughly, and to avoid eating rare beef.
So all the vegetables could have been contaminated, I realized. Doesn't that seem strange? That it would be all of them, not just one or two dishes?
Ned shrugged, picking up the burrito. Strange? Sure, maybe a little, but not impossible.
He took a bite. I tapped my fingers against my lips, thinking. But E. coli comes from the digestive system of cows. Sam was right. I researched it last night.
Ned glanced at me briefly before taking another big bite.
It couldn't just show up on vegetables that are grown nowhere near cows, I went on. A human being would have to transfer it. Ned dunked what was left of his burrito in a little puddle of guacamole. I folded my arms, pondering. I wasn't exactly looking for a case to solve right now. I'd been enjoying a break from sleuthing, taking up tennis, and on George's recommendation, okay, more like insistence, making it halfway through Lost on Netflix. I didn't want to give up my free time. But Sam's defeated expression as I'd walked him to his car last night stuck with me. This is my dream. And from what Rashid had found, it seemed very likely that someone was trying to take that dream away from him. Why? Who hates an organic farm? I asked. Ned glanced up from his guacamole, which he was now scooping up with a spoon.
Is that the setup for a joke, Nance?
I shook my head. No, I'm serious. If he were still a lawyer, I could see him having enemies. Ooh. I paused, bringing my hand to my mouth. Maybe that's it? An enemy he made in his law days wants to destroy the thing that matters most to him? His farm. Ned stuck his finger into the spoon to pick up one last dab of guacamole, then stuck his finger in his mouth.
That's it, Nance, he said, deadpan. You've solved the case. That must be some kind of record.
I reached out and bopped him on the head. Stop it, I said. I'm serious. Who would sabotage an organic farm?
Ned shrugged. No one?
He asked. But I recognized an arch tone in his voice, like he was trying to point out something obvious. You don't think someone is behind the E. coli? I asked. Ned sighed. He reached for his soda and took a long sip.
It's just, the guy was a lawyer, and now he's an expert organic farmer? He asked. You know about Occam's razor, Nance?
I nodded.
Occam's razor, the principle, actually came up a lot when solving mysteries. Sure, Occam's razor says that the simplest solution is most likely the correct one. So isn't it likely that this guy just screwed up and put something on his plants that he wasn't supposed to? He asked. Cow manure? Some kind of unapproved fertilizer? And the plants got contaminated, and that poor woman got sick. Lucky us, we were warned. Ned shrugged again. Isn't that more likely than some big bad guy sprinkling cow bile on these vegetables to make people sick? To close down a farm? Who would do that? I don't know, I said, fishing my phone out of my purse. But I intend to find out. I opened the texting application and typed a quick note to Bess and George. You guys free to go to Black Creek Farm tomorrow? Ned glanced at the text and pretended to pout. You're going without me? I grinned at him. You have midterms, remember? Ned startled like he'd just been reminded he had a midterm right then. His eyes bugged out. Oh my gosh, you're right. What am I doing here, out in the world? Why did you drag me out of my study hole, temptress? I laughed. You needed to eat. If you faint in the middle of your midterm, it doesn't matter how much you studied. Ned nodded, sipping his drink. Your logic is sound. A ping sounded on my phone, and I looked down to see a text from George. I'm in. As I typed out a response, great, we'll text you details. Bess responded too. Of course. What time? I fished Sam Heyworth's business card out of my wallet and dialed the phone number. The phone rang once before someone picked up. Hello? It was Abby, and her voice sounded a little tremulous and unsure. Hi, Abby. This is Nancy Drew. We met last night? Oh, of course. Abby's voice sounded warmer now. Listen, I was wondering if I might set up a time tomorrow to come visit the farm with my friends Bess and George. I'd love to have a look around. Sam and I talked about it a bit last night. A hollow sigh echoed over the line. That would be great, Nancy. Abby replied in a serious tone. In fact, the sooner the better. Something very strange has happened on the farm. Something awful.
Chapter 4. Lay of the Land. I pulled into the driveway of Black Creek Farm the next morning just after 10 o'clock, with Bess in the passenger seat. George, who had to work a shift at the coffee cabin that afternoon, was right behind us in her own car. We both parked and climbed out, greeted by a soft breeze and gentle birdsong. It's beautiful here, enthused George, taking in the gentle rolling hills shaded by old oak and pine trees. I can see why Sam would trade some corporate office for this. Let's just hope it was the right decision, said Bess. I followed, taking some time to soak in all the details of the farm. A circular driveway led to a modest white ranch-style house. Behind the house, I could see what looked like fields of corn, lettuce, and some crops I couldn't identify, all stretching over gently rolling hills. The fields were dotted with small storage buildings, a barn, and the occasional piece of farming equipment. George was right. It was beautiful, and the farm looked idyllic in the mid-morning sun. You'd never guess the crops were crawling with E. coli, I thought. Or are they? It was also possible, I realized, that the vegetables had been contaminated at the dinner itself, and there was nothing strange going on at the farm. Nancy? I came out of my thoughts to find Bess and George watching me, a smile playing on the edges of Bess's lips. Do you have it all memorized and filed away? She teased. Bess had tagged along on enough investigations to be well used to my tendency to observe carefully and make note of little details. Can we knock on the door now? Knock away, I agreed. We climbed onto the small porch attached to the house, and I raised my fist to knock. Just as my knuckle rapped against the wood, sounds emerged from inside. She's not going to eat that, Jack. I recognized the voice immediately. I looked awkwardly at my friends, who were both wearing the same uh-oh expression that I imagined on my own face.
Overreacting. Perfectly safe.
That sounded like Sam. Oh, great, Bess murmured, folding her arms. We've arrived right in the middle of a huge family argument. That's not awkward. I lifted a finger to hush her as Jack's voice, louder than Sam's, traveled toward us again.
Don't you even care about my unborn child? Why risk it?
I heard the screech of a chair being pushed back quickly, followed by stomping, and a female voice making soothing sounds. Possibly Julie? I couldn't be sure. I'd barely heard Jack's wife speak at the dinner. George looked at me quizzically. Are we waiting for this to be over? She whispered. Should we come back another time? I shook my head, realizing that made no sense. No, let's just knock again, I said, frowning. I don't think they heard us before, and I have a feeling this could go on a while. George nodded and lifted her hand to rap sharply on the door. 4 precise knocks. When we didn't immediately hear footsteps coming toward us, she knocked again, a little louder. There was silence for a moment, and then the scrambling sound of someone rushing to the door. Somebody pulled back the curtain that blocked most of the window in the door, let it fall back, and quickly swung the door open. Nancy! It was Abby, pink-cheeked and dressed in a neat button-down and jeans. I'm so glad you made it. Thank you for stopping by, girls. Please, come on in. We cautiously followed Abby into the foyer. It was a small, neat, wood-paneled room, holding a table decorated with family photos and ceramic animals. Abby saw me looking at the animals and smiled. Those are our farm animals, she said kindly. I think Sam was a little disappointed that we decided to raise only chickens on the farm, so we got some miniature cows, pigs, and sheep for him to tend.
Hello, Nancy.
At the mention of his name, Sam's booming voice sprang from the doorway that led to the kitchen.
And your friends Jess and...
Bess, Bess said with a smile, holding out her hand. Sam nodded and shook it. And George added. Your farm is beautiful, she said as she and Sam shook hands.
Thank you very much, he replied. Yes, it's our own little piece of paradise. Speaking of which, can I offer you some of my famous sweet potato?
There was a loud groan from the kitchen. Jack.
Dad, just throw them away.
Jack suddenly appeared behind his father, his dark eyes shining. He glanced at us but didn't acknowledge us.
I didn't just mean they're unsafe for Julie to eat. I meant they're unsafe for everyone.
Sam sighed, his face reddening. He looked uncomfortable. He wants to throttle Jack, I realized, but not in front of the 3 of us. That's a shame, I said quickly, wanting to speak up before Sam or Abby changed the subject. Sweet potatoes are my favorite vegetable. What's wrong with the... What kind of dish is it, Sam? Sam spoke without taking his eyes off his son.
Pancakes, he replied. My own recipe. The sweet potatoes are from the farm, of course.
Which makes them unsafe, Jack added, a crimson color spreading over his ears and cheeks. I could make out a vein throbbing in his neck.
Come on, Dad. It isn't rocket science.
What makes them unsafe? Sam shot back. I recognized the same hardness in his dark eyes that I'd seen in Jack's the night of the buffet. They're both stubborn, I realized.
The fact that they're crawling with some kind of contaminant? Jack replied. The fact that they made my wife so sick she had to be brought to the ER? Dad, really?
I washed them thoroughly, Sam insisted, and I cooked them well.
It's still a risk.
Jack's voice rose to a yelp. Abby cleared her throat. All eyes turned to her. Why don't we set this subject aside for the moment and invite our guests into the kitchen to sit down? She asked. Pancakes or no, we have plenty of coffee and fresh blueberry muffins, made with blueberries I bought, I should add. There was silence for a moment, and Bess smiled eagerly. That sounds great, she said. Blueberries are my favorite vegetable. Sam chuckled, and Abby and Jack soon joined in. I felt relieved. Bess always seemed to know the right thing to say to lighten the mood. But Jack glared at Sam as we departed for the kitchen and shook his head. I'm going out, he muttered. He walked out the front door, and a few seconds later I could hear a car starting up, and then driving down the driveway. We settled in the kitchen where Julie, looking much healthier than the last time I had seen her, sat sipping from a mug at the table. There was a plate near the stove piled high with orange pancakes, and a plate sat near the sink, swiped clean, dripping with syrup. I noted a small pile of pancakes in the sink. The pancakes Sam tried to serve Julie, I figured. Julie gestured to a blueberry muffin sitting on a saucer in front of her. If it's all the same to you guys, I'll just eat this, she said with a wry smile. Hello, girls. How are you feeling? Bess asked, moving forward and taking a seat at the table next to Julie. Much better, Julie replied. The hospital did a great job of stopping the nausea and keeping me hydrated, but I was still feeling tired until this morning. Now I just feel, well, as tired as an 8 months pregnant woman should feel. I laughed quietly, along with my friends. George and I took seats at the table, and Abby served us coffee, tea, and warm muffins with butter. The conversation turned to gentler topics, like the weather and what we were studying in school. After a few minutes, Abby turned to Sam. Why don't you take the girls outside? She asked. Show them around. Show them what happened? I glanced at Sam. Yes, what is it that happened yesterday? I asked. Abby hadn't given me many details on the phone and had told me it was nothing to worry about, but of course I was worried. Under the circumstances, anything unusual that happened at Black Creek Farms seemed like something to worry about. Sam shook his head. It's no big deal, he said. Just unusual. Yes, girls, if you're finished, perhaps we can head out. I glanced at my friends. They made murmurs of agreement and pushed back from the table. Sam rose and led us to a screen door off the back of the kitchen. We followed him out and onto another low porch, down a ramp, and out toward the fields of crops. Sam looked up at the sun and let out a satisfied sigh. What a day, what a day, he murmured. You don't get weather like this on the 26th floor of an office high-rise. I'll tell you that. Why don't you tell us about how you built the farm? George suggested. Last night, Holly told me that this was all an unused field before you bought it and started building Black Creek Farm. How did you plan it? How did you figure out what to do? Sam smiled, surveying the farm with a look of contentment. Oh, he said. Well, he went on to tell us a complicated story about agricultural research, irrigation theory, nutritional optimization, and a bunch of other terms I didn't fully understand. But as Sam spoke and lovingly pointed out his fields of greens, corn, peas, eggplants, summer squash, zucchini, and tomatoes, one thing was clear. Sam really loved farming, and despite what Jack had said the night of the buffet, had put a lot of thought into how his farm would work best. When George asked a throwaway question about why he'd planted greens in a certain field, and not closer to the house, Sam went into a long explanation about hours of direct sunlight, evaporation levels, and soil composition. He really knows what he's doing, I realized. I remembered my conversation with Ned the day before. Isn't it likely that this guy just screwed up and put something on his plants that he wasn't supposed to? Sorry, Ned, but I don't think Occam's razor holds up in this case. I watched Sam's eyes light up as he plucked a perfect red tomato from a plant that snaked up a crosshatch of wire. That's the thing about solving mysteries. It's not always the simplest solution that turns out to be true. Sam, can you tell us more about what happened yesterday? I asked. Sam's face fell as he handed the tomato to George.
Take that home, he encouraged her. Just be sure to wash it thoroughly.
George nodded, raising her eyebrows at me.
Sam cleared his throat. The incident, if you could call it that, it happened over here.
We followed obediently as Sam led us through the tomatoes up a small hill, past the barn and chicken coop, filled with the trilling, clucking sounds of birds, and toward a large glass greenhouse. "Oh, you have a greenhouse," George observed happily. "Does that mean you can grow crops all year long?"
Sam waved his hand to indicate more or less. Almost. Hardy plants like kale and cabbage, beets and parsnips, those do best. But yes, the greenhouse is very helpful. With it, we can produce cucumbers and tomatoes in the spring, and going well into the fall. We can start seeds in a safe, nurturing environment. It was an excellent investment. He pulled a key from his pocket and fitted it into the lock in the door, twisting and pushing the door open. He walked in, gesturing for us to follow, and I entered first, followed by Bess, and then George.
Oh no!"
George cried. I looked around and realized what my friend was reacting to. The greenhouse had been trashed. Dirt, uprooted plants, pots, and trays littered the floor, and it looked like someone had taken the time to carefully rip each plant apart. There were even broken panes in the greenhouse's glass walls. Bess and I gasped. "When did this happen?" I asked. Sam shrugged. "Sometime between 7 a.m. and 3 p.m. yesterday," I said. "It was stupid. I always keep this locked, but yesterday morning I forgot. Guess my mind was on other things." I stepped farther into the greenhouse, trying to take in every detail. As I picked my way through the dirt and shattered pots to the far wall, I caught sight of something that made the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. "Oh my gosh!" I pointed, and Bess and George ran up behind me to take a look. Someone had used dirt to scrawl a message on the floor. "Kill the farm." George's mouth dropped open. "Sam," she called, "did you see this?" Sam, who was lingering by the door, moved forward, climbing through the overturned pots to the spot where George was standing. He surveyed the words with a stunned expression. He stopped and shook his head. "No," he said to George. "I didn't see that yesterday." "It seems like a pretty clear message," I said, stating the obvious. Sam nodded slowly. He gave a nervous laugh. "It's strange. Of course, it makes me angry, seeing this, but it also makes me feel—" "Scared?" asked Bess. I noticed then that she looked a little alarmed. Her blue eyes were wide, her brows raised. Sam thought a moment. "Not scared, though maybe I should be. No, I feel relieved." He chuckled again. "Because this proves it, doesn't it? It proves that I'm not crazy. Someone out there is trying to sabotage me. Someone out there wants to destroy Black Creek Farm." He brought his hand down, slapping at the table beside him, strewn with torn-up pepper plants. "But why?" I asked. I understood what Sam was saying about the relief. This made it easier for me, in a way. Now I just had to find the culprit. But I had a feeling that was going to be the hard part. Sam sighed, seeming to think. "I don't know," he said finally. "Of course you don't. It's kind of amazing to me how many people who are being targeted have no idea that anyone's mad at them. And with Sam, I could understand. He seemed like a perfectly nice guy. Who would want to destroy a kind man's organic farm?" "You don't have any enemies?" Bess pressed, looking around at the damage. "I don't," Sam shrugged, as if to say, "What can you do?" "Not that I know of, anyway." "Maybe someone from your lawyering days?" I suggested. "Someone you defended but couldn't get off? Someone who was on the opposing side of a case you won?" Sam looked thoughtful, as though he was searching his memory, examining each case one by one. Every lawyer has those sorts of enemies, if you could call them that, he said. But I can't think of a single person who might be angry enough to track me down and try to destroy my farm. Huh. George knelt down and picked up a pepper plant that looked more or less intact, carefully placing it on the table. What about the farm? She asked. What about it? Sam asked, confused. This might sound strange, but does the farm have any enemies? She asked. Someone who was inconvenienced or lost money when you guys set up the farm here? Sam frowned, looking off into space. Someone you're competing with? I prompted. Maybe a bigger farm nearby? There's a bigger farm down the road, sure. Sunshine Farm, Sam said. He turned to look me in the eye, and his expression was uncomfortable. There are farms all over this area, and I did have a brief disagreement, I guess you'd call it, with them. What was it? Bess asked, looking eager. Sam rolled his eyes. Oh, it was silly. Just a little thing. They had planted their spinach very close to my berry fields, encroaching onto my land, and the chemicals they treat their crops with were leaching into my strawberries. I couldn't let that go on, since strawberries soak up a lot of chemicals. So I complained to them, and they weren't happy about it, but they eventually had to replant their spinach farther away from my land. This was intriguing. Did it cost them money? I asked. Most of the cases I work on have money at the root of them. Sam shook his head. Some, sure. A little. But I really don't think Sunshine Farm is holding a grudge, he said. Just at that moment, the door to the greenhouse was pushed open. An older man with leathery tan skin and a grizzled gray beard stood there, wearing a baseball cap and a black hoodie. He looked startled. I'm sorry, he said. I didn't know anyone was in here. But Sam was already waving his hand like he was waving away the man's concerns. Don't worry about it, Rob, he said. He gestured to Bess, George, and me. These are just friends of mine. They're looking into the vandalism here and what's been happening with the vegetables. Bob nodded, a little nervously, I thought. Oh, he said. Okay. Then after a few seconds, it's a terrible thing what's happening with the vegetables. People are getting sick. Yes, Sam replied shortly. He turned back to us. Bob helps us pick up the produce when we have a busy week. He lives in town, rides his motorcycle out here. Bob nervously fingered the string of his hoodie. He looked at me like he felt he had to explain himself. Sam has been very good to me, he said. I hope you catch whoever's doing the bad stuff. Huh. I nodded. Yeah, I hope I do. I smiled and he backed away. I'll come back later, he called to Sam. We all watched the doorway after his retreat, and after a few seconds, Sam said quietly, Bob's had a tough life. He's a Vietnam vet, you know. He's been a little down on his luck, and we can use extra hands on the farm, so I've been paying him to help out on the weekends. I raised my eyebrows. You don't think he might... Sam turned to me, his forehead wrinkled with concern. Bob? Oh, gosh. No, he has absolutely no issue with me. I've done nothing but help him. There was silence for a minute. So Sam doesn't want me to suspect Bob, I thought, frowning, which makes me even more suspicious. So why? Bess asked suddenly, seemingly out of the blue. Sam looked at her in surprise. Why have I helped out Bob? He asked. I don't know. It seemed like the decent thing to do. No, Bess shook her head. Right before you came in, you were saying you don't think Sunshine Farm holds a grudge. I was just wondering why. Oh, Sam laughed, still seeming a little uncomfortable. Well, in short, because of their daughter, he replied. Lori Park. You met her at the dinner the other night. At the dinner. My mind flashed back to the young girl who'd been helping prepare the food. The girl around our age who was working in the kitchen? I asked. She's the one, he said. Lori's parents are from Korea, and there was a bit of a language barrier, so when we were having our little disagreement, Lori was called in to act as a translator. He smiled. It turns out she has a real interest in environmental sustainable farming. She convinced her parents that what I'm doing at Black Creek Farm is worthwhile, even tried to convince them to try organic farming. But they didn't want to mess with what works, you know?
She wanted them to go organic? George asked.
Sam nodded. She's a very clever girl, too. Came up with all these monetary reasons, did up this PowerPoint presentation, but they still said no.
That's a shame, I said.
Sam shrugged. Well, I can understand it. Anyway, it all worked out. She comes over a few times a week to help us out and learn more about organic farming. She's headed to the University of California next year to study agriculture.
Wow, Bess said, sounding impressed. But I was only half listening. While Sam had been talking, I'd noticed something peeking out from underneath a pile of shattered clay pots and soil. It was bright blue, shiny. I scurried over and lifted the object between two careful fingers. It was a pair of sunglasses with bright blue frames. I held them up so Sam could see them. Do you recognize these? I asked, because it's fair to say whoever owns these was in the greenhouse recently.
Oh. Sam looked at the glasses and his face fell. He seemed to deflate like a beach ball with the stopper pulled out. Those are Lori's sunglasses.
Chapter 5. Revelations. I hate to go, guys. George bit her lip as she, Bess, and I all stood in the Heyworths' driveway again. George was leaving, heading back to River Heights so she could make her shift as barista and waitress at the coffee cabin. Maybe I should go with you. Bess, who'd been twisting a lock of blonde hair around her index finger, suddenly spoke up. I kind of wanted to get a manicure today. Are you kidding me? I turned to my friend, surprised and annoyed. I'm about to go question Lori Park about why her sunglasses were in Sam's recently vandalized greenhouse. You don't want to see what happens? Bess sighed. She shook her head. I'm not as into this farming stuff as you guys. I want Sam to find out who's sabotaging his farm, but... George rolled her eyes. Stay here and help Nancy, please. I feel bad enough that I can't. All right. Bess sighed again, but her frustrated tone told me that she was feeling a little guilty, too. Let's go, then. She started heading toward the road. Sunshine Farm, Sam had told us, was just half a mile away. An easy walk. Wait, George said, lifting a basket of vegetables from her passenger seat. Remind me what you want me to ask Ned to tell Rashid. We're testing these for E. coli? That's right, I said. Since she was heading back to River Heights, George had offered to bring some more vegetables to Rashid for testing. These are straight from the farm, just picked. Ask him if Rashid can test them for E. coli and tell us what he finds out. If these veggies are contaminated already, then we'll know whoever's sabotaging the crops is doing it here, at the farm. George nodded. Got it, she said, replacing the basket on her passenger seat and closing the door. She walked around to the driver's side. I'll ask Ned to call or text as soon as he knows, okay? Okay, I agreed. And you call me, George added, pointing at me, as soon as you figure out who's harassing Sam. Deal? Deal, I agreed, giving George a thumbs up. She climbed into her car and started up the engine as I followed Bess down the driveway to the road. As we walked, George passed us in her little coupe, tooting the horn. We both waved. It was a pleasant enough walk down the road, surrounded by fields of corn. On the left side, a big hand-painted sign welcomed us to Sunshine Farm, where we harness the sun for you. The words were surrounded by glossy-looking paintings of tomatoes, eggplants, zucchini, and peaches. A driveway led to a bustling farm stand, brimming with flowers and produce. It took a while for me to get the attention of a cashier, but when I asked, she suggested that we look for Lori in the cherry orchard. "Take a right on the road by the swing set," she said brusquely. "It's about a quarter-mile down. There'll be lots of people picking there today." We followed her instructions. Sunshine Farm made Black Creek Farm look downright sleepy by comparison. Farm hands worked in an outbuilding sorting tomatoes, and as we walked along the path to the orchard, a tractor passed us, hauling a trailer filled with buckets of cherries. Bess let out a little moan. "Seeing all those delicious fruits and veggies at the farm stand reminded me how hungry I am," she said. "We'll have to grab a snack on our way out," I suggested. "Maybe," Bess said, turning her attention to the cherry orchard that we were approaching. Rows of trees stretched back toward the horizon, many with ladders leaning against them, and farm workers standing on rungs near the tops, picking cherries and placing them in buckets that hung from the branches. The cherries were bright scarlet, shiny in the midday sun. They contrasted nicely against the emerald green leaves of the tree. I wasn't even that hungry, but the sight of them made my mouth water. "Or maybe," said Bess, "I'll just grab a sample." She ran up to the closest tree and leaned up as far as she could, plucking a trio of cherries from a low branch. "Mmm," Bess murmured, popping one into her mouth. But almost immediately, her mouth puckered. "Ugh!" she cried, spitting the chewed-up cherry into her hand. "Yep," a female voice suddenly spoke up from behind me. I turned to find the same young girl we'd seen working in the kitchen at the Black Creek buffet. She looked amused. "Those are sour cherries." Bess spat out the juice onto the grass. "Why would anyone grow sour cherries?" she asked. The girl laughed. "They're not so sour when you bake them into a pie or cook them into jam with lots of sugar," she said. "They're just not so tasty right off the tree. Anyway, can I help you? I'm Lori." I smiled. "Hi, I'm Nancy, and my hungry friend's name is Bess. You might remember seeing us at the Black Creek Farm dinner the other night." Bess's cheeks blushed nearly the color of the cherries. "Hi," she said. "I don't usually steal cherries." Lori nodded. "I believe you," she said very seriously. Then we all laughed. "I'm here because I wanted to ask you about what's been going on at Black Creek Farm," I said. Lori's expression turned solemn. "You mean what happened at the buffet the other night, with Julie getting sick?" she asked. "That was terrible." I exchanged a glance with Bess. She's acting like she doesn't know about the vandalism. But was it an act? I held up the pair of blue sunglasses I'd found in the greenhouse. Do you recognize these?" Lori's eyes flashed with recognition. "Sure, those are mine. I must have left them at the farm yesterday morning." I handed them to her. "Where were you working yesterday?" Lori took the sunglasses and put them on top of her head. "Kind of all over. I was picking sweet potatoes, and then I was in the greenhouse for a while." "Did you notice anything unusual at the greenhouse?" I asked. The vandalism we'd seen that day was certainly unusual. But also, if she was behind it, I expected to see a flash of discomfort cross Lori's face, the realization that her crime had been discovered. She just looked at me blankly, though. "Oh, the door was unlocked," she said after a few seconds. "That's a little weird because Sam usually locks it." "Did you lock it when you finished?" I asked. Lori shook her head. "I was worried maybe he'd left it unlocked for a reason," she exclaimed. "Like he or Bob had forgotten their keys, so when I was finished working in there, I left the door unlocked." I glanced at Bess, who raised her eyebrows at me. "And it seemed totally normal when you left?" I asked. Lori looked like she was beginning to wonder where these questions were coming from. "It looked totally normal," she affirmed. Why are you asking?" Bess cleared her throat. Nancy's trying to get to the bottom of what happened at the buffet, she explained breezily. She's like a teenage sleuth. She made a big show of looking over at me and then back at Lori and shrugging like, what can you do? Keeps her off the streets, she added. Lori smiled. Is that a real thing? Teenage sleuth? While I turned red, Bess grinned and leaned close to Lori. I know. It sounds like a bad TV series or something, right? She asked. Anyway, do you work for the Heyworths a lot? Sam says you're into organic farming. Lori nodded. Yeah, I kind of wish my parents would give it a shot here, but they're afraid they'd lose money. What's so much better about organic? Bess asked. Her tone was totally casual, but I could see the focus in her eyes. She was information gathering. It's better for everyone, basically, Lori said, her dark eyes serious. It's less harmful to the environment, to wild animals. It's more sustainable, and there's some evidence that the produce is actually more nutritious. I thought those studies were inconclusive, I piped up, channeling Ned. Lori rolled her eyes. They're conclusive enough for me, she said. So yeah, since my parents wouldn't budge, I spend some time at Sam's farm volunteering and learning how organic farming works. Do you want to be a farmer? Bess asked. Eventually, she said. Definitely. I have a year of high school left, and then I want to go to college to study agriculture. My plan is, after that, I'll work at other organic farms until I can raise enough money to start my own. Bess smiled encouragingly. You don't think your parents would let you run part of theirs? Lori shrugged, then looked away. Maybe, she admitted. If I come back with a college degree and still say we should go organic, maybe they'd take me more seriously. She paused, looking from Bess to me. Hey, have you guys been at Black Creek today? She asked. Bess and I said that we had. How's Julie doing? Lori asked, her expression serious again. She was still kind of weak yesterday. She's better, I explained. It looks like she had E. coli poisoning. E. coli? Lori asked, her voice as incredulous as if I'd just said that Julie had bubonic plague. Julie got E. coli from Sam's produce? Yep, I said, watching Lori's eyes carefully. She looked completely stunned. How? She asked. We don't know, I said honestly. Do you? She shook her head, then brought her hand to her mouth. It doesn't make sense. Bess glanced at me, then back at Lori. Is there any chance, she said, that the food was contaminated at the community center? Lori's eyes looked unfocused as she thought. I guess it's possible, she said finally, but not on my watch. Holly and I were really careful. I worked in a restaurant last summer. I know about safe food preparation. She paused. Really, this just doesn't make sense. Do you think that maybe the produce was contaminated on the farm? I suggested. Lori frowned, looking back at me. I guess, she said. But how? Sam runs a clean farm. It would be really weird for any bacteria to show up on his produce, much less E. coli. You know E. coli comes from animals, right? And Sam only keeps a few chickens. I nodded, looking down at the ground, and when I did so, I noticed a smartphone peeking out of the top of Lori's jeans pocket. It shouldn't have surprised me. Every kid our age carried his or her smartphone everywhere, all the time, even working on a farm. But it did give me an idea. Oh, gosh, I said, trying to look like I'd just remembered something. I totally forgot that I need to call my dad and tell him I won't be able to meet him for lunch in half an hour. But I left my phone back at Sam's. Does anyone have one I can borrow? Bess looked at me amused. I knew her phone was in her purse, but she'd seen me pull the borrow your phone maneuver enough times to know that she should not offer it to me.
Lori looked from me to Bess, then reached into her pocket with an easy shrug. "Sure, here's mine," she said, handing her smartphone over. Success. "Let me just type in the passcode." "There." "Thanks," I said sincerely. "I'm just going to, take this over there." I gestured to a picnic table behind a small copse of trees, so you don't hear him lecture me about changing plans at the last minute. So embarrassing. Lori and Bess nodded understandingly as I took the phone and darted over to the tables, out of sight. I heard Bess asking Lori a question about her school's football team as I made my escape. "That's it, Bess. Cover for me," I thought as I sat down and looked at the phone. As much as Bess hadn't wanted to come along on this interview mission, she was doing an amazing job of cozying up to Lori and getting information. I went to the phone's history first, recent calls and voicemails. There was one voicemail from yesterday, but when I listened to it, it was just a classmate asking Lori for the algebra homework assignment. None of the placed calls looked unusual, all local, within our area code. No familiar names in her contact list aside from Sam Heyworth. So I went to texts. There were several from the day before, setting up a meeting with her friend Haley at the library to study after she finished at Black Creek Farm, a couple of texts to her mother, updating her on where Lori was. Nothing seemed unusual, and nothing seemed to contradict Lori's story that she'd left the greenhouse looking fine, but unlocked. A quick search through her personal emails turned up a crush on a classmate named Jason, but no useful information having to do with Black Creek. So far, there was no proof that anyone at Sunshine Farm had sabotaged Black Creek Farm. I hid any signs of my snooping and walked back to Lori and Bess, holding out the phone. "I don't know," Lori was saying with a shy smile. "Maybe he likes me? But it's so hard to tell. I've known him since I was, in diapers." "If only boys would tell us what they were thinking, huh?" Bess replied sympathetically. "But maybe that would make it too easy." "Easy is good for me. I like easy," Lori said. She looked up as I approached. "Did you get your dad?" I nodded. "Yeah, he was actually fine with it. Thank goodness." Lori took the phone from my hand with a smile and tucked it back into her pocket. I glanced at Bess and raised an eyebrow, trying to send the message, "Did you find out anything suspicious?" Bess gave a very tiny shake of her head and widened her eyes. "No, she seems totally normal. I don't know what to do." I cleared my throat. "Listen, Lori," I said, "something actually happened at Black Creek Farm yesterday that has Sam kind of rattled." "Really?" Lori looked surprised. "More than just Julie being sick?" "Yeah." I let out a breath. "The thing is, someone vandalized the greenhouse yesterday, probably sometime after you left. Which was..." Lori blinked at me, surprised. About noon, maybe? Wait, what do you mean vandalized?" "Someone went in there and knocked over all the plants," Bess explained. "Really tore them up, left a huge mess of broken pots and dirt all over the floor. And he or she left a message," she added, raising her eyebrows. "Message?" Lori looked totally confused. "What kind of message? I hate plants?" "No," I told her. "Someone wrote out, 'Kill the farm,' with dirt." Lori lifted her lip in a sneer. "Kill the farm?" she asked. "Seriously?" I nodded. "Seriously." Lori let out a breath through her mouth. "I don't even know what to say," she said. Then her eyes darkened. She frowned, looking up at us. "Wait, do you guys think I did it?" she asked. "Is that why you came over here?" I sighed. "Honestly, yes, it's why we came over here, but I don't really think you did it anymore, after talking to you." Lori pinched her mouth to the side, thinking that over. "Good," she said after a few seconds, "because I would never do something like that to Sam. Gosh, especially now."
especially now? I guessed she must mean so soon after the disaster of the buffet dinner. I remembered what Sam had said at the time, that Black Creek Farm needed more CSA members and higher sales. This must be a super stressful time for the whole Heyworth family. "Do you know who would?" I asked. It had been a minute or so since Lori last spoke, and she looked at me blankly, clearly not sure what I meant. "Who would what?" "Who would do something like that to Sam?" I clarified. "You know, wrecking his greenhouse. Who would hate an organic farm enough to write 'kill the farm' in dirt on the floor?" Lori shook her head. She was looking off into the distance, thinking hard. She wrinkled her nose slightly, like she could just sniff out who might be that crazy and didn't like it at all. Then her gaze returned to me, and her expression was blank again. "I'm really not sure," she said. She's hiding something. "But if you had to guess," I prompted. Lori glanced at her shoes and sighed deeply. Then she looked up at me, meeting my eyes with her serious brown ones. "I don't really know anyone who I think would do this," she said. But? Lori crossed her arms uncomfortably. "But there's been some weird tension with Jack ever since he arrived," she said finally. I glanced at Bess. "Yeah, we've noticed," Bess said in a confidential tone. "He seemed kind of upset this morning. Sam had tried to serve some vegetables from the farm at breakfast, I guess." Lori nodded. "Yeah, that's not surprising. I saw him yesterday, and he was really upset about what happened to Julie. He kept talking about the farm like it was a joke, and the produce was poison or something." "Well, to Julie it was," I pointed out. Not that I condoned Jack's mean behavior, but I could understand his worry about his wife. "It's not just that," Lori said, shaking her head. "He's always talking about what a bad investment the farm was. He seems really mad that it's losing money." "Why would he care?" I asked. "It's Sam's money to lose, right?" Lori looked really uncomfortable. She glanced down at her hands and brought a finger to her mouth to nibble on the nail. "Well," she said, "with Sam being sick, you know." "What?" "Wait," I said, holding up my hand. "What do you mean, Sam being sick?" Lori dropped her hand and looked at me, surprised. "Sam has cancer," she said matter-of-factly. "In his throat, I think. He starts chemo in July, which has made him even more determined to make the farm work now, this year in case." Her voice faded out. Everyone was quiet for a minute as I tried to absorb this information. Sam was sick? It made a horrible sort of sense, but it still stunned me. And Jack's worried about his inheritance, I realized with a shock. That's what Lori thinks. My stomach flipped over. Suddenly, the argument in the kitchen this morning seemed much nastier than I'd first assumed. "Wow," Bess whispered finally, and I looked at her and nodded. "Wow," I echoed. "Well, one thing's for sure. This case is even more important now. Whoever's sabotaging Black Creek Farm had better watch out. Because I don't care what it takes. I'm going to find them." Chapter 6. One Man's Dream. "Do you still want to go home?" I asked Bess as we walked back up the road toward Black Creek Farm. "I'm going to be here for a while, I think. Maybe it was silly of me to try to get you to come with me to talk to Lori. I could drive you home and come back." Bess put her hand on my arm, stopping me. "Don't be silly, Nancy," she said. "Of course I'm going to stay. I'm invested now." She smiled at me, and I smiled back. "I really want to solve this," I said softly, knowing that I didn't really need to say it. "We will," Bess said, looking like she didn't doubt it for a minute. "Of course we will, Nancy. When's the last time Nancy Drew didn't solve her case?" I nodded, but let out a little sigh. It was true. I had a good track record, but it wasn't like I never screwed up. And I can't afford to screw up this one, I thought. The Heyworths' house was quiet when we got back. I knocked gently on the front door, and Abby answered, holding her finger in front of her mouth in the universal "be quiet" gesture. "Sam's napping," she said quietly, or, as he puts it, lying down. He'd never admit that he needs a nap in the afternoon these days. I glanced at Bess. "Because he's sick," I wanted to say, but now seemed like the wrong time to bring it up. Bess nodded almost imperceptibly. "Oh, you girls must be starving," Abby said suddenly. "I just realized the time. Won't you come into the kitchen with me? I can make you some sandwiches." She turned and headed toward the kitchen, then paused and said over her shoulder, "All store-bought ingredients, I promise." Bess and I chuckled awkwardly. "I actually wish we could eat some of the produce from the farm," I said as we filed into the kitchen and took seats at the old farmhouse table. "It all looks delicious." "It is," a new voice said, and we turned to see Julie entering from the same door we'd just come in, holding a paperback. "Sorry to startle you. I was just reading on the porch and heard voices. I thought I'd come in and see if I might get a cup of tea." Abby turned to her with a warm smile. "Julie, you know you don't have to ask," she said. "If I can't get my daughter-in-law and the future mother of my grandchild a cup of tea, then I'm not good for much, am I?" Julie smiled and walked over, giving Abby a quick hug. "Thanks, Mom," she said. Julie came over to the table and settled down in a chair at the end. "How are you girls?" she asked, brushing her long hair behind her ear and placing her book down on the table. "Did Sam take you to see the greenhouse?" "He did," I said with a nod. "It's terrible." Julie snorted. "I can't imagine what would inspire someone to do that," she said. "An organic farm? This whole thing is just so weird." "Very weird," Bess said with a nod. "And—" She came to a sudden, awkward stop. I met her eye and could tell that she'd been about to say something along the lines of, "and with Sam sick." I cleared my throat, looking from Julie to Abby. Listen, I don't know whether we're supposed to know this or not." I trailed off, and Abby turned around from the counter where she'd been making cold-cut sandwiches. Julie looked at me curiously. I took a deep breath. "But Lori mentioned that Sam has cancer," I finished. Abby's eyes dimmed. Julie looked down at her hands. "It's true," Abby said quietly. "I'm sorry. We weren't trying to keep it from you. Sam doesn't like to tell anyone he doesn't have to." She paused, then snorted. "He doesn't want anyone to treat him with pity, he says. He wants to be treated like he's totally capable until he isn't anymore." Bess and I exchanged sad glances. "We're very sorry to hear it," said Bess. "It was a big blow to the family," Julie said, nervously twirling her hair around her finger, "coming right after Sam opened his dream farm and with the first grandchild on the way." "It's dreadful timing," Abby said with a rueful laugh, leaning over to place plates holding turkey and Swiss sandwiches in front of me and Bess. "But from what I gather, cancer is known for its terrible timing." I nodded slowly. Will he be okay, was what I wanted to ask, but I realized halfway through the question that it was insensitive. What if the answer was no? Abby looked at me with understanding. "He starts chemo in July," she said gently. "It has a good chance of shrinking or eradicating the cancer, but of course no one can say for sure." I picked up my sandwich and took a tiny nibble. I wasn't feeling terribly hungry, actually. I glanced at Bess and saw that she was taking the same small, polite bites that I was. Funny how bad news can destroy your appetite. Abby sat down at the table, putting on an enthusiastic expression. "Did you find out anything today, girls?" she asked hopefully. "Do you have any theories about the vegetables?" I put down my sandwich, chewing and swallowing carefully as I parsed my words. "We've made some good progress," I said. "George took some vegetables from the farm to be tested for E. coli. We'll know more when we hear from her." Abby nodded. The tea kettle whistled, and she started to get up, but Julie jumped up and headed to the stove before her mother-in-law could push back her seat. "Stay where you are," Julie said. "I can get my own tea." Abby let out a sigh. She looked tired suddenly and placed her elbows on the table, leaning forward to rest her head in her hands. "We have to catch this person," she said. "This farm is Sam's dream. I don't want anyone to keep him from enjoying it for whatever time he has left," she said, her voice breaking on the last word. I watched her sympathetically. "Sam told me the farm was losing money," I said, remembering what Laurie had mentioned about the strange tension with Jack. Abby pulled her hands away and looked me in the eye. "We've been losing money since the farm opened," she said. "But you know what? I don't care about money. I'd rather have a farm that loses money but makes Sam happy than have him working a job that makes us lots of money, but he hates." How to say this? "It sounds like Jack doesn't feel the same way," I said carefully. Julie was bringing her tea back to the table, and she and Abby met eyes and exchanged a knowing look as she pulled back her chair and sat down. "I wish I could say that wasn't true," Abby said. "But—" Julie carefully sipped her tea. "They're so much alike," she said simply. "Jack and Sam." "They always have been," Abby agreed, her eyes growing warm with the memory. "Sometimes I think that's why they butt heads." Julie turned back to me and Bess. "They're both so stubborn," she said, rolling her eyes. "Men." Abby laughed. "So unreasonable," Julie added with a smile, sipping her tea again. She leaned back in her chair and added, "And I think Jack was a little hurt when Sam decided to give up practicing law." "Why?" Bess asked curiously. "Because Jack is a lawyer, too. He followed in his father's footsteps," Abby explained. "And I think," Julie went on, "that when Sam announced that he didn't want to be a lawyer anymore, that he no longer saw value in that, Jack viewed it as a rebuke." Abby nodded slowly. "On some level," she said, "I think Jack thinks his father has chosen this farm over him." Julie looked uncomfortable. "In some ways, that's true," she said quietly, gazing down at her tea. Abby glanced over at her. "What do you mean?" Julie shrugged, still not meeting her gaze. "Oh, you know," she said lightly, "I don't feel this way, but you could argue that Sam's spending money on the farm that Jack might have inherited someday. Anyway, I'm sure Jack will come around." Abby stared at Julie in surprise, and Bess met my eye with an "oh no she didn't" sort of expression. Everything got really quiet. But Julie just kept sipping her tea, as if nothing incredibly awkward had just been said. Thank goodness my phone beeped right at that moment, cutting the silence. I reached into my pants pocket and pulled it out, excited to see a text from George. "Oh, this is from my friend who had the vegetables tested," I said eagerly. "She says—" I read the text out loud. "Rashid says the veggies were crawling with E. coli, so the bad guy is working on the farm? Ugh, wish I weren't working." I lowered my phone and looked up at the faces around me. Bess looked thoughtful. Julie and Abby looked confused. She means the vegetables we picked here on the farm already had E. coli on them, I explained, which would seem to imply whoever's contaminating the vegetables is doing it here. Bess finished for me. I nodded. Right. Abby and Julie still looked mystified. So they're doing it on purpose, Abby said, not sounding entirely sure. It looks that way, I said, taking a deep breath. Do you know anyone at all who might wish the farm ill, who's had access to the plants? Abby seemed to think for a while. No, she said finally. Do you have any farm hands? Bess asked. Anyone besides Lori and Bob who regularly work on the farm? Abby shook her head. We can't afford them on what we're making, she said. Lori comes on weekends, and Bob helps out a few times a week. But other than them, it's just me and Sam tending the crops. And Jack, since he's been staying here, she added. She straightened up. Sometimes we get volunteers from the CSA, she said. But we haven't had anyone out here in weeks. Everyone was quiet for a minute. How would you even do it? Julie asked. Bess nodded. Contaminating a whole farm full of produce in broad daylight? It seems impossible. I stood up, an idea taking root. It probably is, I said, walking toward the window and looking out over the rows of crops. Whoever's doing this is doing it at night, I realized. And suddenly, our next step became clear. I turned to Bess with a grin. Alarm brightened her eyes. I know that grin, Bess said. I hate that grin. That's the Nancy has an idea Bess is going to hate grin. I shrugged, glancing at the crops again and back. So what is it? Bess went on. I smiled, gesturing toward the planted fields. Feel like camping out tonight, Bess? Chapter 7. Trouble in the Barn. I hate this, Bess grumped as she laid out one of the sleeping bags Sam and Abby had loaned us in the tent they'd also loaned us. Come on, Bess, I chided, bumping her shoulder playfully, which was super easy to do since the tent was only about 5 feet across. We got to have a hot dog cookout for dinner. She rolled her eyes. Yeah, that really made my day, Nancy, because I am 9 years old. Anyway, I said, fluffing my pillow, I thought you were invested in the case now. Bess groaned. Couldn't I be invested while we watched the footage from a video camera or something? I shook my head. There's no way a video camera could cover the same amount of space as 2 sets of human eyes and ears, I explained. Besides, I want to catch whoever is doing this quickly. The sooner we get this figured out, the sooner everything can go back to normal at Black Creek Farm. And with Sam, Bess added quietly, her face drooping. And Sam, I confirmed. The kindly farmer had seemed sort of embarrassed when he'd learned that Bess and I knew he had cancer. He apologized for not telling us, but repeated what Abby had said. He didn't want anyone to treat him any differently, and he thought it was irrelevant to the case. But is it? I bit my lip now, remembering how upset Jack had seemed that morning, and even earlier, the night of the buffet. It had been perfectly clear that Jack didn't support his father's decision to become a farmer. Could he really care more about his inheritance than his father's happiness? I wondered. Does he think if he ruins Black Creek's reputation, Sam will close the farm and stop losing money by chasing his dream? Bess yawned loudly, cutting off my gloomy train of thought. I turned and found her stretched out on her sleeping bag. How are we doing this? She asked, propping herself up on her elbow. We take shifts, I explained. We'd discussed this over hot dogs, but I was getting the sense that Bess was pretty worn out. I should have been too, but I guessed adrenaline was keeping me going. The thrill of the chase. 2 hours each, I can take the first shift, I offered. You go to sleep. It's 10 now. I'll wake you up at midnight, okay? Okay, Bess agreed, but her voice was muffled as she was already climbing into her sleeping bag. Abby had loaned us t-shirts and sweatpants to sleep in. It was slightly cool in the tent, perfect sleeping weather. I'll sit outside, I said, climbing out the tent's zippered door. We'd set up the tent on a small hill that overlooked the field of crops, as close to having a view of the whole farm as I could find. I settled myself on a rock next to a tree and turned to position an old camping lantern the Heyworths had lent me. I kept the lantern off so our campsite wouldn't attract any attention. The moon was nearly full, casting plenty of light to see into the fields. It was totally quiet except for the occasional hoot of an owl or chirping of crickets. I glanced over at the house. All the lights were out except one on the top floor. I watched a figure pass in front of the window. Jack. I shuddered and wasn't sure why. Jack had finally returned to the farm as we were finishing up our weenie roast on the back porch. He claimed he'd been working in a coffee shop all day, trying to collect his head. No one questioned him, and he asked where Julie was and then disappeared upstairs. Sam had looked after him, pensive, and Abby had put her hand on his arm and told him to give Jack time. Then the conversation had shifted. The figure disappeared from the window, and soon after the light went out. Everyone would be going to sleep now. Except me. I cast my eyes out over the fields again. Where are you, little crops poisoner? I thought. Greenhouse destroyer. Dream trampler. I rested my back against the tree and got ready for a long night. It was almost midnight. I stared into my phone, watching each minute pass, dying to wake up Bess so I could get some shut-eye. It had been a long day, and adrenaline could only get me so far. That was when I heard what sounded like a car coming up the road. My heart squeezed. There were only 2 farms and 1 or 2 other houses on this road. What were the chances someone could be coming home this late? I blinked my eyes and shook my head, trying to wake up. Could this be my crop's saboteur? I got to my feet. The car noise died down right in front of the farm. I heard the shuddery sound of an engine turning off, and then a car door opening and slamming. Gulp. I ran my fingers over the phone in my hand. I'd typed in the farm's house number as a favorite. The plan was, if I saw anything unusual, I would call and wake them up. Should I call now? It was unusual to have someone pull up to the house in the middle of the night, wasn't it? I swiped my finger across the bottom of the screen to wake up the phone, but before I could enter my passcode, I heard them. Footsteps. They were headed from the house. This way. I turned and squinted toward the path that led from the driveway behind the house to the foot of the hill where we were camped. There it was, a dark figure. It looked small, like a teenager or petite woman, and it wore a gray sweatshirt and a baseball cap. It was carrying something large and heavy-looking in its arms. Whoever it was, he or she was close enough that they would be upon me before I could get Sam or Abby out here. My fingers clutched uselessly at my phone. Should I call the police? I thought of the unlit lantern sitting nearby and considered grabbing it. But it was too late. I heard a twig snap just feet away and realized the person was already climbing the hill. It's like they know we're here. I felt my heart start to pound in my chest. Bess! I tried to shout, but my voice came out as a husky whisper. This is like a nightmare. With my last remaining wits, I scrambled back to the tent and reached inside for the item Sam had insisted on loaning us before he went to bed. A baseball bat. The thing was aluminum and super heavy. Sam said it had belonged to Jack. I raised it over my head and forced air into my lungs so I could shout, "Stay back! I have a weapon!" The figure stopped short. He or she was just a few yards away now, down the hill. I was peering down at the top of a dark baseball cap. Jack? Nancy? The figure spoke in a female voice. It took me a few seconds to realize that this was a familiar female voice. She reached up and pulled off the baseball cap, revealing a mop of short, cropped black hair. George! I dropped the baseball cap and lunged toward her, folded her into a hug. I'm not normally the huggy type, but it's funny what thinking you're in mortal peril will do to you. Oh my gosh, you scared me! What are you doing here? George pulled back and retrieved her phone from her sweatshirt pocket. I'm sorry, Nancy. I've just been getting all these texts from you and Bess about how you were camping out here tonight. I was feeling a little left out, so when I finished my shift at the coffee cabin, I ran home, packed a bag, and drove over. It never occurred to me that you might think I was the bad guy. I'm really sorry. I let out a sigh of relief. It's fine, George. Actually, I'm really glad you're here. George smiled. She shifted her arms, and I could see now that the heavy-looking thing she was carrying was just her duffel bag. I took a step back toward the tent. Come on in. It's time for me to wake up Bess for her shift. George raised her eyebrows. Want me to take the next shift instead? Aren't you tired? George shook her head. It's the benefit of working at a place called the Coffee Cabin, Nance, she said with a smile. I made myself a double espresso right before I left. Who knows how many hours later, I startled awake to a sharp poke in the shoulder. Your turn, Bess said gruffly. I'd barely woken up enough to hear George come into the tent and wake Bess at 2 a.m. Before I could respond, she'd already dived around me into her sleeping bag and had the blanket pulled up over her head. I shimmied out, reached beneath my pillow for my phone, and checked the time. 4 a.m. I glanced over at the other sleeping bag and saw George snoring away. Did you see anything? I asked Bess. My eyes were dying to close again so I could slip back into a dream. I shook my head, trying to clear the cobwebs. Nothing, Bess mumbled. Now I'm enjoying the sight of the insides of my eyelids. Gotcha. I let out a final sigh and then drew myself to my feet and scooted out of the tent. The world outside was dead quiet now. Even the crickets and owls had called it a night, it seemed. I breathed in the cold, clear air and looked around. The moon hung just above the horizon, ready to cede the sky to the sun. A barely perceptible glow of grayish-blue light hovered over the horizon opposite. Sunrise couldn't be far off. The crops were quiet, seemingly undisturbed. I yawned, wondering whether this was a bad idea. Maybe whoever's contaminating the crops knows I'm looking into it, so they're keeping quiet. I frowned. Maybe whoever's behind it is sleeping right there in that house, I thought, looking over at the farmhouse. The house was totally dark. I moved around to make myself more comfortable, leaning back against the tree and pulling my sweatshirt around me like a blanket. Only a few more hours to go. I woke suddenly to dark blue sky streaked with orange. I jumped up. What? Where am... But then I looked around and saw the fields of crops spreading out below, the tent with my 2 sleeping friends inside behind me. I must have dozed off. I wiggled around, trying to wake up. I hope I didn't miss anything. What if... Crash! I jumped up and turned toward the source of the noise. It was coming from behind the storage barn. I got to my feet, hearing the panicked clucking of chickens. The chicken coop! Someone's spooking the chickens. The sun hadn't yet crested the horizon, but the moon was gone. Streaks of orange and pink lit up the sky, but the world still looked dim and ink-stained. I squinted toward the path that led to the storage barn, but couldn't make out anything unusual. Should I call Sam? What if it is Sam? I pulled out my phone and checked it. 4:53. Maybe they always feed the chickens at this hour. Sam and Abby had made jokes the day before about how early the day started on a farm. Why didn't I ask? A shriek sounded from behind the coop, followed by more panicked clucking. I quickly grabbed the lantern, turned it on, and started to run down the hill, then paused. Should I wake up Bess and George? Whatever was going on in the chicken coop, it clearly wasn't someone poisoning the crops. I'll go check it out quickly. It could just be an animal, or a family member feeding them. The chickens sounded upset, but my dealings with chickens so far had convinced me they weren't the brightest of animals. I wasn't ready to sound the alarm over a few angry chickens. I shoved my phone into my pocket and scurried down the hill, trying not to make a sound. I darted into the storage barn, which was completely dark except for the glow from my lantern. "Hello?" I asked. "Anyone out here? Sam? Abby?" I crept through the barn, heading toward the back door to check on the chicken coop. Halfway across, I stumbled and tripped. As I tumbled to the ground, the lantern slipped from my grip, rolling across the barn and extinguishing as it crashed into the wall. I was left in near total darkness, with only a few bars of dim light filtering through the barn's slats. I could make out loud sounds coming from the coop now, banging and scraping. The chickens were going crazy. I slowly got to my feet, peering around for the lantern, but it was too difficult to make out in the near blackness. Instead, I tiptoed toward what I hoped was the barn's back door, toward the sound of the clucking chickens. I felt the edge of the barn wall and made my way to the door. I peered around the corner of the door and gasped. The screen door to the coop opened with a creak, and a dark figure wearing a bulky black hoodie stood silhouetted in the dim light. A black hoodie like Bob's, I realized. I stared at the figure, squinting to see through the gloom, but the murky darkness made it impossible to identify the person. The chickens screamed as he or she emerged, and I could see that the person was holding 2 chickens by the neck. A cloud of feathers puffed out of the coop after them. The figure walked a few steps and then stopped short. He or she turned slowly, and my blood chilled. The figure was looking right at me. The early morning light lit him or her from behind, making it impossible to identify the person. The figure passed one of the chickens to the other hand and pulled something from his or her waistband. I felt my breath catch as the item caught the orange light from the sky. It was a long, curved blade. The figure turned the chickens clutched in his or her hand slowly, and in the dim light, I could see they were stained with blood. I choked out a gasp. Even though I knew any case could turn deadly, I hadn't really expected to find someone dangerous on the farm that night. Whoever was sabotaging the farm was just spraying bacteria on a bunch of vegetables. Potentially deadly bacteria, sure, but it wasn't a violent act in itself. I had to get away. I closed my fingers around the phone in my pocket, but I was too late. The figure dropped the chickens, the dead chickens I thought with sickening dread, and ran toward me. I yanked my hand from my pocket and ran. I lunged away, nearly tripping over my feet in my haste to escape. He has a knife, and he's coming after me. I headed back toward the hill and the tent, but quickly thought better of it. Bess and George were probably safe where they were. If this person even knew they were there, it would be a while before he or she could get to them. Instead, I ran for the house. The figure was just a few yards behind me, gaining fast. I willed my feet to go faster, my lungs to hold out. Just get me to the house. It was maybe 50 yards away, over a plowed field of eggplant. There was no time to veer around the crops. I ran right through them. I was just a few feet from the narrow backyard when my foot got tangled in a vine and I felt myself yanked down toward the ground. The impact knocked the wind out of me and I felt the sticky, squelchy ooze of wet mud. Bang! Bang! I struggled to my feet, the mud letting me go with a reluctant belch. It couldn't be, but bang! The sounds were shots. The figure was shooting at me. Chapter 8. Fresh Blood. I ran like my life depended on it, because it looked like it did. I scrambled out of the mud and into the grassy yard, over the short distance to the porch, up onto the porch. Bang! I ducked down instinctively, but nothing sailed past me. In fact, I realized I wasn't hearing the bullets make contact with anything. Maybe he or she is just trying to scare me off, I thought. But it was cold comfort. I kept running. When I hit the top step, the bright yellow porch light went on. It must be motion activated. I ran to the door and pounded on it, then turned and looked behind me, hoping that I could identify the mysterious figure in the blaze of the porch light. But when I turned around, there was no one there. Was he or she lingering just outside the yellow beam of light? Or had they given up? I pounded on the door again. The house was silent. I turned and looked at the yard, which was empty. But is the attacker still out there? My heart thumped in my chest. I raised my hand to pound on the door again just as it opened, and suddenly Abby stood there, wearing a blue bathrobe and a confused expression. "Nancy?" she asked. "Is everything—" I pushed past her through the foyer and into the kitchen. "I have to come inside!" Abby moved aside to let me in and closed the door. "Are you all right?" I stood in the middle of the kitchen, leaned on the table, and took a deep breath. In, out, in, out. "Did you hear the shots?" I asked. "Shots?" Abby asked. "What?" As quickly as I could, I explained what had happened with the noises from the chicken coop and spotting the intruder with the knife, and then being chased and hearing the gunshots. "He or she was wearing a hoodie," I said. "A black hoodie. Like Bob's." Abby looked as stunned as if I had slapped her. "Bob?" she echoed weakly. "But—" "Oh my God!" I cried as I suddenly realized. "Bess and George are still out there in the tent. If whoever's out there found them—" Abby drew her lips into a thin line. "I'll wake up Sam," she said. "He'll fetch the hunting rifle and go get them. Try not to worry." Try not to worry? Ha! But before I could reply, Abby was already halfway upstairs. I tried again to take deep breaths. "You're okay. Sam's going to get Bess and George. It's all okay." But then I jumped. I could have sworn I heard footsteps downstairs. Is someone else up? I crept to the door of the kitchen and peered into the foyer, but I couldn't see anything. I nervously crossed the foyer and looked into the living room. Does Bob have a house key? I wondered. And then I remembered the thought I'd had earlier this morning. Maybe the culprit is in the house. Realistically, wasn't it likely that whoever I'd seen by the chicken coop had a personal reason to sabotage the farm? What was more personal than family? I stepped into the darkened living room, lit only by the early dawn light coming through a large bay window. I looked beneath the window and jerked back. Someone's on the couch! But closer inspection revealed that it was only Julie, lying down, asleep. "What are you doing?" I jumped again, a male voice, coming from the foyer. I swung around to face Jack, who stood in a pair of striped pajamas, watching me. "How long have you been standing there?" I asked. Jack shrugged. "A couple of minutes," he said, moving into the living room. "Something woke me up. I could have sworn I heard the chickens going crazy and then a loud bang." "It was shots," I said, trying to catch my breath. Jack's voice had startled me. "Someone attacked the chickens in the coop. I caught them, and when they saw me, they chased me across the fields and shot a gun." "A gun?" Jack asked, frowning. He crossed his arms in front of his chest. "That seems—" But I'd stopped paying attention to what he was saying. My focus was drawn to the sleeve of his pajama top, which was stained with a few bright red blobs. Fresh blood. Whoever had killed the chickens couldn't have avoided getting some of it on his or her clothing. Maybe Bob wasn't involved at all. Maybe he was fast asleep in his bed across town and had been all night. Maybe I was looking at the chicken killer, and nearly me killer. "Probably just a car backfiring, don't you think?" Jack was asking. He stepped forward, his expression cold. I had no idea what he was talking about. "Where are Sam and Abby?" I stepped backward, willing Jack's parents to come down the stairs. I heard movement behind me. Julie was stirring on the couch, wiggling and rising up on her elbow. "What time is it?" she asked sleepily. "It's about 5, Jack replied. "Sorry we woke you. Did you sleep any better down here?" Julie yawned and nodded, sitting up. "My back was killing me in that bed," she said, stretching her arms over her head.
This couch is just hard enough to balance me out. Once this baby is born, maybe I'll sleep again." "Oh, sure," Jack said sarcastically. "Having a newborn baby in the house is great for sleep, I hear." There was a clattering on the stairs. Sam stomped down, dressed in a red bathrobe and holding a hunting rifle. His hair stood up in every direction. He looked right at me, concern in his eyes. "Are you all right?" he asked. I nodded. "But Bess and George—" Sam nodded quickly and turned toward the kitchen. "I'm going to get them right now. Don't worry, Nancy. If there's someone out there, I'll find them." He disappeared into the kitchen, and I heard the screen door slam. Abby descended the stairs, peering in at Jack, Julie, and me. "What happened?" asked Julie, frowning as she looked from me to Jack and Abby. Abby sighed. "Why don't we all come into the kitchen and I'll make some tea?" she said. "I'm afraid there's been another incident." Abby frowned as she handed Jack his tea. "Is that blood on your sleeve?" Jack glanced down, and his face darkened for a moment. "Oh, it is. I had a nosebleed earlier. I get them when I'm stressed. Sometimes they can be pretty severe." "Well, that must be new. I don't remember you ever getting them as a kid. But here." Abby went to the sink and wet a paper towel, then handed it to her son. "Maybe you can get some of it out." Jack took the paper towel and scrubbed at his sleeve. "As we were saying," he said, "that's quite a story, Nancy." I'd given an account of everything I'd seen since I'd heard the commotion in the chicken coop, leaving out a few details, of course, in case they became important later. "I'm not sure what you mean," I said, sipping my tea. Jack shrugged. "It's just, you're saying someone brought a knife and a gun to harass some chickens?" "Whoever it was, they weren't just harassing chickens," I pointed out. "They were killing them." "Oh, right," Jack scoffed, "because you need 2 weapons to kill a couple of hens." I raised an eyebrow. "So, you don't believe me?" Abby gave him a chastising look. "Jack!" Jack shook his head. No, I didn't say that," he said. Then he turned to me, his eyes calculating. "It's just Nancy is young. If she was scared, maybe she imagined some things she didn't really see." "I don't have time for this," I thought with irritation. "You think they made up the shots?" "Jack!" This time his wife yelled at him. "Don't be—" But Julie was cut off by the screen door banging open, and George and Bess piling into the kitchen in their pajamas. "Nancy, are you okay?" Bess asked, moving to the table with wide eyes. "Sam told us—" "I'm fine," I said, standing. "Are you?" George nodded, stepping up to the table beside Bess. "We're fine," she said. "It sounds like we slept through all the excitement. Sam just came and woke us up and explained what was going on." Sam stood at the doorway now, rifle still in hand. He waved. "I'm going to take a look around," he called to Abby, "just to make sure there's nothing out here." "Be careful," Abby called to him. "Maybe you should let the police handle it." But Sam gave her a dismissive wave of the hand. "This is my farm. I can protect it." And he disappeared from the doorway. A few seconds later, we heard him clambering down off the back porch. Abby gestured for Bess and George to sit down. "Can I get you some tea?" "Oh, that would be great, thanks," Bess said with an enthusiastic nod. George agreed too, and they both took seats. "Nancy," said Julie gently, "are you going to sit back down?" I realized awkwardly that I was staring right at the blood on Jack's sleeve. A nosebleed? The blood was bright red and fresh. Was he saying he'd been woken up by the chickens, got up, got a nosebleed, cleaned it up, and then came downstairs? I tore my gaze away and turned to Abby. "The thing is, I have kind of a headache." Abby turned from the stove to shoot me a sympathetic look. "Poor dear," she murmured. "The stress, probably." "Maybe," I said. "Do you have any aspirin or anything I could take? Maybe that would help." Abby nodded. "Of course." She put the kettle back down on the stove and turned to walk toward the foyer. "It's up in—" "Oh, that's okay."
I scrambled from the table toward the foyer. I can get it. I need to use the bathroom anyway. Where did you say it was? Abby gave me directions to the upstairs bathroom, and I forced myself to file them away for future reference. Jack and Julie had fallen into a quiet side conversation, and Bess and George were watching me with mild curiosity. "Poor Nancy," Bess said in a tisk-tisk kind of voice. "She gets headaches all the time when she's worried. You should see her during final exams." "Don't oversell it." I shot her a look. "I'll be right back." And I scampered up the stairs to the second floor, leaving everyone to their tea. The bathroom was exactly where Abby said it would be, second door on the left. But I walked right by, peering into the other rooms. I found what I was looking for at the end of the hall. A smaller bedroom, too neat and uncluttered to be the master suite, containing 2 suitcases and an array of personal items. This must be Jack and Julie's room. I crept into the bedroom. One of the suitcases was set up near the doorway, and I flipped idly through it, finding only maternity clothes. Julie. I dropped the clothing and crept farther into the room, spotting the other suitcase on the other side of the bed. I walked over to it, crouched, and began sorting through the clothes. Button-downs and jeans, sweaters, socks and underwear. No black hoodies, no more bloodstains. I stood up and looked around the room. On the dresser sat a laptop computer, open. I walked over and glanced down, pleased to see a property of Jack Heyworth label with a cell phone number on the keyboard. As I tapped the keys to wake up the screen, I felt a little flash of guilt. What if Jack isn't responsible for the sabotage? I'd be spying on his emails and internet history for no reason. But what choice do I have? None, I realized. Given what was at stake, I had to take a look. Then a terrible thought occurred to me. I don't have my memory stick. I always carried a portable flash drive on my keychain. If I'd had it, I could have copied all the files on a computer or email account onto it, then reviewed them later. But my memory stick was sitting in the tent out in the fields, along with all my other belongings. I sighed. I'm going to have to just look quickly and try to get through as much as I can before someone finds me up here. Biting my lip with determination, I clicked on the email program and brought up the most recently used email account, whose password the computer was thankfully programmed to remember, jheyworth@fastmail.com. I went into the sent folder and, not even bothering to open the messages, forwarded all the emails for the last 3 weeks to my own email account. Then I deleted those messages from the sent folder so Jack wouldn't see what I'd done. I glanced at the clock. 5:53. Had I come up here at 5:40 or 5:50? I couldn't remember. Just keep looking. I don't hear anyone. I clicked on the internet browser and went right to the history folder. Nothing immediately jumped out as unusual. The Chicago Tribune, NPR, eBay, Google. I followed the link to Google and typed "how to" in the text bar to see whether any recent searches came up. Nothing. Then I tried "where to get" and waited for the site to fill in the missing words. New text flashed up, and when I read it, my heart nearly stopped. Where to get E. coli? Jack had entered that question just 2 weeks before. A chill went up my spine. Am I sitting at the computer of the person who tried to kill me? Maybe not. There could be a totally reasonable explanation. Or... Nancy? I nearly jumped 10 feet in the air at the sound of a voice from the doorway. What are you doing in here? Chapter 9. Caught in the Act. The voice was Julie's. Uh-oh. I struggled to push my overtired, overworked brain into action. Is that Waikiki? I asked, pointing to the photo of a smiling Julie and Jack on a beach that served as the computer's desktop. Because it's so weird, but I could swear I was on that beach last year. I took a step back from the computer and gave an awkward laugh, looking around like I was just realizing I was in Jack and Julie's room. Julie watched me, a little crease of confusion forming between her eyebrows. "I'm sorry. I know I'm being nosy," I went on. "I just spotted that photo from the hall, and it brought back all these memories of this great vacation I took. I think I'm a little loopy from lack of sleep." Julie's eyes warmed with sympathy, and she stepped into the room. "I can relate," she said with a little smile. "Actually, that's Costa Rica, not Hawaii. It's beautiful, isn't it? Jack and I took a vacation there last year and stayed in this gorgeous little eco-resort. We slept in a hut right on the beach. It was amazing." She sighed, looking at the photo, then shook her head. "Of course, that was before I lost my job, back when we had disposable income." She laughed a bitter little laugh. "What?" I asked. Julie shrugged. "Oh, I lost my job as an investment banker last year. You know, they keep saying the recession is over. But for bankers, is it really?" She smiled like she was making a joke, but when I didn't laugh, the humor left her face. "Anyway, finances have been a lot tighter lately. In fact, Jack and I originally came out here to look for houses in the area. We're thinking about selling our apartment in Chicago." I raised my eyebrows. "You can't quite afford it anymore?" I asked, filling in the blanks. Julie nodded, then shifted her eyes uneasily. "And we'll need more room for the baby," she added. "And it won't exactly hurt to have Jack's parents just a few minutes away. Abby's such a peach. She's offered to watch the baby a few days a week for me, if and when I find a new job." Money problems? It seemed Jack's potential motivation to destroy Black Creek Farm went even deeper than I thought. Julie smiled brightly. "Anyway," she said, "I came upstairs to look for you because Sam just came back. He says someone vandalized the chicken coop and killed 3 of the chickens. Can you imagine?" I shook my head, then caught myself. "Yes," I said. No, I can't imagine wanting to do that, but it doesn't surprise me that it happened. I actually saw the person out there." I couldn't help shuddering, remembering that tense moment when the intruder had looked up and seemed to spot me peeking around the coop. What would have happened if I hadn't been able to outrun him? Or her, I reminded myself. Julie was watching me with sympathetic eyes. "How horrible," she said. "I'm so glad you got back to the house safely." She paused, shaking her head. "Honestly, I can't believe what's been going on at the farm these past few days. I thought coming to the country would be relaxing, but this is more stressful than the city." I smiled ruefully and nodded. "Maybe you'll need to go back and, listen to car alarms going off for a while to relax," I suggested. Julie laughed. I noticed then that her eyes looked tired. She must have been telling the truth when she said she hadn't been sleeping well lately. "Well, I think I'm going to take a shower," she said, gesturing to a door that opened off the rear of the room. A private bathroom, I guessed. "Oh, of course," I said, moving toward the door to the hallway. "I'm sorry to keep you. I should get downstairs to hear the latest anyway." Julie smiled as she brushed past me. I paused in the doorway, watching her flip on the light and push open the door. Just as she ducked inside, I saw it, thrown over a towel rod. A black hoodie. I had to bite my lip to keep from letting out a gasp. Chapter 10. A Clear Message. "Nancy, why are you driving like a maniac?" Bess grabbed the handle on the passenger side ceiling of my car and gave me a horrified look as I just barely missed the bumper of an old Chevy, skirting around to pass it on the right. "It's your fault for going so slow," I thought when I saw the driver glance up in alarm, and then scolded myself. "Stop it, Nancy. Don't be the kind of driver you hate." "I'm sorry, Bess," I said. "I just really need to get home and talk this out with you and George." Bess raised her eyebrows. "So, you have a theory?" "I do. and it took so long to make our report to the police and get out of Black Creek Farm, I was beginning to think I'd never get to share it with you." Bess grinned. "Well, do tell. I always love hearing the latest deductions of Nancy Drew, super sleuth." I smirked at her. "You know I can't tell you without George here." Bess pretended to scowl. "But I can't wait to tell you guys what I'm thinking. More than anything, I want to figure out our next step." Bess glanced out the windshield. "Well, I'll give you this, Nancy," she said. "When you want to drive fast, you really do drive fast. We're nearly at your house already." Minutes later, I pulled into my driveway and we piled out and ran into the house, pausing only to grab 2 oatmeal raisin cookies from the cookie jar on the counter. "Thanks, Hannah." We hightailed it up to my room, where I pulled out my own laptop. I pulled up the home page for my email program and logged in, then opened up my inbox to start sifting through the messages I'd forwarded from Jack. "What are you doing?" Bess asked. "Or can't you tell me that either till George gets here?" I rolled my eyes at her. "No, I'll tell you. I forwarded myself a bunch of emails that Jack's sent in the last 3 weeks. I'm going through them now, looking for anything suspicious." "Jack," Bess said simply. Her blue eyes sparkled with excitement. I looked over at her. Darn, did I just give away my whole theory? Yeah, Jack." Bess nodded slowly, tapping her chin. "He was very rude at the buffet," she said. "And then with what Lori told us." I had turned my attention back to my computer screen, where suddenly something caught my eye. "Oh my gosh!" Bess jumped up from my bed and darted over to my desk to look over my shoulder at the computer screen. "What is it?" It was an email from Jack, sent according to the timestamp at around 4 o'clock that morning. "Dude, look, what we're doing is having no effect. There's more fun planned for tonight, but I'm not sure it will work. S is too hard-headed. We need to talk about sending a clearer message. Maybe if S had an accident. Meet me at Coffee Cabin in River Heights this afternoon at 3. J." I looked up at Bess. Her mouth was hanging open. "An accident?" she said slowly. Then she made finger quotes. "Accident," she repeated. "I know," I said. "Do you think he's going to hurt Sam?" Bess asked. "I don't know, but it sounds like that's on the table." Bess looked horrified. 3 o'clock? What time is it now?" I glanced at the clock on my computer screen. It's 1:30. Just then, George breezed through my bedroom door. "Was that you I saw driving like a woman in labor?" she asked, looking at me like I was out of my mind. "It couldn't be right. Aren't you always telling me that just because I can drive the speed limit doesn't mean I should go that fast? What were you in such a rush for?" I gave George a matter-of-fact look. "I think I've figured out who's behind all the shenanigans at Black Creek," I said. "And if we don't stop him, Sam is going to get hurt." Chapter 11. Coffee Stakeout. I peeked out of the kitchen at the coffee cabin, watching the door as I adjusted the volume on the microphone I'd hidden under Table 4. Table 4 was the most popular table in the place, according to George, and very centrally located. If I was really lucky, Jack and his accomplice would take a seat there to have whatever sordid conversation they were planning to have, and I'd get a crystal-clear recording that I could bring to Sam to show him the ugly truth. If I was only a little bit lucky, they'd sit somewhere else in the cabin, but still close enough to the mic for me to hear what they were saying. I worried that we'd already used up our luck allowance, though, because it was crazy lucky that Jack had decided to meet this person in the one coffee shop in the area that employed my amazing friend George. "It's not too busy today," George murmured, sidling up next to me in the crisp white shirt and black apron that served as her uniform. "That's lucky. It'll make Dude easier to spot." I nodded. "I already have, 3 potential dudes picked out," I whispered. "The bald guy at Table 1, the redhead at table 8, and the biker guy sitting at the bar. George surveyed my candidates with interest. "The biker guy ordered a strawberry mocha dreamachino," she whispered back, "just in case that takes him off any kind of potential criminal list." I shot her a horrified look. "George, criminals drink all kinds of coffee drinks." "There's no coffee in that," George corrected me, "but there is a mountain of whipped cream." I looked back at Biker Dude, just in time to watch him put down his mug, revealing a huge whipped cream mustache. I glanced at George and couldn't help giggling. "George, did you wipe down table 7? George's boss, Lydia, interrupted our giggle fest. She leaned over from her desk just inside the kitchen, frowning. "I'll get right on it," George replied, shooting me a "sorry, but she pays me" look. Lydia hadn't exactly been thrilled when we'd explained that we wanted to turn the coffee cabin into a recording studio. She'd nixed Bess having any part in it, so Bess had headed downtown to get her much-craved manicure, but not before we promised to keep her updated via text. Meanwhile, Lydia had been staring daggers at my back since I'd arrived, sarcastically asking how our little detective game was going. When George left to wipe the table, I looked to the doorway as the bell jingled, indicating a new customer. When an older woman walked in, I felt myself deflate a little. I looked out the window, across the street where a River Heights police cruiser idled. I'd had quite a hard time getting the River Heights Police Department to take me seriously when I'd gone into the station to tell them everything I knew about the Black Creek case. They told me the only crimes actually committed, the vandalism and contamination of the crops, had been outside their jurisdiction, and that a meeting of 2 potential culprits didn't warrant sending an officer to the scene. It took a gentle reminder that the noted attorney Carson Drew would be very upset if anything were to happen to his darling daughter, to get them to agree to send Officer Bailey over to wait outside the cafe in his squad car, monitoring the situation. He still looked pretty unhappy about it, with his folded arms and grim expression. He glanced over at the coffee shop, and I waved brightly. I swear he rolled his eyes before giving an exaggerated yawn. I was so busy watching Officer Bailey that I almost missed the door opening again, setting off the jingling bells. George was nearly back to the kitchen and turned to look too. When I saw who was entering, though, I frowned. It was Holly, George's old Girl Scouts leader. If she saw us here, she'd want to know what was going on with the Black Creek farm case, and I didn't want to get into a long conversation with her that would distract me from Jack and Dude. I ducked into the kitchen just before Holly could spot me and waved to George to wait on her. George nodded and walked out to the register. "Can I help you?" I heard. "Oh my God, George, I totally forgot you worked here. Can I get a large soy latte?" "Of course. How are things going?" "Oh, I can't complain. I just started teaching this new yoga class over at the community center. Water yoga? Have you heard anything?" I tuned their voices out and turned back to the door. A familiar car was pulling up outside. Jack's. I felt my stomach drop. The driver's side door opened, and a figure climbed out. When the door closed again, revealing the driver, I let out a gasp. It wasn't Jack. It was Julie. Julie was Jay? My jaw dropped as I quickly ran through all the evidence in my head. The motivation, needing money, wanting Black Creek Farm to fail so there would be a larger inheritance if anything happened to Sam. Check. Julie would benefit from a larger inheritance just as much as Jack. And the computer I'd taken the emails from, it could have easily been Julie's email account, couldn't it? And the black hoodie on the towel rack, it could have been hers. The only strange thing was that Julie was the one who'd gotten food poisoning at the buffet, setting this whole terrible string of events in motion. Or did she? I thought, and my heart thumped. It was a stroke of genius in a way. Julie's getting food poisoning while pregnant was more dramatic and scary than anyone else who could have gotten sick. But would a pregnant woman really knowingly poison herself? Was Julie so desperate that she would endanger the life of her unborn child? Then I remembered the night before, when I'd been chased by the figure at the chicken coop. Julie had been sleeping on the couch. Or had she? I just assumed she'd been there all night when I stumbled upon her sleeping on the couch, but I'd gone into the living room in the first place because I'd heard someone moving around, someone I'd later assumed was Jack. But wasn't it possible that Julie was sneaking back onto the couch after sneaking back into the house? My heart was racing now, the way it does when I've just about solved a case. But I forced myself to take a breath. I knew I wasn't done. I needed Julie to meet with whomever she was meeting with and have whatever conversation she planned to have and get it recorded before I could talk to Sam about next steps. Who would believe a pregnant woman poisoned herself and then killed a bunch of chickens anyway? It sounded ridiculous. Julie walked purposefully toward the coffee cabin, then suddenly stopped and looked around. She walked over to one of the few sidewalk tables and sat down. I gulped. The weather was chilly today, and I'd never considered that Jay and Dude might like to sit outside. Our only microphone was inside at table 4. And while it had a pretty good range, there was no way it would pick up a conversation from the table where Julie was sitting outside. Someone has to move the microphone. But who? It wasn't like I could casually stroll outside and stick something under Julie's table without her noticing. I looked desperately at George. She's my only hope. As if sensing my stare, George turned around and looked at me, and I made a crazy, hysterical sort of gesture that I hoped translated to, "Come here right now. Please, 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 I need you." George raised an eyebrow, turned to Holly, and cleared her throat. "That sounds amazing," she said warmly. "But can you excuse me for a minute? My boss is calling me." Holly nodded and smiled as she took her latte, and George walked back into the kitchen. "What?" she demanded. "You have to move the microphone," I said, pointing urgently out the window. "See? They're sitting outside." George looked to where I was pointing, then shot me a stunned look. "Julie?" she asked. "Right," I replied. "Looks like I had the wrong J person all along." George sighed. "Okay, but how do I move the mic?" she asked. "It's not exactly a normal motion for me to slip something under a table." "It's more normal for you than for me," I pointed out. George looked skeptical. "Listen, just take it with you when you bring the menus and find some excuse to bend down. Drop something, whatever." "You make it sound so easy," George muttered. I grabbed her shoulder, looking at her pleadingly. "Please, please, please, please." George shook me off. Okay, I'll try." I watched her walk out into the dining area and carefully untape the mic from under table 4. Then, with a final look back at me, she grabbed a few menus, opened the front door, and walked over to the table where Julie was sitting. My heart was pounding as George handed Julie a menu, then purposely dropped it on the ground, knocking over the sugar dish in the process. What looked like 100 little pink and white packets scattered over the terrace, and I watched George shake her head and gesture wildly for Julie not to help. Finally, Julie seemed to settle in her seat, and George picked up the sugar and, pretending to duck back down for one more packet, carefully stuck the mic to the underside of the table. I let out my breath. "Oh, thank you, George." I was still going to be able to record whatever Julie said and stop her before she could hurt Sam. I pulled out my tablet and put on my headphones, adjusting the mic sensitivity and volume. "Didn't know you worked here," Julie was saying to George. George laughed. "Oh, it's kind of a new job for me, but I'm getting really good at making little designs in the foam of a cappuccino, so I'm learning marketable skills." Julie took a second to laugh, but when she did, it was a hearty laugh. "Oh, I just discovered this new baby store in downtown River Heights," she said. "Have you heard of it? It's called Rattle and Roll." George shook her head. No, but I'm not really in the baby stuff market, she said with a smile. Did you buy lots of fun things? Julie's smile faltered, and I remembered what she'd said about their money problems. Just a few, she said more quietly. Can I have a minute to sit with the menu before I decide? Of course. I'll be back in a few. George walked back inside, shooting me a questioning look. I gave her a thumbs up. But just then, someone from inside the cafe bumped into George on the way out. Holly. Is your latte okay? George asked. Holly looked at her, almost seeming surprised to see George standing there. Oh, yes, it's great. I'm just heading out to meet a friend. George smiled and nodded, and Holly continued outside. Her friend is here? But there was no one outside but Julie. Holly sat down across from her, and Julie leaned over to hug her. I felt my heart thump in my chest. Is it possible? J equals Julie, and dude equals Holly? Chapter 12. Things Fall Apart. It makes sense, I thought warily. In Julie's current state, she would have needed an accomplice. Holly contaminated the food at the buffet after she and Lori had washed it, and after Julie ate. Either Julie or Holly or some combination vandalized the greenhouse, and Julie attacked the chickens and shot at me last night. Then she snuck back onto the couch, just in time for me to find her there. I couldn't imagine why Holly had joined forces with Julie. She seemed so supportive of Black Creek Farm and so gung-ho about local, organic, sustainable food in general. Why would she help destroy a farm that's such a great example of all the things she supposedly stands for? I didn't know, but I intended to find out. Julie leaned over to Holly. She was whispering, but with some quick adjustments to the microphone controls, I could still hear her. There's a problem, she was saying, peering inside the dining room. That girl. She jabbed her finger in George's direction. She's been at the farm with her friends, including that little detective girl Sam met the night of the buffet. I don't think for a minute that someone her age could outsmart us, but I don't really feel comfortable talking turkey with her so close. Holly followed her eyes, nodding. Maybe we should go somewhere else, she whispered. George is pretty smart. Julie stood up from the table. We'll drive somewhere, she said. Find a Starbucks or something. I could actually really go for a frappuccino. My stomach sank. If Holly and Julie left, all of George's hard work reattaching the mic to the outside table would be for naught, and my plan would be shot. Again. There was no way I could follow them and inconspicuously plant a microphone at a new location, which meant I wouldn't get the full story. Not to mention there was no way Officer Bailey would follow, especially if Julie and Holly went to another town. I'd have to kiss goodbye to the idea of a recording that could stop Julie from hurting Sam. There was only one thing I could do, and it scared me senseless. George! I hissed at my friend, who was bussing some tables in the corner. She looked up and walked over. You know, she said, some people raise a hand in the air and say, Excuse me, miss. I'm not trying to order a cappuccino, I said, pulling off my headphones and handing them to George. I need you to listen for a minute. George frowned. Okay, but no more than a minute, because, Nancy, you know if I'm gone any longer, Lydia will freak. She's probably ready to kill me over this whole thing already. We turned back and looked at Lydia. She was wearing headphones of her own and staring at her laptop screen. When she saw us looking, she made a wild gesture for George to get back to the dining room. 1 minute, George called out in a weirdly high voice, holding up one finger. You have 1 minute, Nancy. That's all I need. I burst out of the kitchen before I could lose my nerve and walked straight through the dining room and over to Julie and Holly's table outside. Hi, Julie. Hi, Holly, I said loudly. I think we need to talk. I lowered my voice. You know about what? Both of them turned to me. Julie's expression turned murderous when she realized who I was. What are you doing here? She asked with a sneer. I think you know, I said, willing myself to stay calm. The thing is, Julie, I managed to get a photo of you on my phone last night. Blown up on the computer, the photo is clear. It's pretty easy to identify you. Julie turned pale. I looked over at the squad car, hoping to catch Officer Bailey's attention. Except the squad car was empty. What the? Is that so? Julie smiled at me, a sickly sweet grin that made my stomach do a flip. She leaned closer. That's very interesting, Nancy. I'm not going to lie. I think you should get into my car so we can go somewhere and discuss this further. I snorted. You think I'm going to get into a car with you? I asked. Do I look that crazy? Julie leaned back and folded her arms on the table. No, she said, but I think you love your father that much. My father? What does this have to do with my dad? I asked. Julie tilted her head. You've probably guessed this already since you're such an ace detective, she said in a sarcastic tone. But Jack is working with us. She glanced at Holly. Holly's mouth dropped open, but her expression gave nothing away. He has the gun I used outside the chicken coop last night. I had a feeling you might be a problem for me today, so Jack is currently sitting in a rental car outside your house, just waiting for the call from me, she said. She held out her hand, pistol style, and mimicked shooting. Bang, bang. Is your dad home today, Nancy? He was. In fact, I'd said goodbye to him less than an hour before. I don't believe you, I said quietly. Julie smiled again, a cold smile. How much do you not believe me? She asked, pulling a phone from her purse. Enough to stake your father's life on it? I lost my breath. No, and Julie knew it. Without thinking, I turned and looked into the cafe to see if George was watching. She was, in fact. She'd moved out of the kitchen and was standing just inside the dining room, headphones on, holding the tablet. She was looking at me like I'd lost my mind. Your friend had better come too. Julie's voice was low, threatening. I know she's in on this with you. I turned back to her to see that she'd seen me look at George, and worse, Holly was glancing between us nervously. I saw something in her eyes that looked like genuine fear. If either one of you screams, I'll make that call to Jack. I'm sure he could make a visit to George's house, too. Understand? I swallowed hard and gazed desperately at the squad car. It was still empty. George stepped out of the cafe, and I squinted past her into the dining room, hoping to see Lydia watching. But she must have still been in the kitchen/office. I looked at George, trying to put all the, I'm sorry I looked back, I was feeling into my frantic expression. We were about to get into a car with a total maniac, and nobody would know. How did this all go so wrong? Julie stood, and Holly slowly got to her feet, too. You're going to walk calmly to the car, Julie said, like nothing is wrong. George looked at me, her eyes glassy with fear, and gave a slight nod, as if to say, let's do what they say. She left the tablet and headphones inside the cafe and met us outside. Together, we walked slowly to Jack and Julie's gray sedan. Julie followed, smiling like we were all going on a picnic, and unlocked the doors, encouraging us all to climb in, don't be shy. George and I settled ourselves in the back seat. Julie and Holly slammed the doors, and there was a loud click as they locked. I reached instantly for the handle on the inside of the door, but it wouldn't budge. Child locks, I mouthed to George. We couldn't unlock the doors and get out, even if we were willing to escape a moving car. We had to go wherever Julie wanted to take us. I glanced out the window just in time to spot Officer Bailey leading 2 teenage boys out of an alley down the street. I recognized the teens as Toby Farrelly and Steve Minerva, 2 boys who were known throughout River Heights to have a rather colorful history with the law. Each of them was holding 2 cans of spray paint. Of course, I realized. Officer Bailey must have seen an actual crime being committed and decided to go after the vandals. It only made sense, since he hadn't exactly been excited to be keeping an eye on me to begin with. I tried the door handle one more time, then the electric windows, but neither worked. Finally, I gave up and just pounded on the window. "Officer Bailey!" I screamed as loud as I possibly could. "Help us! She's kidnapping us! Officer Bailey!" Our car peeled out of its space just as a hand smacked me hard across the face. I blinked and looked up front. Holly had hit me. Julie had both hands on the wheel. "You'll pay for that," Julie said darkly, anger seeming to emanate from her body. I didn't doubt that I would, but I had only one chance to get Officer Bailey's attention. I looked back at him. He was watching our car speed off. Did he see me? Chapter 13. Into the Woods. "What do we do with them?" Holly asked hesitantly. She shot a nervous glance at the back seat where George and I were watching them curiously. "What do you think we do with them?" Julie spat. "They know everything, Holly. We can't just drop them off at their parents' houses." "Maybe," Holly said slowly, "maybe we could take them somewhere and lock them up. My grandparents have a summer cottage I don't think is being used right now. It's about an hour away, but—" "That's not enough, Holly!" Julie's voice was as sharp as a knife. "They can't be out there, knowing what they know." I looked at George in alarm. "They're going to kill us." She looked at me and said nothing, but a tear escaped from her left eye. I felt like my heart might explode. To keep sane, I decided to do the only thing I knew how to do in this situation, get the criminal talking. "What exactly happened, Julie?" I asked in as gentle a voice as I could manage. "I mean, there must be a reason you did what you did." Julie let out a rueful laugh. "Oh, there was a reason," she said. "I lost my job last year, as you know. It was a very lucrative, high-paying job. Losing it was a pretty huge blow. Jack's a lawyer, sure, but half the cases he works are pro bono. We burned through our savings really fast. We started having trouble paying the mortgage on our apartment. We couldn't afford the payments on our cars and had to give one up." She paused. "Meanwhile," she said, "my wealthy father-in-law, who, back in the day, had more money than Jack or I could shake a stick at, helped one sick girl's family and decided to pursue this cockamamie organic farm idea, sinking half his net worth into it. Did I mention that Sam had left Jack half his estate in his will? Jack and I watched our inheritance dwindle for more than a year. Then I got pregnant, and I decided I had to do something about the farm." George cleared her throat. I could tell she was scared. "But isn't this kind of extreme?" she asked. "I mean, if your ultimate goal is just to get him to sell the farm, now you're kidnapping us? Maybe hurting us," I finished for her. But George's voice was gone. She couldn't say it. "It wasn't meant to go this far," Julie said with a sigh. "I mean, the farm was already struggling. I thought Sam would only need one really disastrous year to realize what a big mistake he'd made. Hence the contaminate the vegetables with E. coli plan. I wasn't exactly thrilled about the idea of giving myself E. coli, but I had my family to think about. I figured once word got around that Black Creek Farm was selling vegetables that could actually make you sick, that would do it. But the thing is," Julie let out a crazy laugh, "Sam didn't give up." "He loves the farm," I said, wanting to keep her arguing with me. "He does," said Julie, "and he kept fighting and got you and your friends involved.
I realized the stakes had to get higher, faster. I knew that Sam was a softie. I knew he wouldn't put up with danger to his family. She suddenly pulled into a parking lot. I looked around. Kepner Park. It was a large park just outside River Heights that had a small pond and hiking trails. "Anyway," Julie said, turning back to face us with that same deranged smile, "now we're going to go for a hike." I looked at George. She wants us to get out into the woods and do something to us, I realized. Maybe something so horrible that will never come out. George looked like she had reached this conclusion as well. "Come on." Lifting her phone and giving it a little shake, Julie herded us out of the car and onto the blue hiking trail. I looked around at the parking lot, heart pounding, wondering if this was the last piece of civilization I'd see. But then Julie shoved me along. "Let's go." We walked down the trail for maybe half a mile, then Julie stopped us. "Into the woods," she commanded. I felt my stomach clench. This is bad. This is really bad. But for once, my mind was blank. I didn't know what else to do. George and I followed Julie's commands and left the trail, walking farther until we reached a small clearing. "What are you going to do to us?" George demanded. Julie smiled, pulling a long, sharp-looking knife from her purse. There was still red on the blade. Julie looked at it and laughed. "Sorry, girls, there may still be some chicken blood on there," she said. I felt like I was going to be sick. I reached into my pocket, trying to dial my dad on the phone without being detected. Do I even have service? I couldn't tell if my fingers were hitting the right buttons. Julie moved closer to me and held up the knife, her hands shaking. "You're first," she said, "since you're the sneaky one." I felt like I was in a nightmare. I wanted to scream or run, but my feet were rooted to the spot. Julie held the knife high. It gleamed in the sun. "No!" Holly's voice suddenly split the air. "Julie, don't!" Julie turned and glared at her accomplice. "What's your problem now?" "It's not worth this," Holly said, and as she moved closer, I could see that her face was ghostly white. "Listen, I'm passionate about this CSA and the principles it stands for. So when I agreed to contaminate those vegetables at the buffet, I only did it because you're my best friend and you were desperate. But you swore no one would get hurt. And I'm not okay with hurting people, Julie, especially not kids." She gestured helplessly at George and me. Julie stepped closer to Holly and held out the knife. "Holly," she said in a cool voice, "if I'm willing to get rid of 2 teenagers over this, why would you assume I'm not willing to get rid of you?" I gasped. Had our last hope of making Julie see reason been defeated? But then I heard the slightest bit of movement. I turned toward the trees we'd walked through to enter the clearing and spotted Officer Bailey creeping forward with a gun trained on Julie. I took in a breath, but he held his finger to his lips and I forced myself to look away. "Freeze! Drop your weapon!" Julie turned around, startled to face Officer Bailey and 3 of his finest colleagues, all with guns trained on her. Relief washed over me like a hot bath on a cold day. He did see me, I realized with satisfaction. The ruckus I'd made just before Julie raced out of her parking space had worked. Julie struggled, but eventually the police forced her to drop her weapon. I was beginning to realize that Julie was seriously out of her mind. Clearly, the woman had no idea when to give up. When the knife was down, I nearly collapsed with relief. I ran to George and hugged her as hard as I could. "Please forgive me," I cried. "Please, please, 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 George." "Forgive you for what?" she asked, pulling back with an expression of genuine confusion. "For looking back at you in the cafe," I said, thinking it was obvious. "If I hadn't done that, they might not have made you get into the car with me." George shook her head. "Nancy, they saw me earlier. I waited on them." "But..." "Shh,"
she said, hugging me hard again. I would have done the same thing, and honestly, I'm just glad we're alive to tell the tale. Once Julie and Holly had been handcuffed and led out to the police cruiser, Officer Bailey came back to lead George and me back to the parking lot. Just as we got there, a familiar car squealed into the parking lot, stopping short. The door flung open, and my dad came running out toward us. He grabbed me in a big hug, then pulled back and looked us both over. "Are you girls okay?" he asked. "Nancy, what on earth are you doing working a case this dangerous without my help?" I shrugged, not sure what to say. "It didn't seem that dangerous at the beginning," I said honestly. "I mean, who knew people could get this worked up about organic farming?" Chapter 14. Harvest Time. "Ooh, it's really getting chilly," said Bess, pulling her wool cardigan tighter around her as we moved through the buffet line in the outdoor tent. "The growing season's almost over." "And thanks to Nancy," Abby said with a smile as she spooned some eggplant curry onto our plates. "Black Creek Farm has had a very successful year after all." We were back at Black Creek a few months after all the excitement. Sam had invited George, Bess, Ned, and me for an end-of-harvest dinner and celebration. The farm looked incredibly beautiful, covered in all its fall foliage. Pumpkins were growing in half the fields now, and Abby said they were having great luck selling them at the farm stand and at local farmers markets. "How is Jack doing?" I asked Abby. "He's right behind you," she said with a wink. "You can ask him yourself." I turned around and found, sure enough, a tired-looking but cheerful Jack, holding a baby boy in a carrier. "Nancy," he greeted me. "Have you met Owen?" "This is Owen?" I asked, leaning in and gently touching the baby's tiny curled-up fist. Jack nodded, smiling. "He almost slept 6 hours straight last night." I laughed. "Is that good or bad?" "It's good," Jack said. "For his age, it's very, very good. But anyway, thank goodness for my parents. If they weren't here, if they hadn't offered to let us move in, I don't know what I'd be doing." After the dust had settled in the case against Julie, it had become clear that Julie had been lying about Jack sitting outside my house with the gun. Jack really hadn't known anything about her plan to convince Sam to close Black Creek Farm. Julie had the baby shortly after being placed in custody and was still in jail, awaiting trial along with Holly. Things didn't look good for Julie, but Abby had told me that Jack still brought baby Owen to visit her every other week. Their marriage was over, but Jack wanted Owen to know his mother. "I'm so glad it's working out for you," I said honestly. "You look happy." Jack smiled. "You know what? I am happy," he said. "This isn't how I pictured this happening at all, but the whole experience has brought me a lot closer to my family, and it's made me realize all the silly, petty things I was worried about before Owen was born, complaining about my inheritance, which Julie clearly took a lot more seriously than I thought. None of that matters. The more I learn about the farm, the more I like it. I'm just enjoying getting to live here with my parents." "It sounds like you've really come around to Black Creek," I said, smiling. "I have," Jack admitted. "It's a great place, and I'm excited for this little guy to grow up here." Just then I spotted someone I really wanted to see out of the corner of my eye. I asked Jack if he could excuse me, put my plate down on a table, and ran over. "Sam!" The gray-haired, rosy-cheeked farmer turned and faced me with a big smile. "Nancy, I'm so glad you and your friends could come." "How are you feeling?" I asked. "I'm great," said Sam. "Not completely cured, but it looks like the first round of chemo is working, and my doctors seem optimistic." "That's fantastic!" I cried. "It is," Sam agreed. "Plus, the farm is thriving. I mean, look at all the people here. This is only about half of our CSA members. It's weird, but the publicity we got from the whole Julie debacle has really driven a lot of customers our way. We're breaking even for this year, and if this continues, it looks like we'll do much better next year."
I'm really happy for you, I said sincerely. I'd grown fond of Sam in the short time we'd worked together. It was great to see how his life had turned around in just a few short months. Well, we have you to thank, Nancy, Sam said, patting my shoulder. Meeting you at that buffet was the best thing that could have happened to me. I'll never be able to thank you enough for what you've done for our family. I shrugged. Give me a hug and we'll be square. So he did, and we were. I went back to pick up my plate and move through the rest of the buffet. Then I joined George, Bess, and Ned at a small table at the edge of the tent. They had already dug into their dinner, which they all agreed was delicious. I took a bite and let out a little sigh of pleasure. This tastes amazing, I said. George smiled. So, Nancy, she said with a mischievous look, has working on this case made you want to get more involved in the growing of your food? I poked a carrot with my fork. Actually, I admitted, I think I'm done with farms for a while. Though I did sign my family up for the Black Creek CSA next year. Dear Diary, though it's far from an ideal situation, I'm happy that Jack is making the most of it at Black Creek Farm. And who knows, maybe little Owen will grow up to follow in his grandfather's footsteps. I'm just relieved that Sam can continue to follow his dream, with his family supporting him every step of the way. And luckily for my dad and me, Hannah has already started planning healthy menus around our Black Creek Farm CSA share. For now, though, I have to run. Copyright 2015 by Simon & Schuster, Inc. Production copyright 2015 by Oasis Audio, under arrangement with Aladdin, an imprint of Simon & Schuster Children's Publishing Division. Oasis audio titles are available wherever audiobooks are sold and on our website, oasisaudio.com. Oasis Audio presents The Nancy Drew Diaries Number 10, A Script for Danger, by Carolyn, Keene. Read for you by Georgina Marie. Chapter 1. Action on the Set. I think I'm going to faint. Bess Marvin, my best friend, lifted up her sunglasses and surveyed the scene in front of us. It was a hot morning in late June, and we had just arrived at the River Heights train station, which was filled with giant trucks, trailers, and a few dozen spectators, all waiting as anxiously as we were. He's just a person, snorted George Fane, my other best friend, and Bess's cousin. Although she and Bess are related, they are complete opposites. Take their outfits this morning. Bess was dressed in an elegant blue wrap dress with intricate embroidery along the neckline.
Her hair curled softly around her face, and she was wearing just the right amount of mascara to make her lashes look natural but flirty, according to her. George, on the other hand, was not pleased about getting up so early and could barely be bothered to throw on a pair of cut-off jean shorts and a faded t-shirt that had been through one too many spin cycles. "Ned texted me to say that he saved us a good spot," I said, shepherding my friends through the small but eager crowd in the parking lot. Many people were holding signs that read, "Brian, I love you," and "River Heights welcomes Brian Newsome." Although I wasn't as starstruck as Bess, I certainly felt like this was a special moment. A real film crew was about to start shooting a movie in River Heights. The director, Alex Burgess, had worked in my dad's law office before pursuing his dream of directing films. Neither my dad nor I were surprised when Alex made the move to Los Angeles. Although he had been a diligent paralegal, he'd always been obsessed with movies. Alex had struggled at first, working in a diner while writing the screenplay for his film The Hamilton Inn. His sacrifices had paid off, though, and now here he was, ready to bring his story to the silver screen. But it wasn't Alex the crowd had come to see. It was the star of his film, Brian Newsome, who played a handsome doctor on the hit television drama Hospital Tales. As my friends and I made our way through the shrieking fans, I noticed that many of the girls in the crowd were dressed as nicely as Bess was. "Nancy, over here." My boyfriend Ned Nickerson stood at the front of the crowd with a camera around his neck. He freelances as a part-time photographer for the River Heights Bugle. Bess barely said hello to Ned, craning her neck toward the side of the parking lot. "Have you seen him yet?" Ned smiled. "Brian should be here in about 15 minutes, Bess." I caught George rolling her eyes and grinned. George usually has little patience for Bess's celebrity crushes. "Nancy, I cannot believe you know the director of an actual movie. This is so cool," Bess continued. I nodded, adding, "It's really generous of Alex to invite us here to see the set." George yawned. "Why is the coffee cart closed?" she grumbled. Besides not being a morning person, she also hated being hungry. The combination of the two had turned her into a full-on grouch. Several businesses in and around the train station had to shut down for the day to accommodate the shoot, I explained, so Alex wanted to do something special for the business owners and employees to thank them, especially because he's from River Heights. "So they lost a whole day of business and all they have to show for it is a photograph with some fake doctor?" George snorted. Hospital Tales is one of the most watched shows on television," Bess snapped, "and Brian Newsome happens to be an amazing actor, Georgia." Everyone knows that the best way to ruffle George's feathers is to call her by her real name, but I jumped in before George could unleash a snarky comeback. "The movie is paying all the businesses, too," I said, "and Alex invited a few old River Heights friends to come to today's photo op, like my father and me. He thinks it will be helpful to have familiar faces here." "We're lucky," Ned agreed, looking up from his camera. "I've heard that most movie sets are closed to the public because of issues with security and sound and—" "Psycho fans?" George smirked, elbowing Bess, who ignored her. "They're going to ask everyone to leave the set before they start shooting," I announced. "Leave where?" Bess asked hopefully. "Where does the set end?" "Technically, the set refers to the area that will be on camera," Ned replied, "but I'm guessing they'll clear out the whole train station and the parking lot, because it's filled with their trucks and trailers. Sorry, Bess." "So what's this movie about, anyway?" George asked, yawning again. "All I know is what I read in the Bugle," I said. "It's a mystery about a brother and sister who move back to their hometown to run their family's old rundown hotel, which might be haunted." Bess added, "Brian Newsome will be playing Dylan Hamilton, and Zoe French is going to be playing his sister Malika. Zoe's done some television as well as theater and commercials, but the Hollywood Times thinks that the Hamilton Inn could be her big break." "I guess those are for the actors, then." I pointed toward the parking lot entrance, where 3 long white trailers were lined up. One of the trailers had 2 doors labeled Dylan and Malika. The door to an especially tall trailer was cracked open slightly, and I could see racks of clothes lining the walls. I figured that was the costume trailer. It was impressive, really. The vehicles, the bright lights, the crew members wheeling crates and trunks of equipment around, the tangle of wires running all over the ground. "Wow," I said. "Making a movie is a lot more complicated than pointing a camera and yelling, 'Action.'" "No kidding," George muttered. "I just wonder how they feed all the actors." Ned grinned. "There are pots of coffee and pastries, George." He pointed to a table covered in breakfast goodies that was set up near the entrance to the train station. "For us?" George's eyes widened with joy. "That's what I heard." Ned laughed. "Plus, isn't that Mayor Scarlet chowing down on a bagel over there? She isn't part of the crew." "If you say so, Ned." George trotted off happily. I smiled at Bess. We both knew that the best way to improve George's mood was by promising free food. As George waited in line for breakfast, I noticed a 40-something woman in a wide-brimmed straw hat and brightly colored floral pants speaking angrily to Mayor Scarlet. I was toying with the idea of trying to get closer to hear what she was saying when something bumped softly into the side of my head. "Oops, sorry," a voice apologized. I turned to see a pale girl in her early 20s holding a metal pole with a professional-looking video camera attached to the top of it. I could barely see her features underneath her heavy, dark-rimmed glasses. A lone wisp of her chestnut-brown hair was visible from underneath a white baseball cap. I suddenly recognized the girl's face. "Cora? Cora Burgess, is that you?" I asked. She nodded, eyeing me suspiciously. "I'm Nancy Drew, Carson Drew's daughter. Alex used to work for my dad." I stuck out my hand. She raised her eyebrows in recognition. "Oh, right. Hi, Nancy." After a few seconds of awkward silence, she took my hand in a feeble shake. Cora was Alex's younger sister, and I'd met her a few times when she visited her brother in my dad's office. As I remembered, she hadn't been terribly friendly back then either. Just then, George returned with a cinnamon roll in one hand and a croissant in the other. "You guys should get over there if you want some. All the good stuff is going fast," she announced. "No thanks," Cora replied, looking disgusted. "That food has been sitting out since, 6 a.m. "Hey, as I remember, it was your dream to go to film school, Cora," I said, changing the subject. Cora nodded slowly. "Yeah, I'm in my second year. I'm doing a behind-the-scenes documentary about Alex's movie this summer." "Wow, that's amazing," Bess exclaimed, clearly impressed. Before I could introduce my friends, Cora said, "Excuse me, I have to get back to it. Nice to see you, Nancy." She disappeared into the crowd. "You'd think she'd be more excited about being behind the scenes on a real film set," George remarked. Flaky bits of croissant fell onto her shirt, and she brushed them off. "Well, it was her dream to be a filmmaker," I shrugged. "Maybe she's jealous that her brother just changed careers." I snapped my fingers, "and is already directing a movie of his own." Ned smiled and patted my shoulder affectionately. "That's our Nancy," he chuckled. "Always looking for motives, even when there's no mystery." Bess and George smirked. It's true that I have a knack for sleuthing. My friends like to tease me about it sometimes, but when I'm working on a case, they're always right by my side. Together we've solved more than a few big mysteries. "Oh, there he is!" Bess's excited shriek was nearly drowned out by a chorus of others. A black town car pulled up next to one of the trailers, and Brian Newsom stepped out. I could see why he was so popular. His dark brown hair waved perfectly over his strong, square forehead. His sharp blue eyes had a friendly glint as he smiled, revealing a row of gleaming white teeth. Ned ducked in front of the crowd to get photographs. Bess jumped up and down, practically hyperventilating. "I can't believe Brian Newsom is in River Heights right now," she squealed. "I have to get his autograph and a picture of him and a handshake." She hurried off behind Ned. "We might need a medic for that one," I joked to George, who shook her head. "He's just a person," she repeated. although I guess he is cute in a famous movie star kind of way. Moments later, a blue sedan pulled into the parking lot and Alex, the director, got out of the passenger seat. He looked exactly as I remembered him, tall and skinny with hazel eyes and stick-straight brown hair that seemed to be growing in every which way. He was wearing a plaid shirt, dark jeans, and tennis shoes. The driver of the car, a caramel-haired, big-eyed woman in her 30s, walked beside Alex. She was wearing black jeans, a black t-shirt, and black sneakers, and she had a serious expression on her face. Finally, a tiny, stunning young woman emerged from the back seat. She had the longest, curliest dark hair I'd ever seen, with olive skin and deep dimples in her cheeks. She was dressed in a ruffled blouse with jeans, accessorized with worn cowboy boots and a tangle of silver necklaces. Nobody paid much attention to this trio, however. All eyes were on Brian, as he happily posed for photos with excited fans. Even Mayor Scarlett was among the people who had collected around the television star. "It is such an honor to have an actor of your caliber in our small town," she gushed. Brian looked at her like it was the nicest thing anyone had ever said to him. "It's an honor to be here, Mayor Scarlett. When I read Alex's script, I knew I had to be a part of it. I even turned down the lead role in the Blue Ranger film because their shooting schedules overlapped." I raised my eyebrows at George, who, as usual, was glued to her smartphone. "What Blue Ranger film?" I whispered. She frantically typed on her touchscreen. "A huge superhero movie that's going to start filming in a month," she replied after a few seconds. "It's based on a comic book, and apparently the budget is—" George almost choked on the words. $200 million! Brian stood before his adoring crowd and announced, "Thank you all so much for coming. I have to step into my trailer for a moment, but I hope to have the chance to meet each of you in the coming days." He walked toward the trailer labeled Dylan before anyone, including Bess, could get an autograph. She came back to stand with us, dejected. "I was so close," she cried. "Don't worry," I comforted her. "I'm sure Alex can make it happen." Right at that moment, Alex noticed us and started waving. "Nancy, hey, thanks for coming." He ran over and grabbed my hand excitedly. "Hi, Alex," I replied, shaking firmly. "These are my friends Bess and George, and my boyfriend Ned is over there taking photos. My dad really wanted to be here, but he got stuck in a deposition this morning." "Oh, that's fine. I know how it gets with Carson." Alex winked. "Anyway, stick around and I'll introduce you to Brian later. He's really nice." The woman in black pulled him away toward a podium. I caught Bess's eye, which looked like it was about to pop out of its socket at the mention of having an actual conversation with Brian. Meanwhile, Cora had repositioned herself and was standing next to me again, fiddling with her camera. "Who's that?" I asked, gesturing toward the woman in black. Cora glanced up. "Oh, that's Lally. She's the producer." George's ears perked up. "I've always wondered what a movie producer actually does." "Lally does everything," Cora replied. "She gave Alex notes on his script, made the budget, found the investors, and negotiated all the contracts. It's her job to make the director's vision a reality from beginning to end." George digested this information and asked, "So Alex decides how he wants the movie to look and feel, and Lally makes it happen?" Cora nodded. "Within reason, of course. But Lolly's been doing this for years. Alex is lucky to have someone like her on his first film. You know, because he's still so green." She made a face and ambled away. After she had gone, George said, "The only person who seems green to me is Cora. Green with envy." Bess nodded. "You might be right about her, Nancy." A loud whistle silenced everyone, and a high-pitched female voice rose from the front of the crowd. "Hi, everybody!" An Indian girl in skinny jeans with her dark hair piled on top of her head stood on a black wooden box, brandishing a bullhorn. She was wearing a plain t-shirt and cargo pants with a headset strapped on her head. "I'm Nisa, the first assistant director for the Hamilton Inn," she boomed. "We're going to arrange a formal photo for the Bugle, so everyone please move to one side, okay?" Nisa walked over to the food table where a grisly-looking man in his 60s was refilling the coffee machine, replenishing the pastries and laying out an assortment of other snacks. He was dressed in a khaki vest and sun hat that made him look like he was about to go fishing. "Sal, I'm going to need you to move craft services over to the other side of the lot," Nisa instructed.
"Are you kidding me, Nisa? This is where you told me to put it. You want it moved, you move it."
Sal's loud voice and harsh tone caught the attention of several bystanders. "Why does it always have to be like this with you, Sal?" Nisa sighed, and a young man in his 20s came to help her move the table. I noticed that the man, probably an assistant, was formally dressed in a pressed white shirt and khakis, which made him stand out from the t-shirt and jeans-clad members of the crew.
"Be careful," Sal groaned. "You better not break anything."
"Wow, someone sure woke up on the wrong side of the bed," Bess observed, as Sal threw up his hands and marched away angrily, disappearing somewhere behind the trailers. Alex stood in front of the crowd and spoke into a microphone.
"Our producer Lally and I would like to thank the citizens of River Heights who have been so supportive of the Hamilton Inn. We're pretty stoked to be working in my hometown."
Everyone cheered. Lally took the microphone from him to say, "I'd especially like to thank Mayor Scarlett for allowing us to film here." The mayor beamed as she stepped forward and stood next to Alex. I suddenly heard sharp tones and a scuffle behind where we were standing, right in front of the trailer housing the bathrooms.
"I don't have time for that right now."
I turned around to see Brian speaking sharply to the well-dressed man who'd helped move Sal's table. George noticed too and threw me a quizzical look. Brian had lowered his voice to an angry grumble, so it was impossible to hear what he was saying, but his body language indicated that they were still arguing. Meanwhile, Alex invited the curly-haired actress to stand next to him.
"This is Zoe French, the co-star of the Hamilton Inn," he said proudly. "She's going to be a big deal one day, so get a picture now before she's on every magazine cover."
Zoe stood with poise. "Thanks, Alex," she said. "I'm really proud to be a part of this."
Alex continued, "And finally, the star of our film. You all know him from Hospital Tales, Brian Newsom. Where are you, Brian?"
Alex searched for his lead actor, who finally emerged from the back of the crowd, beaming. Brian joined the rest of the crew and Mayor Scarlett as they posed for the cameras. Just as the camera flashes started to go off, a hissing noise echoed throughout the parking lot. It seemed to be coming from behind a truck that was parked right next to Alex, the mayor, and the actors. Before anyone could react, a deafening explosion ripped through the air. Chapter 2. Snap, Crackle, Pop. Screams could be heard above the crackling and popping noises. Brian lunged and draped his arms over Zoe and Lolly, pulling them down protectively. "Everyone get down!" someone shouted. Bess, George, and I huddled on the cement. As soon as the noises stopped and we shakily stood up, I saw Lally spring to her feet. A dark-haired man in a black fleece vest and a tool belt jogged toward the truck where the sounds had come from. "Spencer, be careful!" Lally called after him. I looked around at the shocked faces of the crowd. Ned rushed over to us. "Are you guys okay?" he asked. I nodded. "That was really scary," Bess whispered, shivering. "I know," I replied. "Even though my years of sleuthing have put me in more than a few dangerous situations, it never gets any easier." "Everyone all right over here?" Nisa was moving through the crowd. "Yeah, we're fine," I told her. "Did anyone get hurt?" As I brushed myself off, I noticed that the crowd was moving closer to the site of the explosion, just as curious as I was. Nisa shook her head. "I don't think so, thankfully. I'm sure everything's fine, but the gaffer Spencer, that's a fancy word for an electrician on a film set, went with Lolly to check it out. It's safer for all of us to stay put until we know what's going on," she said. I could tell from her voice that she was more rattled than she was letting on. Moments later, Spencer, the man in the fleece, emerged from behind the truck holding an unplugged coffee machine, which was covered in the burnt remains of
"Fireworks,"
he announced. "Someone put fireworks in the coffee machine," Lolly called out matter-of-factly, walking up behind him.
Meanwhile, Brian seemed especially concerned about the people around him, making sure Zoe's shirt hadn't been ruined and calming down Mayor Scarlet. Cora stood among the bystanders, capturing the whole scene on camera. "I thought famous actors were supposed to be self-centered and erratic," George mused. Bess watched Brian with admiration in her eyes. "Not Brian. He has a reputation for being really generous. He volunteers at a soup kitchen, and his dog is a rescue." I was barely listening as Bess gushed. Now that I knew everyone was safe, the wheels in my head began to turn. Why on earth would someone put fireworks in a coffee machine? I wondered out loud. "It's a mystery to me," George commented casually, but we locked eyes when she said the word mystery. Was this a real-life case of sabotage on the set of Alex's film? I wanted to banish the thought from my mind, but my detective instincts had already started to kick in. After cracking so many cases, I've learned to listen to my gut. Nearby, I heard a voice come over Nisa's walkie-talkie. "Does anyone know where Sal is?" Nisa pressed a button to respond. "I haven't seen him since we moved his table." "You don't think he did this, do you?" I couldn't help offering some insight. I tapped Nisa on the shoulder. "You know, Cora was filming the whole time." I pointed at Alex's sister. "Maybe she has some footage of the explosion?" Nisa pressed her glittery pink lips together thoughtfully. "Great idea," she said. "I'm Nisa, by the way. I'm the first assistant director, in case you didn't hear me screaming earlier." "I'm Nancy Drew, and these are my friends Bess, George, and Ned. I'm an old friend of Alex's." Nisa nodded gratefully before shoving her way through the crowd to where Cora was filming. "Thanks again, Nancy," she called over her shoulder. Meanwhile, Alex took the podium again. "I'd like to apologize for the shock, everyone. It appears that this was just a harmless prank." Most of the crowd, dazed by all the chaos, started to leave. "Thank you again for supporting our film," Alex proclaimed sincerely. "Maybe the ghosts of the Hamilton Inn are trying to tell us to get to work." He laughed weakly at his own joke, but his somber expression revealed how much the incident had upset him. As the crowd trickled out of the parking lot, Ned packed up his camera. "I have to get back to the office and turn in these photos, Nance. They asked me to shoot a piece on the 4th of July Carnival next." The annual 4th of July Carnival was one of River Heights' biggest events. He kissed me on the cheek. "I would offer you a ride, but I know you'd never abandon a crime scene." I half smiled at how well Ned knew me. "I'm just worried about Alex," I replied. "Let me know how it goes. I'll call you tonight." Ned patted my shoulder affectionately before darting off. "Alex does look overwhelmed," Bess observed. "Should we go see if he needs any help?" I was thinking the same thing. As Bess, George, and I made our way over to him, I heard Mayor Scarlet speaking to someone walking alongside her. I only caught the tail end of their conversation. "It worries me. Maybe Roberta Ely was right," the mayor muttered. Before I could wonder who that was, Lolly's voice boomed out. "Come on, people! Time costs money, and we don't have much of either." The crew was like a machine, with hundreds of different moving parts. Each person seemed to know exactly what his or her job entailed, and how it fit into the bigger picture. Right now, people were hustling to set up lights around the train station's entryway. A circle of crew members surrounded Alex, firing questions at him from every direction. "The darker jeans don't fit her. How about the blue leggings instead?" "I don't know if that angle is going to look the way it does in the storyboards. What do you think about changing the lens?" "Do we really need 2 close-ups?" As soon as he saw us approaching, though, Alex broke apart from the group. "Nancy, I was just about to call you to make sure you didn't leave," he said breathlessly. He motioned for us to join him a few feet away from the train station. "I can't believe that fireworks stunt," he said, keeping his voice low. "Did people seem really freaked out?" "It was startling," I said, choosing my words carefully so as not to upset him even more. But everyone calmed down once it became clear that nobody was hurt. Just then, Lolly came over and glanced at Bess, George, and me. "Alex, can we talk?" "Sure. Lolly, this is Nancy. She's Carson Drew's daughter, my old boss, and these are her friends, George and Bess." Lolly smiled stiffly, her mind clearly on other things. "Nice to meet you. Alex, I need to talk to you about what just happened." "Any idea who did it?" he asked. Lolly shifted her eyes. "Well, Sal didn't seem to be around when the firecrackers went off, so he has no clue as to who might have been tampering with the machine." "I noticed that there was some friction between Sal and Nisa," George observed. "Maybe Sal planted the firecrackers to mess with her." Lolly seemed surprised that we knew so much. "There's no way," she said. "I've worked with Sal many times, and he can be difficult, but he would never do something like this. He's a professional." "Are you sure, Lolly? He's pretty grumpy," Alex said, suspicion clouding his face. I could tell that Lolly didn't like being challenged, so I jumped in. "We also noticed Brian having an argument with a younger guy, the nicely dressed one." Lolly's phone started beeping, and she looked down, distracted. "Oh, that's Omar, Brian's assistant," Alex explained. "The most devoted assistant in the world. Don't worry, it wasn't him. He would rather die than do anything to mess with Brian's career." Alex rolled his eyes and directed my gaze to Brian's trailer. Omar was juggling a thermos, a coffee mug, and a small grocery bag, trying not to spill anything on his crisp shirt before reaching his boss's door. Just then, Spencer walked by, complaining about a lost pair of wire cutters. "Lolly, I'm pretty sure someone was messing around in our truck." Lolly threw up her hands. "We'll put another security guard down there, okay?" As soon as Spencer was gone, Lolly turned to Alex and said, "Maybe we should call the police. We need the crew and our prankster to know that we are taking this seriously." Alex considered this. "I think we should hold off," he replied. "It was probably just some local kids trying to get Brian's attention. We don't want police interrogating the crew, It'll make people uncomfortable." "I don't know." Lolly furrowed her brow. "What do you think, Nancy?" Alex asked, turning to me. "Is someone trying to hurt us?" "Not necessarily," I said. The firecrackers were clearly intended to make a statement. Even the people standing closest to the craft service table didn't get hurt. Did you see the coffee machine? The lid was shut tight. "She has a point, Lolly," Alex agreed. Okay, Lolly replied. "We'll hold off on the police for now." I could tell she was still uncertain, but they didn't have much time to discuss it any further, because Nisa trotted over to say, "Okay, Alex, we're ready to block the scene now." Alex invited us to stick around and watch the first shot, which of course drew squeals of excitement from Bess. As we followed him toward the train station, Nisa caught up to me. "Cora won't let anyone see her footage," she said, "but she says that she was on the other side of the parking lot the whole time, so all she got was the crowd's reaction. Any other ideas?" "Nope, haven't heard much," I told her, smiling weakly. I didn't want to share too much with Nisa at this point. It was too early to rule anyone out as a suspect. "Well, let me know if you think of anything, okay?" she said. After she had walked away, I turned to my friends. "Don't you think it's strange that Cora won't let anyone look at her footage?" I asked. "What are you saying? You think she did it, Nancy?" George asked. "Well, she certainly has a motive, jealousy, and she had plenty of opportunities to put the fireworks in the coffee machine." I chewed my lip. "No way," Bess insisted. "Siblings may fight, but they don't try to scare each other half to death. Plus, plenty of people could have planted those fireworks." "I suppose so," I mused. Cora was one of the few people on the crew who had a specific task during the reception. She wouldn't have had time to plant the fireworks, light them, and then make it all the way to the podium to get the photo op. "The suspect could have taken advantage of the fact that most of the crowd was focused on Brian," George added. "By the way, Bess, I think your shrieking damaged my hearing permanently." Bess didn't have a chance to come back with a witty retort, because another loud scream reverberated throughout the parking lot.
It soon became clear that the sound had come from the costume trailer. As we gathered around, a petite, dark-skinned girl with long braids emerged holding a light green sweater, covered in what looked like blood, Bess gasped. Chapter 3. Going Undercover. The girl with the braids seemed to be hyperventilating as Brian emerged from the trailer behind her. I noticed Cora's camera bouncing around nearby. She sure is diligent, I thought. At the rate things are going, Cora's behind-the-scenes documentary is going to be a horror film, George murmured, raising her eyebrows. Brian took the sweater and examined the thick red liquid smeared all over it. Raina, he nodded toward the girl with the braids, was just giving me my costume for the first scene. This is how we found it, he explained. I could tell he was trying to look brave. There's something dripping from the ceiling of the trailer. Lolly, who had run over as soon as she heard the scream, crossed her arms sternly over her chest. This is ridiculous. Let me get someone to climb up and check. Before she could even finish speaking, Brian had managed to get a foothold in the trailer's tiny window and hoist himself onto the roof. Brian, no! That's way too risky. Once Lolly realized she couldn't stop him, she grumbled under her breath. If something happens to him. She cringed as the star crept across the top of the trailer. It's fine, Brian shouted. Just ketchup. He leaned down to sniff the surface below his feet and added, mixed with chocolate syrup? The crowd emitted a collective sigh of relief. By the time Brian climbed down, Spencer was inside the trailer examining a hole in the ceiling. He walked back out, scratching his head. It looks like someone ripped a hole up there and poured that stuff down onto Brian's costume, which was on a hanger right below it, Spencer said. Another prank. Raina still looked terrified. Okay, sorry for all the commotion. I think I have a backup for him. Brian followed her back into the trailer, while Nisa addressed the rest of the observers. Okay, everyone, we're already running behind schedule, so let's move it. Everyone quickly went to work, but Alex motioned for George, Bess, and me to come over. Maybe I've seen too many movies, he muttered, but I can't help thinking that someone is trying to sabotage this one. It sure looks that way, I replied. Can you think of anyone who would want to stop the filming from happening? Alex laughed wryly. The film business is tough as nails. It's hard for me to think of someone who wouldn't want to see this project fall apart. Lolly strode across the parking lot toward us, her face serious. Maybe we were wrong not to call the police, Alex, she said. This is getting creepy. No, Alex replied firmly. The police will only slow down filming by questioning everyone. Plus, getting them involved will draw unwanted attention from the press. That's probably what the saboteur wants. We have to stay one step ahead of him. Or her. Okay, so what do you propose? Lolly asked. Alex pointed to me. I think Nancy should stick around and try to figure out what is going on. Lolly's confused expression prompted him to continue. I trust her. Mysteries are her specialty. I know it may sound strange, I offered, but I've actually been solving cases here in River Heights for years. Fine, Lolly said, but no one can find out what you're doing here. Alex nodded. Yes, you can go undercover. He paused. How about the three of you are journalists researching an article about the first movie to be filmed in River Heights? I noticed that his eyes sparkled whenever he was making up a story, no matter how small. What do you think? You can use your real names, too. The whole crew is from out of town, so nobody knows who you are. That makes sense, I said. My friends and I had gone undercover on plenty of cases before. Great. Let us know what you find out, Lolly replied dismissively. She seemed to be going along with the plan mostly to keep Alex happy. She then grabbed Alex's shoulders firmly but affectionately. Now we really have to get rolling. Come on, Alex. Are you psyched? Alex rubbed his hands together. It's time to make a movie, he exclaimed as he walked off toward Brian's trailer.
Meanwhile, Bess, George, and I hovered near the costume trailer. George's fingers flew across her smartphone as she typed the Hamilton Inn into a search engine. Alex wasn't kidding about people wanting him to fail, George said. Look at the comments on this article. She held out her phone so Bess and I could see what she was looking at. An article on a Hollywood industry website announcing the start of production on the Hamilton Inn. While a few of the comments were supportive, several were downright nasty. I've never heard of this Burgess guy, and this idea sounds dumb. Why would anyone finance this? And Brian Newsom is a no-talent jerk. Alex Burgess clearly doesn't know what he is doing. They're all saying horrible things about people they don't know, Bess noted grimly. Because they can do it anonymously, I said, handing George's phone back to her. Do you think these comments give us a clue about the suspect? George asked. George shook her head. I doubt it. These trolls mostly like tearing people down without words. I can't imagine one of them going out of his or her way to physically sabotage a movie shoot. Okay, so what about Sal? I asked. He had the easiest access to the chocolate syrup and the ketchup, as well as the coffee machine. But he wasn't around when the firecrackers went off, Bess countered. Remember? He got all huffy and stormed off. Yeah, but maybe he was cutting the hole in the costume trailer while we were all distracted by the fireworks, George pointed out. It's also possible that there is more than one suspect, I added. For now, let's focus on motive, since any number of people could have rigged one or both stunts. Just then, the costume trailer door opened and Brian and Alex stepped out. Brian looked as handsome as ever in a clean green sweater, distressed jeans, and worn-out work boots. Omar hovered nearby, probably ready to whisk him away somewhere, but Brian stopped to speak to us first. Hi, I'm Brian. Alex just told me that you're writing an article about the film. Bess had suddenly lost the ability to speak, so I offered an introduction. Yes, I'm Nancy. This is George, and over there is Bess. Have you spoken to my publicist? Brian asked. Any official interviews with me have to go through her first. Our editor will handle it, George said quickly. For now, we're just taking it all in. Bess only nodded in agreement. It's a crazy business, isn't it? Brian mused. When I was in drama school, I had a professor who told me, if you can see yourself doing anything else, you should be doing that instead. Making movies is only for people who feel as though they don't have a choice. His voice was honey smooth, and his commitment to his craft was undeniable. Anyway, what are your impressions so far? It's been a little more, eventful than I expected, George joked, but the cinnamon buns are top-notch. In a more serious tone, I asked, Aren't you scared, Brian? I mean, first the explosions, then the fake blood. Brian chuckled. Nah, he waved his hand. Probably just some bored kid trying to get attention. You've seen this kind of thing before? I asked. Brian paused for a moment, as if he were pondering a response. Omar piped up. No matter how organized a shoot is, something always goes wrong, huh, Brian? Oh, sure. On every set there's always something, he repeated. So you don't think any of this is unusual? I asked. Brian raised an eyebrow. I hope you write a real story about this movie, Nancy, instead of focusing on any dumb pranks, he said quietly. I wanted to ask if he knew of anyone who might want to harass him, but Omar's walkie-talkie crackled first. We're ready for a walkthrough. That's my cue. See you around, girls. Bye, Bess. Brian looked right at her. As soon as he was out of earshot, George and I turned to Bess, who seemed to be having trouble breathing again. George poked her. Are you okay? Bess found her voice and choked her words out. How can you be so calm? He's perfect. George, for once, nodded her head amiably. He's nice, I'll give you that. Especially when you talk to him, right, Nancy? Normally I would have joined George in teasing Bess, but right now I had too much on my mind. I also noticed that Raina was finally alone in the costume trailer. I'm going to try to dig up more about the bloody sweater,
I told my friends. "Can you keep an eye out here to see if anything else strange happens?" George and Bess nodded. I knocked on the trailer door, and when I didn't hear a response, pushed the door open gently. Raina was inside, ironing a shirt, and I noticed that her hands were shaking. She jumped about a foot in the air when she saw me standing there. "Hi, Raina. Sorry to startle you," I apologized. "I'm Nancy Drew, a friend of Alex's, and I'm writing an article about the movie. I just wanted to make sure you were all right." She let out a deep breath. "I haven't been a costume assistant for that long," she confessed. "I've never worked with a star as big as Brian. All this is sort of new to me." "So did you see anyone unexpected around the trailer before you noticed the blood?" I asked. Raina shook her head. "Nope, it was just the usual. Production assistants, actors, and a few extras. If there aren't any members of the costume department around, we usually lock up the trailer." "So when do you think someone might have cut the hole and poured the fake blood?" I questioned. "Well," Raina seemed to think for a moment, "I guess it could have been during the chaos after the fireworks." "Yes." She seemed to grow more confident. "After the explosion, I ran all the way across the parking lot to see what was going on. That would have been enough time for someone to climb up onto the roof and cut the hole in the ceiling." That confirmed George's earlier hunch. The person responsible for putting the blood on Brian's costume wasn't in any of the photographs that Ned had taken for the Bugle. Raina added, "I wouldn't have even noticed the fake blood if it hadn't been all over the first costume I pulled." She motioned to the racks of clothing that lined the walls of the trailer. It was true. If the hole in the ceiling had been slightly to the left or the right, the fake blood would have fallen on one of the other costumes instead of Brian's. And most of those were in plastic garment bags. "That means that either it's a coincidence or whoever did it knew which costume was coming up first," Raina finished. I noticed that every single costume was clearly labeled with the scene number, character name, and shoot day. It wouldn't have been that hard to figure out if someone knew where to look. Just then, Bess popped her head in the trailer door, panting like she'd been running. "Nancy, they're about to start shooting. We should probably get to the set." The first shot seemed like a prime opportunity for the saboteur to strike again, if he or she was going to. I ducked out of the costume trailer. "See you later, Raina." She waved meekly as if she did not want to be left alone. When George, Bess, and I arrived on set, which was what everyone was calling the entrance to the train station, Nisa handed us each a copy of today's Sides, which she explained are miniature screenplay pages corresponding to the scenes that are going to be filmed each day. In this particular scene, Zoe and Brian, or should I say Malika and Dylan, the brother-sister duo, were exiting the train station in their small Midwestern hometown, having just left an exciting life in the big city. Equipment crowded the station's doorway, and there were tape marks on the floor where Zoe and Brian would stand to deliver their lines. "Geez, every scene takes so much planning," Bess observed, reading my thoughts. "Quiet on set," Nisa bellowed. Everyone quickly fell silent. After a series of military-sounding commands, a camera assistant announced, "Scene 4A1, shot 1, take 1," and slapped a slate. I had never seen someone do that in real life. "And action," Alex belted. Upon Alex's command, Zoe and Brian walked through the station's doors and spoke lines about how strange it was to be back home. While the camera rolled, I noticed Lolly speaking animatedly with someone near the trailers, but I couldn't quite make out who it was. "I'm going to see what's going on over there," I whispered to George and Bess, pointing in Lolly's direction. "I'm sure it's nothing. Lolly wouldn't sabotage her own film," Bess said softly. "Why don't you stay and watch?" I wanted to, but I had to find out who Lolly was so heatedly speaking with. It could be a viable suspect. I made my way back over to the trailers. As I drew closer, I recognized the person who was confronting Lolly. The woman in the hat and colorful outfit, whom I had seen with Mayor Scarlet before the firecrackers went off. I hid behind the bathroom trailer and listened to their conversation. But Ms. Ely, the mayor has already given us permission to use the River Heights Fairgrounds for our big graveyard scene, Lolly explained. The graveyard is going to be very complicated to build, and we need at least 2 days to get it set up. I wish I could help you out, but my hands are tied. Ms. Ely, I thought. I remembered overhearing the mayor speaking about a Roberta Ely earlier in the day. Don't you have any respect for this town? We have the 4th of July carnival on those fairgrounds every year, and now we have to relocate to the high school football field because your silly little scene needs to set up on a national holiday? If smoke could actually come out of nostrils the way it does in cartoons, I was sure that Ms. Ely's nose would look like a steamboat. With all due respect, Ms. Ely, a lot of planning goes into our shoot schedule. We just can't change our dates. I was impressed by how collected Lolly appeared, considering the number of crises she had already dealt with, and it wasn't even lunchtime. Ms. Ely, however, did not take this news well. She stormed away from Lolly, shouting over her shoulder, "You'll be sorry, Lily Lollipop, or whatever your name is. Your days in River Heights are numbered." Chapter 4. An Inside Job.
And cut. I think we've got it. Moving on.
Alex jumped up from his chair and started talking to the cinematographer. I had been bursting with my news about Roberta Ely for at least a half hour, but I had to wait until the camera had stopped rolling to approach Bess and George. We had quickly learned that even the quietest whisper or footstep was enough to draw a stern stare from Nisa. So this Roberta Ely woman actually threatened Lolly? Bess shook her head in disbelief after I updated them. George said thoughtfully, "It looks like she has a motive for sabotage." From what Mayor Scarlett said, this isn't the first time Roberta Ely has been complaining about the film shoot, I added. Maybe she got fed up and decided to take matters into her own hands, Bess said. So what now? George asked. The already familiar sound of Nisa calling, "Quiet on set!" stopped me from answering. Bess had shifted her focus back to Brian, while I contemplated the next step in our investigation. It definitely seemed like the saboteur wanted his or her pranks to be noticed. Even though I had heard Roberta Ely openly threaten Lolly, she didn't quite fit the profile that I was starting to build in my mind. Our suspect had managed to avoid detection while pulling off 2 major pranks in the midst of dozens of people, which required a certain amount of slyness. And yet from what I had seen, Roberta Ely demanded attention from everyone she met. I decided to switch gears and try for an interview with Sal. He was certainly bitter about something, but was it enough to make him want to sabotage this film? As soon as Nisa yelled cut, I made my way to the craft service table. George ran after me. "Where are you going? You can't leave me alone with Brian Newsom's one-person cheerleading squad." After I had filled her in on my plan, she fell into step beside me. After all, George wasn't the type to let me venture to the craft service table alone. When we got there, though, Sal was nowhere to be seen. Where is he? I wondered aloud.
"Didn't you hear them call lunch?"
came a gruff voice a few moments later. We turned to see Sal, his signature scowl etched across his face, approaching from behind us. From anyone else, the question would have seemed perfectly innocent, but Sal's tone was downright accusatory. "Hi there, I'm Nancy," I said confidently, "and this is my friend George. We're writing an article about the film, and we wanted to know if you'd be up for answering some questions." His eyes narrowed.
"Why me?"
he asked suspiciously. "We're interested in every aspect of a film set," I riffed. But Sal wasn't having it. In fact, he only seemed to be getting angrier.
"I don't have time for this. Just leave me alone and let me do my job," he snapped.
At that very moment, Nisa came scuttling toward us. "Hey, Nancy, Alex is looking for you." She eyed Sal. "Sal, give me back the stapler. We need to assemble tomorrow's call sheets."
"I returned it to the production office," he insisted. "You kids need to stop blaming me for your lack of preparation."
Nisa remained calm. "Cool, thanks. Have a nice day, Sal."
Sal just grunted and wandered away. Was Sal being rude to you? Nisa asked, but didn't even wait for an answer. Just ignore him. That's what I try to do. What's his problem? I asked. He seems to really hate being here. It's weird, Nisa began, because I've heard that he accepts every film job he's offered. Either he gets some kind of satisfaction from being mean, or he really needs the money. I considered that. If either of Nisa's guesses were correct, Sal wouldn't be a viable suspect. In order for him to continue torturing people or to keep receiving paychecks, the film shoot would have to continue. It wasn't enough to bump Sal off my radar, but at this point it was more important for me to discuss the case with Alex. As George and I followed Nisa across the parking lot, I spotted a piece of paper lying on the asphalt and stopped to pick it up. What's that? George inquired. Nisa stopped and turned around. Oh, that's a call sheet, she said when she saw the paper in my hand. It tells you everything about a specific day on set. What time everyone has to be there, what scenes we're shooting, which actors are involved, how many extras we need. George peered over my shoulder. You make one of these every day? Nisa nodded. Well, not me personally, but someone on my team does. Every crew member gets one for the following day before he or she leaves the set. Can I keep this one? I asked. Nisa nodded, then led us to the lawn behind the train station where several picnic tables had been set up in the middle of a vast buffet. A pair of tents protected the food and the crew from the hot sun. All right, girls, catch you later, Nisa exclaimed before rushing off, barking commands into her walkie-talkie. George eagerly got in line for food, her eyes gleaming. Bess joined us seconds later. Where have you guys been? She exclaimed. You missed an amazing performance from Brian. Oh, you know, I replied, trying to sound as vague as possible in the presence of so many unknown ears. Just poking around. As we served ourselves pasta, potatoes, vegetables, and meat from large trays, I carefully observed the various crew members, thinking about the lengthy list on the back of Nisa's call sheet. There had been at least 100 people on there, not including the extras, security guards, and reception guests. We might have identified a few potential suspects, but we hadn't even interacted with most of the cast and crew. When George finally joined Bess and me, her plate was piled at least 6 inches high. You're like a bottomless pit, Bess cried. Alex beckoned us to his table at the edge of the tent, and we hurried over to join him. Brian sat across from Alex, while Cora was perched on the edge of the bench, fiddling with some settings on her camera. Have a seat, girls, Alex offered. George plopped down and promptly began eating her turkey burger. I put my tray down next to hers, but Bess just stood frozen in place, staring at Brian. He was drinking some kind of green, lumpy liquid from a clear thermos. Bess, come on, I called, suppressing a smile. You can squeeze in next to me. Hey, Cora, you'd better give me copies of all this footage you're taking, okay? I'll give you my email, Brian said. Cora beamed. Absolutely, Brian. I raised an eyebrow in George's direction as if to say, oh, so Brian can see her footage, but nobody else can? Whoa, guys, I don't want any behind-the-scenes stuff out there yet, Alex exclaimed. Obviously, Alex, Cora replied defiantly. Brian meant after the shoot, right? Of course, Brian said. He finished his green drink. I'm all done. You can have my seat. He stood up and gave Bess a friendly nod. I have to go over my lines anyway. Thank you, Bess responded breathlessly. Just as she sat down, I noticed that Brian had left something behind. A copy of the Hamilton Inn screenplay, with his name printed in black ink on the cover page. There was a comic book sticking out of it, and I could see the words "Number 1 of the Blue Ranger series" printed in one corner. I tried to get a closer look, but a hand quickly moved in and scooped up the script. There it is. I was so worried. I recognized the anxious, well-dressed young man I'd seen hanging around Brian earlier. You're Omar, right? I asked and introduced myself. He nodded, keeping one eye on his phone. Omar Billings. I'm Brian's assistant. Oh, that too. He grabbed the empty thermos with his free hand. What is that green goop anyway? George asked. It's a kale, bee pollen, oatmeal flax smoothie, Omar snapped, as if it were the most common thing in the world. Brian says it helps him stay fit and focused.
Alex swallowed a bite of his hamburger.
I keep telling Brian that he doesn't need to bulk up for this role. His character is just supposed to be a regular guy, but he insists on looking like a movie star anyway.
Omar seemed to take Alex's comment as criticism.
He is a movie star, he fired back. What do you expect?
Before Alex could respond, Omar's phone started buzzing. He leaped to attention and hurried off toward Brian's trailer. I need a new memory card, Cora announced brusquely and flounced away. As soon as we were alone, Alex leaned in.
So, any news? What's the latest?
Well, I replied slowly, Sal is bitter enough to want to hurt people. We haven't ruled him out, but whoever climbed to the top of that trailer and cut that hole had to have been less old, George finished. Bess shot her a glare. What? George exclaimed defensively. It's true. Can you think of any reason that Sal might want to sabotage the film? I continued.
Alex shook his head. Not really. I've never even worked with him before, though. Lolly has, but she's one of the few people he's not mean to. I can't imagine why he'd want to hurt her.
What about Roberta Ely? Bess asked. That cranky woman who runs the River Heights 4th of July carnival. She doesn't seem too happy about you guys shooting on the fairgrounds. Would she have gotten a call sheet, Alex? I asked. Alex looked momentarily impressed at my use of the proper terminology.
We only give them to crew members, but people leave them lying around all the time, so it's possible. He paused. But even if Roberta Ely managed to pick up a call sheet, she wouldn't have gotten it till this morning. We sent them out late last night.
Whoever dumped the fake blood on Brian's shirt would have had to know what he would be wearing in the first scene. That means it's someone who had access to inside information about the film beforehand, I explained.
Interesting, Alex replied. So the prankster is probably a member of our crew. Kind of a creepy thought.
I was trying to figure out the most delicate way to ask Alex about Cora when Nisa shouted, We're back in! And with her army of production assistants hustled everyone back to work.
Let's continue this later,
Alex said, grabbing his folders and rushing off. Seeing his worried face made me more determined than ever to solve this mystery, but I knew how disappointed Alex would be if Cora was indeed our culprit. I had no concrete evidence against her at this point, so I decided to keep my suspicions to myself. George insisted on grabbing one more brownie before we followed the crowd to the set, which had now moved inside the train station. Just as we were about to enter, Nisa appeared, apparently escorting Omar out. Closed set, she announced. Only cast and vital crew can be inside. Sorry, guys. Omar glared at Nisa and stormed off, but George, Bess, and I remained standing at the doorway. George nudged me. Should we watch through the windows? You can't, Nisa said. You'll be in frame. With that, she went back inside. If only there was a way for us to observe without being in the way, I pondered. You know, you can watch everything at Video Village. I looked up to see Raina walking toward us. She was wearing a tool belt filled with double-sided tape, a lint roller, safety pins, and stain remover. Follow me. She led us to a small tent set up on a nearby lawn. Several director-style chairs faced a monitor that showed everything the camera was seeing. I could hear Alex's voice coming through a set of headphones next to the monitor. A number of crew members, including Lolly, had gathered around as well. This is Video Village. We can watch and hear what's going on without actually being on set. As she spoke, I could tell that Raina was making an effort to seem confident and poised after the incident in the costume trailer. Last looks, Nisa barked over the walkie-talkie. The makeup artists collected their bags. That's my last chance to adjust the costumes before they start shooting, Raina exclaimed anxiously, hurrying away. I'll be right back. So what's so intense that we can't be inside? George asked. I thumbed through my sides. In this scene, Dylan confessed to his sister that he had amassed a large amount of debt, and if they didn't make a quick profit from the Hamilton Inn, loan sharks would come after him. That's it? George grumbled. I thought it was going to be a zombie apocalypse kind of thing. Gross, George, Bess exclaimed. Shh!
came a stern voice from across the tent. We zipped our lips and watched Brian in action. After the first take, I realized that one of our suspects was missing. "Where's Cora?" I whispered to George. "I haven't seen her since lunch." "Me neither," she replied, and Bess shook her head too. "I'm going to take a quick stroll around," I told them. I set off, walking from the train station to the other end of the parking lot. I noticed Omar pacing outside Brian's and Zoe's trailers, hands deep in his pockets. He definitely looked frustrated, I assumed because Nisa had kicked him off the set. Nearby, I could hear Sal grumbling to himself about Nisa's stolen stapler accusation. I was about to try speaking with him again when I noticed Cora coming out of the production trailer with her camera. "Hey there," I greeted her. Cora had never been particularly friendly, but the expression on her face made her look downright nervous. "I was looking for Lale, but nobody's in there," she explained, even though I hadn't asked. "Everything okay?" I pressed, keeping my tone pleasant. She avoided eye contact. "I just think I should be allowed on set. How am I supposed to film a behind-the-scenes documentary if my brother won't let me go behind the scenes?" "Alex made you leave?" I had been sensing friction between the siblings since the moment I arrived. "Yeah. Brian said I could stay, but Alex thought my camera was distracting everyone from the real camera. You know, I've been studying film way longer than my brother has. Up until 2 years ago, he was going to be a lawyer." Her hands were clenched around her camera straps, so hard that her knuckles turned white. I did my best to comfort her. "Well, I'm sure he's just stressed out, what with it being the first day of shooting and having to deal with these pranks." Cora kept her gaze downcast. "Whatever," she said. "At least Brian gets it, even if my brother doesn't." She stalked away and plopped down angrily in one of the plastic chairs next to the craft service table. I wanted to linger nearby in hopes of continuing the conversation, but Cora didn't seem to be in a chatty mood. As I pondered the case further, Zoe swished past me, speaking intensely to someone on her phone. She disappeared into her trailer. After a few minutes, she poked her head out the door. "Has anyone seen Shay?" she called. A young-looking production assistant with jet-black hair dashed across the parking lot. "I'm here, Zoe," he cried. "Sorry, I was looking for the stapler." He stopped to catch his breath. "But that's not as important as you. What do you need?" Zoe looked a little taken aback by Shay's display of enthusiasm. "I just wanted to see if tomorrow's call sheet was ready. I was wondering what we're shooting." "You shouldn't be handing out call sheets early," Omar barked from where he was sulking nearby. "But they're finished," Shay said, looking confused. "Should I ask Nisa first?" "Omar, don't harass him," Zoe scoffed. "It's fine, Shay. I just need to get an idea of what time I should be here tomorrow. I'm trying to schedule something." Shay looked anxiously from Zoe to Omar. Finally, he said, "I'll get a call sheet, Zoe," and he ran to the production trailer. "Fine, don't listen to me," Omar huffed, rummaging around in one of the coolers near the craft service table. Even though it wasn't the first time I'd heard Omar make a snotty comment, he was being particularly harsh on Shay. I wondered if there was something bothering him beyond being kicked off the set. "Omar, can you hand me a soda?" I asked. "I'm really thirsty." "Huh?" he asked as if he didn't understand. "A soda, please?" "Oh, sure," Omar replied, tossing me a can. "Are you okay?" I asked. "You seem kind of on edge." "Yeah," he said. "I'm just tired. The early mornings are getting to me, you know?" I nodded. "And I guess I'm a little homesick," he added. "For L.A.? "No, I'm from Vancouver. I've never actually been to Los Angeles," Omar admitted, "but I'm hoping that Brian's next project will take me there." Shay jogged back out of the production trailer, sweating and wearing a panicked expression. "Lolly?" he called, and then repeated his words into his walkie-talkie. "Has anyone seen Lolly? It's an emergency. I need her now." Moments later, Lolly hurried over. Shay whispered something in her ear, and she snatched the call sheet from his trembling hand. I leaned over to peek. In big, red letters on the bottom of the piece of paper, someone had written, Shut it down, or you'll be sorry.
Chapter 5. Double Agent. Early the next morning, I drove Bess and George to the day's first location, the actual Hamilton Inn. We spent the entire car ride going over the events of day 1. The night before, Lolly had assured the cast and crew that the threatening note was just another prank, but I could hear the worry starting to seep into her voice. She had already called me that morning to find out if I had any thoughts on a culprit. I had to say no, but I assured her that we were working on leads. Shay says the new call sheets were left unattended in the production trailer for about 30 minutes while he was out looking for the stapler and doing various errands. Someone must have gone inside and left the note during that time, I told my friends. But there's no way of knowing if the note was on the call sheet before Cora went inside? Bess queried. Cora says she didn't see the note, but she claims she was only in the production trailer for a second, so it's possible she didn't notice, I responded. Shay found the note about 5 minutes after Cora left the trailer. George raised an eyebrow. This looks bad for Cora, she said. She's high on our suspect list, I replied. But Sal was also around, and Omar was acting strange too, actually. He didn't want Shay to pass out the call sheets. Maybe he was trying to keep Shay from going inside the trailer. Could he have written the note? Bess asked. If he did, I pondered, he didn't want anyone to find it, which doesn't make any sense at all. Following handwritten signs that said crew parking, I drove onto an unpaved road that snaked into the woods. I could feel my car bumping over the sticks and stones as I pulled into a makeshift parking lot set up in a dusty clearing. All the trucks and trailers were parked on the other end of the clearing, along with the craft service tent and its requisite coolers, tables, and chairs. Bess, George, and I got out of my car and followed more signs with arrows pointing toward Set, which led us along a narrow path shrouded by pine trees. Whoa, Bess said breathlessly, stopping in her tracks. We had emerged from the dense forest to find ourselves standing in front of the Hamilton Inn, as the creaky, fading sign announced. The inn was actually a large 2-story Victorian home with a wide porch, 2 balconies, and miniature roof spires. Members of the art department ran in and out placing props, while electricians rigged lights. Pretty amazing, isn't it? Alex appeared next to us, looking proud. Cora stood next to him. The interior looks a little too much like it came from one of the Harry Potter movies, if you ask me, she scoffed. Alex frowned at his sister. I didn't ask you. Cora stormed off in a huff. George whispered in my ear, She's not helping her case with that attitude. What was that, George? Alex inquired. Nothing, I said quickly. Nance, I'm starting to get really freaked out that someone's out to sabotage this film, Alex confessed. It's hard for me to focus when I know that something could go wrong at any moment. Please tell me you've uncovered something. Not quite yet, but it's going really well. Our Nancy always nabs the culprit, Bess proclaimed, with help from her brilliant friends, of course. Alex smiled gratefully. I'll take your word on that. Nisa sauntered over. Good morning, all, she announced cheerily. Today is going to be a fantastic day. Alex appeared amused. Oh, how do you know? I found the missing stapler. She held up the piece of office equipment as if it were a trophy. Sensing our lack of enthusiasm, Nisa shrugged. We have to find joy in the little things, right? Absolutely, I laughed. Where was it? In one of the soda coolers, of all places, Nisa replied. Sal is such a liar sometimes. After a brief pause, Nisa turned to Alex. Oh, Brian is in hair and makeup if you want to meet with him now. Yeah, cool. See you later, Nancy. Girls? He said. Why would Sal lie about returning the stapler? I asked. Because he's mean? Bess sniffled. A loud screeching noise cut through our conversation. I turned to see a large black SUV trying to park on the lawn, right in front of the Hamilton Inn sign. Nisa began waving her arms and shouted, You can't park here!
The car's tinted window rolled down, and a woman's high-pitched voice screeched from within. "Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry! I got incredibly, totally lost!" I glimpsed a shiny golden ponytail and mirrored aviator sunglasses. "Would you mind moving my car to the parking lot?" Nisa looked taken aback by the request. "Excuse me?" The blonde woman, who looked positively tiny in such a huge vehicle, rolled her window a little farther and removed her sunglasses. Her face was pristinely made up. "I'm Kendall C. Rose," she announced, but Nisa still looked confused. "Brian's agent? I thought my assistant called to tell you I was coming by today." Kendall looked genuinely upset that Nisa didn't know who she was. "I didn't get the message," Nisa shrugged. "But no harm. It's nice to meet you. The parking lot is over that way." "I'm just really bad with directions, like the worst," Kendall exclaimed. "I'd love it if someone could come with me and show me the way at least." I jumped into action. "I'll do it." Nisa looked relieved. "Thank you. Kendall, Nancy will take you to the parking lot and walk you back to set." Kendall flashed her sunny smile in Nisa's direction once more. "Thank you so much. That is so helpful." "It's a long shot, but maybe she'll know if someone else has it out for the movie," I whispered to my friends as I trotted over to the SUV. Once inside, I noticed that Kendall's car was sleek and modern. Buttery leather seats, state-of-the-art GPS, the works. "Nice car," I remarked. Kendall rolled her eyes. "Oh my God, are you serious? It was the only one left in the rental place, and it totally smells like someone's wet dog in here. Also, what is this color, right? It looks like vomit." I pointed her in the direction of the parking lot, and she started driving. "So you're Brian's agent?" I asked. "Yeah," Kendall replied. "Isn't he great? This Alex Burgess guy is so lucky. You know, I warned Brian about how risky it is for an A-list actor to work with a first-time director. But when he wants to do something, there's no stopping him." "You mean Alex," I offered. "Turn left here." "Who?" She yanked her steering wheel sideways, coming jerkily to a stop and putting the car in park. "Never mind," I said. "So you didn't want Brian to work on this film?" Kendall opened her door and stepped out of the car. "Oh, I didn't mean it like that. It's just, Brian's a star. He can get bigger projects. But I get it. I mean, the whole Blue Ranger thing, that was just so—" Before Kendall could finish her sentence, one of her stiletto heels sank right into the mud. "Eek!" she shrieked. "So what?" I pressed, but Kendall was preoccupied. "What a mess. Doll, hand me that box in the back seat, would you?" I had to twist myself into the tiny back seat to reach the cardboard shoebox. On the floor of the car, I noticed a plastic bag with bottles of ketchup and mustard peeking out of the top. I made sure not to linger for fear of arousing suspicion, and quickly handed Kendall the shoebox, which contained a pair of brand-new white tennis shoes. "When did you get into town, Kendall?" I asked. She changed into the sneakers and tossed her stilettos haphazardly into the back seat, narrowly missing my cheek. "Oh, 2 days ago," she grimaced. "I couldn't come to the shoot yesterday because I've had so much work to do. I've just been on my phone constantly, trapped in some horrible 2-star hotel downtown, eating the worst food I've ever had." "So the producers of the Blue Ranger must have been really upset when Brian—" I began, when Kendall's phone rang. "Oh, hello, how are you?" She shrieked into the phone, pressing her finger to her lips to quiet me. Kendall stayed several feet behind me as I walked her to the set, but even at her lowest volume, I could hear every word. Whoever was on the other end of her call was getting an earful of complaints about River Heights, the lack of good restaurants and Pilates studios, and speculation about what could have possibly possessed Brian to act in such an insignificant film because, according to Kendall, there's nothing in it for him. She was still on the phone when we got to Brian's trailer. She barged inside, not bothering to knock. As soon as the door closed behind her, I ran over to Bess and George, who were lingering outside the hair and makeup trailer. I noticed that the trailer was slightly open, and inside, Cora was filming Zoe getting her hair done. Who was that? George asked, motioning toward Brian's trailer. That, I replied, is Kendall, Brian's agent from Los Angeles and our newest suspect. I recounted everything I'd heard Kendall say on the phone and shared the additional clue of the ketchup in her back seat. But why? Bess asked, dumbfounded. If she's Brian's agent, isn't she supposed to be helping him? Bess always wanted to believe the best about everyone, which was part of what made her such a good friend. I shrugged. She might think she is helping him. She claims he should be in bigger movies like The Blue Ranger, but Brian clearly doesn't agree. She'd also be helping herself, George offered. As Brian's agent, Kendall gets a percentage of his salary, right? If she were to shut down the Hamilton Inn, Brian would be free to take on a better-paying role, and Kendall would make more money, too. Bess crinkled her nose in disgust. That does make sense, and it would explain why she would be driving around with ketchup in her rental car. George grabbed her phone and started typing. Look at this, she said, turning the screen toward us. Kendall was actually the assistant to Brian's main agent and was only promoted a few weeks ago. Brian is her one client. That means that she's dependent on Brian's salary. Definitely a motive, I remarked. Kendall didn't show up on the first day, even though she was already in town. I wonder if there's some way she could have put the firecrackers in the coffee machine and cut the hole in the wardrobe trailer. What about the call sheet? Bess asked. I can't imagine her being that close to Brian and Zoe's trailers without someone recognizing her. Or hearing her, I added. I'll stay close to her and see if I can find out anything else. We'll stick near the trailers, George whispered. Cora is still in with Zoe and Sal. Her eyes darted to the unmanned craft service table. Has disappeared once again, Bess finished. Brian emerged from his trailer already in costume, and Kendall accompanied him as he walked from the clearing to the set. I stayed several feet behind them, trudging through the overgrown grass that filled the purposely illuminated landscape around the entrance to the Hamilton Inn. According to the call sheet, the first scene took place on the front porch of the house, where Malika and Dylan would be sitting. Brian and Alex engaged in a deep discussion, while the cinematographer adjusted the camera and lights. Since Zoe was still getting ready, there was a stand-in in her place on the set. Nisa had explained that stand-ins are actors who are generally the same size as the stars. They stand in so the crew can set up a shot correctly while the main actors are getting hair and makeup done. Meanwhile, Kendall stayed as close to Brian as possible, as if he were the only person there worth speaking to. I sidled up next to her while she watched her client, full of pride. Brian really is an amazing actor, I remarked. You must love working with him. Kendall's eyes lit up. You have no idea, Noreen. It makes me love my job, you know? I didn't bother correcting her about my name. There were more important things to discuss. So, that Blue Ranger movie? You encouraged Brian to audition for the role, right? I don't mean to pry, but I'm such a huge fan, I added for effect. She took a deep breath before responding, and for a moment, I noticed a crack in Kendall's well-groomed demeanor. I mean, yeah, of course. It was a great opportunity for him. Plus, the studio is hoping it will be a franchise, meaning that Brian could have been in 3 or 4, however many Blue Ranger films they decide to make. For all of Kendall's less appealing characteristics, she did seem to sincerely care about Brian. The question was, how far would she push him along the career path she deemed appropriate? But he turned down the Blue Ranger movie because of the Hamilton Inn, I continued. He told you that? She cocked her head to the side. Was it supposed to be a secret? I asked, surprised. No. I just didn't realize he... Whatever. It's over now. And who knows? Maybe people will want to watch this little movie. Excuse me. She stepped away and checked her phone, which clearly wasn't ringing. I couldn't help but roll my eyes. She's not as bad as you think. Cora and her camera seemed to magically appear beside me. She nodded toward the retreating Kendall, who was still fiddling with her phone. "Oh, yeah?" I was used to Cora's complaints, but this was the first time I'd heard her utter anything resembling a compliment. "How do you know?" "She spoke to one of my film classes in Los Angeles," Cora said. "She's pretty smart, once you get past that whole phony act." "What's the best way to do that?" I asked, confounded. Cora ignored my question and pressed record on her camera, indicating that our brief discussion was over. Meanwhile, Alex grew more perturbed. "Where is Zoe?" he demanded. "I thought she was on her way to the set, like 10 minutes ago." Brian, steady as ever, replied, "She's coming. Look." I heard rapid footsteps crunching through the leaves behind me. When Zoe appeared, her eyes were red and puffy. Shay followed her, scrambling to keep up. "I am so sorry for holding you up," Zoe wailed. Alex seemed taken aback by her overwhelming show of emotion. "It's fine," he assured her. "Are you okay?" She clearly wasn't. Shay stepped in to explain, his voice shaking. "If anyone sees a turquoise pendant—" "I'll pay a reward," Zoe interrupted. "It was my grandmother's, and it's my lucky charm. She gave it to me before she died. I've looked everywhere. The box is still there, but the pendant is just gone. Someone must have taken it from my trailer while I was in hair and makeup." She choked back a sob. "What did it look like?" I asked. "A turquoise heart, about an inch wide all around," she replied with a sniffle. Brian draped his arm around Zoe's shoulders. "I'm sure we'll find it. Are you okay? Do you need a minute before we get started?" Zoe shook her head. "I'm fine. Thanks, Brian. Let's just begin. But everyone who can, please keep looking for it." A makeup artist jumped in to wipe streaks of mascara from Zoe's cheeks. I wanted to stay on the set, so I texted Bess. "Are you still near the trailers? Zoe's necklace was stolen." "Oh no," came Bess's response. "I'll stay here and look for clues." As soon as Zoe was ready, Alex walked through the scene with both actors, while Spencer made some final adjustments to the lights. "Rehearsal's up, quiet on set," Nisa announced. Alex threw his hands up in exasperation. "Hey, Cora, want to move back a bit?" he shouted. "You're in the way of the real camera." Cora repositioned herself, but I could see her lips forming angry words under her breath. "And action on rehearsal?" Nisa cried out. I used the mandatory silence to think over the case against Cora. I had seen her filming Zoe in the hair and makeup trailer. It was possible that she had been shooting Zoe in her own trailer as well, giving her time to nick the necklace. Cora was also the only person I'd seen enter the production office right before the threatening note appeared. Plus, as a film student, she would know how to identify which costume to sabotage. And maybe she had recruited someone else to engineer the fake blood and the fireworks while she filmed the reception. But as I watched Cora behind the camera, gazing at Brian eagerly, I started to question that theory. Even though Cora had issues with her brother, she sure loved Brian. Why would she want to shut down his film? My mind was spinning, so I tried to concentrate on Zoe's remarkable performance. Right after Alex yelled, "Cut," however, Bess and George jogged up to me. "Any news from base camp?" I asked, employing the term that I'd heard crew members using to describe the area where the trucks and trailers were parked. Bess shook her head. "Everyone's just running around looking for that pendant." "What about this morning? Did you lose track of Cora at any point?" "Cora didn't go into Zoe's trailer," George remarked, reading my mind. "We were watching her the whole time." I sighed. This case already had more twists and tangles than Alex's screenplay. To prepare for the next shot, a few crew members were placing pieces of metal track on the ground. "That thing is cool," George exclaimed when she saw it. "It looks like part of a carnival ride." "It's called a camera dolly," said Lolly, coming up behind us. "I'll tell you all about it for your article."
She trailed off as she led us to the side of the inn, away from prying eyes and ears. "We need to figure out what's going on, Nancy," Lolly said urgently. "These pranks are slowing down the shoot, and a police investigation will only make it worse. We're already over schedule, which means we are over budget. If this prankster strikes again, we may not have enough time or money to finish this movie. I need to know what you've got so far." "We've identified several possibilities," I began, but Lolly cut me off. "Wait a minute. Ronan Beale!" she exclaimed, snapping her fingers. "I can't believe I didn't think of him before." "Who's that?" George asked. "Ronan is Alex's old college friend and former writing partner," Lolly explained. "A few years ago they got in a fight and stopped speaking. Then last year, just when we had started casting the Hamilton in, Ronan threatened to sue Alex because he claimed the story was actually his idea." "That's a motive if I've ever heard one," I said, growing excited. "Where is Ronan Beale now?" Bess asked. "He lives in Los Angeles," Lolly replied, suddenly deflating. "Would he really fly all the way out here just to mess with Alex? That would be completely insane." "I've seen suspects go to much greater lengths to get revenge," I said. "Do you have any way to get in touch with him?" Lolly nodded. "I'll give his agent a call right now." Before she could, her phone started ringing. "It never ends." She shook her head. "I'll get you that number in a minute." As she walked away to take the call, I asked George to look up Ronan Beale on her phone. I couldn't help but overhear how agitated Lolly sounded. Whoever was on the other end of her phone call was clearly upsetting her. "She can't do that," Lolly hissed. "Can she? Well, fine then. I don't know what to say." She hung up and then turned to face the three of us. "That was someone from Mayor Scarlett's office," Lolly muttered. "Apparently, Roberta Ely has filed an official petition to have our shoot removed from the fairgrounds." Chapter 6. In Hot Water. As the second day of shooting wound to a close, the set moved to a room inside the inn. The sun had gone down, leaving a lingering chill in the air. Since there wasn't much space indoors, many crew members had retreated to the warmth of their trailers. Meanwhile, Bess, George, and I sat on plastic chairs in Video Village, huddled under fuzzy blankets. Lolly had been on the phone all afternoon trying to negotiate with Ms. Ely, but she wasn't getting anywhere. Despite this new wrinkle in the case, I was having a hard time accepting the idea that Ms. Ely was responsible for the pranks. She certainly wanted to shut down the Hamilton Inn, but she was pursuing her goal through legitimate channels. Even if I was willing to entertain the idea that she had planted an accomplice on the set to carry out these acts of sabotage, it led me right back to the same perplexing question. Who? I was also intrigued by the idea of Ronan Beale, Alex's embittered former writing partner. Google hadn't turned up much on him, and though Lolly had left messages for his agent, there wasn't yet any response. "Let's see if we can get anything else out of Sal," George suggested. "Like more food?" Bess chided her cousin. Okay, so our visit to the craft service table may serve a dual purpose," George admitted. As Bess stood up, George studied her cousin's ensemble more closely. Bess had worn another pastel dress today, but when the temperature dropped, she'd borrowed a sweatshirt from the costume trailer and abandoned her prim sandals for a pair of galoshes, the only shoes Raina had in Bess's size. "I just realized what your outfit reminds me of, Bess," she said, suppressing a smirk. "What?" Bess asked innocently. "It's what Cinderella would wear on a fishing trip," George snorted. "Better than looking like one of the pirates who attacks her," Bess retorted. Even though she likes feminine things, Bess is one tough cookie. "Cinderella, fishing, pirates, this is starting to sound like the plot of a weird Disney movie," I said, laughing along with them. We arrived at the craft service table to discover that once again, Sal had abandoned his post. He hadn't refilled the candy bowls either, prompting a frustrated harumph from George. "Nisa to Sal," came a disembodied voice. I jerked my head around before quickly realizing that it was just Sal's walkie-talkie, which he had left on the craft service table. "Should we try to find him?"
Bess wondered aloud. Before we could decide, Shay appeared. Where's Sal? He's not answering his walkie, and we need hot cider. The actors are freezing. Since Sal was nowhere to be found, the three of us helped Shay look for the hot cider mix in his messy van. It truly was a disaster. Disorganized boxes of snacks, some open, some empty, a large crate simply marked fruit and stuff, and soda cans flung everywhere. This looks like George's bedroom, Bess remarked. George scowled at her. Hey! Sal's gruff voice came from behind us. Get away from my van. Well, we couldn't find you, and Nisa is calling for hot cider on set, Shay said defensively. Tell Queen Nisa to be patient for once in her life. I'm bringing it, Sal barked. I'll scoot. He turned to Bess, George, and me. That includes you three, he grunted. Shay pulled us away. I think it's best to stay out of that angry old man's way right now, he advised. Back on set, the camera team was setting up outside the front door of the inn. Omar stood by holding a thermos of green juice, Brian's script, and 2 blankets. As usual, he seemed to be struggling to keep everything balanced, even though I noticed he had started carrying a backpack to ease the load. Need some help? I asked as the three of us approached him. It's my job, he insisted, but I could tell he was tired, so I took the blankets from him anyway. He didn't protest. Brian is lucky to have such a devoted assistant, I offered. It seems stressful, especially with all these pranks. Thanks for noticing, Omar mumbled, avoiding my gaze. Sometimes people don't realize how hard this job can be. So is Brian really demanding? I asked. All assistant jobs are difficult, Omar said defensively, but I love working for Brian. He gives me career advice all the time. You're an actor too? I tried to conceal the surprise in my voice. Omar nodded. I was Brian's understudy in a play last summer, and he offered me this job to help me learn the acting ropes. I haven't had much time to audition since I started working for him, but I keep telling myself that it'll pay off in the end. Kendall C. Rose knows who I am now, at least. What do you mean? Asked Bess. I want her to sign me, as a client, Omar exclaimed. But why? She's so... George continued to sputter. Hands-on, Bess finished. She's a really hands-on agent. Is it normal for agents to visit actors on set? Omar shrugged. Sometimes. But Kendall hasn't proven herself in the business yet. Her boss discovered Brian while Kendall was still an assistant. When Kendall was promoted, she took on more of the Brian-related work. Sometimes I think she feels a little insecure. Kendall? Now it was my turn to gasp. From what I had seen, Kendall seemed overly confident, to the point of being obnoxious. Omar nodded, especially here. I think she feels like Alex doesn't want her around. See, she tried to help Lolly and Alex raise more money for the Hamilton Inn, but she fought with Alex when he insisted on hiring Zoe rather than a more famous actress. So Kendall didn't want Zoe to be in the film, I reasoned. Not really, Omar answered, but I think she's coming around. Kendall is whip smart, which is why I want her to represent me. Omar! Kendall barked from out of nowhere, interrupting our conversation. You do realize these girls are press, right? She stared at me angrily. Lolly finally let me in on your little secret. You're a sneaky one, aren't you? Asking me questions, pretending to be interested in Brian's career. I was just giving them general information about the film biz. Omar gulped. And what you said about Brian earlier is completely off the record, I quickly added. I promise. We aren't looking for gossip. Kendall gave me a sidelong glance. You'd better be telling the truth, she said. I wasn't about to give up on Kendall as a suspect, but clearly I was going to have to be more delicate in my approach. I was just telling Omar how perfect Zoe is for this part, I commented. She's talented, don't you think? Yes, Kendall replied coldly. She gestured toward Sal, who had finally appeared with trays of steaming hot cider and, with help from Nisa and Shay, was passing them around the set. Great. I bet that's made from some supermarket powder that's filled with sugar and preservatives, Kendall complained. She cringed when Brian took one of the cups from Nisa's tray. Omar, you can't be serious. Brian's not drinking that sludge, is he? No, Kendall, of course not, Omar cried.
He ran forward with his trusty thermos. Kendall stayed close behind him. "Omar's trying way too hard to impress Kendall," Bess commented. "Yeah, what if he's helping Kendall sabotage the film?" George whispered. "He has a motive," I agreed. "Both of them do." Meanwhile, Nisa wasn't even trying to hide her frustration with Sal. "Picture's almost up, Sal. We're about to roll and you're in the frame," she exclaimed. Sal just kept passing out cider at the same slow pace. "I'm moving as fast as I can," he fired back, handing off the last cups to two shivering camera assistants. "Okay, let's shoot this," Alex called. "I'm ready, boss," Brian replied. Even though Omar was waiting with the green juice just a few feet away, Brian took several sips of hot cider instead. He passed his empty cup to Shay. "And action." Brian started making strange noises. Was he flubbing his lines? Everyone stared at the normally unflappable star. Then Brian started coughing and clutching at his throat. "Oh no, he's choking!" Kendall lurched forward. "I know the Heimlich," Spencer yelled, racing toward the set. Before he could grab the actor, though, Brian sprinted outside and threw himself against the railing in front of the house. Something flew out of his mouth and landed on the grass, right near where Cora stood. As Brian caught his breath, Cora held up the offending object. A turquoise, heart-shaped pendant. Chapter 7. Fixed Footage. Silence hung over the set while a medic examined Brian. Lolly paced, her face completely white. Kendall stayed as close to Brian as possible, muttering words like amateur and ridiculous under her breath. Zoe clasped the pendant in her fist, completely confounded. "I'm so sorry, Brian," she whispered. "I have no idea how it why anyone would—"
"Well, I had nothing to do with this, if that's what you're all thinking," Sal shouted.
The light illuminated the rim of his hat, giving his pale, wrinkled face a ghostly glow. "Sal, calm down, okay?" Lolly commanded. Meanwhile, the implications of this newest prank targeting Brian swirled in my mind. First the bloody sweater, now the pendant. Maybe this wasn't about shutting down the Hamilton Inn. Was someone trying to send Brian a message? But how would anyone have known that he would even drink the cider, and beyond that, which cup he would drink from?
"He's fine," the medic announced. Brian leaped to his feet. "See, Alex, good as new. Let's keep going."
Alex shot Lolly a worried glance. "I think Brian has dealt with enough today," Kendall proclaimed. "I'll drive him back to the hotel."
"Kendall, stop. I'm feeling great," Brian insisted. "Lolly, Alex, let's finish the day. I'm really okay."
He started doing jumping jacks right there to prove his point.
"See?"
Brian's antics made Alex smile.
"I can't say no to that," he said.
"Alex, come see me after you finish this scene," Lolly ordered.
"And you," she summoned the medic. "Stay right here until they're done, just in case. Where are the security guards when I need them? This shouldn't have happened."
Kendall pulled Lolly aside. I inched closer so I could hear what they were saying.
"I think it's time to call the police," Lolly said. "This is harassment, plain and simple."
But Kendall shook her head. "Do you have any idea what will happen if it gets out that you're having problems like this? I already don't like those 3 reporters hanging around. The last thing we need is a rumor that the Hamilton Inn is turning into the Hamilton Circus."
"But Brian could have been hurt," Lolly exclaimed.
"That's better than this film getting hurt," Kendall insisted. "If you call the police, I'm pulling Brian off the movie."
"Brian doesn't listen to you as far as I can tell," Lolly sneered. "And don't you dare tell me how to run my set."
"Fine. Then consider what the investors will think if they hear about an investigation. Pranks are one thing. Crimes are a whole new ballgame, Lolly," Kendall fired back. "Plus, I think, and I'm sure the police will agree, that this pendant thing was an accident. Someone's cheap necklace broke and fell into the cider while it was being passed around. You'll just slow the whole shoot down for nothing. Trust me."
Lolly paused. "You have a point," she mumbled.
"Interesting," I thought. Kendall doesn't want to get the police involved. She was looking more and more guilty by the minute. Meanwhile, the incident had sent ripples through the crew. Their animated chatter permeated the inn's entrance as they reset the scene. All the pranks have been related to food from craft services, I heard Nisa say. Cider, ketchup, chocolate sauce, the coffee machine. Lolly heard her too and shook her head. Nisa, that's enough. I won't let this set turn into a witch hunt. Everyone just needs to focus on work. I assure you, I'm taking this very seriously. I noticed that Sal's expression was particularly stormy, and I figured that he had overheard Nisa's accusation as well. He stormed off into the night. Although the cinema lights illuminated everything on and around the set, most of the lawn surrounding the inn was shrouded in darkness. All right, we're going to do another take, Nisa hollered. I'm going to follow Sal. I have to find out where he's sneaking off to, I whispered to Bess and George. Are you sure? Bess asked worriedly. Nancy, let us come with you. I appreciated her concern, but I knew that the more people, the more noise, and the more likely that Sal would sense something was off. Thanks, but I have to do this on my own. I moved quickly until I was able to identify Sal's silhouette. He'd avoided the well-lit path that led from the set back to base camp. Instead, he walked straight into the woods. I fumbled forward, trying to follow the crunch of his footsteps in the leaves until, all of a sudden, the footsteps stopped. I tiptoed forward cautiously, scanning the trees for movement when, Gotcha! Sal sprang out from behind a tree and my heart leaped into my throat. Hey, Sal, I said shakily, trying to gather my nerves. Sal walked around me in a slow circle. What are you doing out here? I was looking for the bathroom, I lied. Sal grunted in response. I may not be Einstein, but I'm smart enough to know when I'm being followed, he said. Did Nisa put you up to this? What are you talking about? Sal narrowed his eyes at me. Trust me, young lady, you don't want me as an enemy. I'd better not catch you snooping around me again. He skulked away. I felt my way out of the woods, trying to wrap my brain around Sal's words. What did he mean by, you don't want me as an enemy? Was he some kind of hardened criminal? Nevertheless, he now knew that I had been following him. If he was our culprit, he was going to be even more careful from now on. When I arrived back on set, the camera was already rolling. Kendall sat firmly planted in her chair, watching the actors closely. She appeared to have recovered from her temper tantrum for the time being. As soon as Nisa screamed, "Cut!" I found George, who was watching from Video Village. Where's Bess? I asked. I wanted to tell them both about my unsettling encounter with Sal. She's making new friends. George pointed to a spot on the lawn, where Bess was huddled with Cora and her camera. Bess somehow convinced Cora to show her the footage she shot so far so she could look for clues. That's our Bess, I said, perking up. Bess has a knack for buddying up to even the prickliest of characters. How'd she do it? She probably told Cora she could be vice president of the Brian Newsom fan club. George snorted. Okay, this is the martini shot, guys, Nisa called out. The what? I asked. That means it's the last shot of the day, Raina said. I hadn't noticed her before, but there she was, planted in front of the monitors. Why don't they just call it the last shot of the day then? George asked. Why make it more complicated? You movie people are nuts. Raina shrugged. She looked exhausted. A few moments later, an excited Bess motioned to us. We did our best to remain nonchalant as we dashed over to the dark patch of grass where Bess and Cora sat. Guys, look what Cora found, Bess exclaimed. Cora held up her camera screen. Last night after wrap, I was testing out settings for shooting in low light. This might explain how Zoe's necklace disappeared, she said quietly. She pressed play on a video clip that showed the outside of Zoe's trailer. On the screen, someone in a black cap tiptoed up the stairs and into the trailer, then emerged a few moments later. I squinted at the mysterious person. He or she was clearly taking great care not to be seen. But Cora paused the video on a single frame in which she had managed to catch the person's face. It was only for a split second, but that was all we needed to identify her. Kendall. Chapter 8. Old Frenemies. I drove to the set early the next morning, hoping to have a chance to speak to Alex about our suspects. I told George and Bess to come later. I didn't want Alex to feel overwhelmed. My attempts at cornering Kendall the night before had failed. She had darted back to her hotel as soon as the shoot wrapped. I parked my car and headed to base camp. Alex wasn't in the catering tent, so I decided to check his trailer. When I got to the trailer area, there was nobody around, but I noticed that Zoe's door was ajar. "Zoe?" I called. No answer. I listened at the door. I could hear movement, but according to the call sheet, Zoe wasn't due on set for another 2 hours. I slowly pushed the door open all the way. There was someone inside, but it wasn't Zoe. It was Kendall, and she was placing something on Zoe's dressing table. "What are you doing in here, Kendall?" "Hey, Nancy," she said calmly, meeting my eyes in the dressing table's mirror. "Lolly finally admitted that you're some kind of teen detective after I asked her to kick the journalists off the set. Well, I'm sorry to burst your bubble, but there's no mystery here." She held up the object in her hand, a thick manila envelope with Zoe's name written on it. "What's that?" I asked, but Kendall just smiled. She handed me the envelope and I opened it to find... "Contracts?" Kendall nodded. "Signed contracts. I had to be a little sneaky about picking them up yesterday because I don't want Brian to know that I'm signing Zoe as a new client. He can be a little territorial sometimes." So that explains Cora's video, I thought. "But the ketchup in your car," I began, and Kendall laughed again. "You are a good detective," she replied, not missing a beat. "I stopped at the store, thinking I could cover up all the terrible-tasting hotel food with some decent condiments." Kendall backed out of Zoe's trailer and continued her explanation outside. I noticed her luggage waiting nearby. "Are you leaving?" I asked, coming down the steps to stand next to her. "Yeah, I have to get back to Los Angeles. My flight leaves in a few hours, but first I wanted to return copies of the contracts to Zoe," she replied. "Although I'm still worried about what's been happening here. All the pranks and stuff," she added. "I'm doing my best to figure out what is going on," I said. "Well, you can cross me off the suspect list," she said jokingly. Then her tone grew serious. "Look, Nancy, I know I didn't say the nicest things about Alex and the film, but working in Hollywood can make you cynical," she confessed. "So I've heard," I offered. She threw me a wry smile. "But from what I've seen, Alex has the potential to be a solid director. The Hamilton Inn could be a great opportunity for the world to see what a talented actor Brian is." "Better than the Blue Ranger, even?" I asked. Kendall shook her head sadly. "I'm not sure what he told you, but Brian didn't get that part. He was so close, but the director didn't think he was right for it, and he was completely devastated. At first I thought he took the role in the Hamilton Inn just to take his mind off it, but I guess that sometimes things just work out for the best." "So he's just telling everyone he turned it down?" I clarified. Kendall nodded. "It's harmless, really," she said. "I guess it makes him feel better." I noticed him carrying around a Blue Ranger comic book, I recalled. Kendall paused. "Well, the Blue Ranger is scheduled to start shooting in 4 weeks. I've heard rumors that the actor they cast as the lead is having second thoughts, but it doesn't matter. For Brian, the Blue Ranger door is closed. That's why it's better for him to be here, focusing on what's happening next instead of feeling bad about the past." Nobody would ever know that Brian is feeling bad, I thought. He must be acting all the time. "I should get going," Kendall said. "It was nice to meet you, Nancy. Keep an eye on my clients, will you?" "I'll try," I replied. George and Bess arrived not too long after she left. "Well, I for one am glad to know that Brian's agent isn't trying to ruin his movie," Bess said after I'd filled them in. "Aren't you, Nancy?" "Of course," I replied. "But that means that our suspect is still at large. Speaking of which, I'm still dying to know where Sal went last night," George remarked. I'd told them about my terse exchange with Sal on our drive home. "You and me both," I said. Since it was our second day shooting at the Hamilton Inn location, it took the crew less time to prepare for the first shot. All the trailers had remained in the clearing overnight, with ample around-the-clock security, and the inn itself was already dressed and decorated. "What are they filming today?" George asked, examining my call sheet. "Ooh." Her eyes lit up. The haunted house scenes. Lots of creaks and ghosts. That would explain the smoke machine, I replied, pointing at the dense fog pouring out of a window. It made the surrounding woods seem especially eerie. I finally spotted Alex darting around, talking animatedly to the production designer, the costume designer, and the cinematographer. Even though I desperately wanted to go over our latest findings, I was happy to see him in his element. When Alex worked for my dad, I recalled, he loved talking about his favorite ghost stories. I can see why he's so excited today. Excited and stressed, Lolly said, coming up behind us. He knows you want to talk to him, but he just has no time this morning. Okay, well, in the meantime, did you find out anything about Ronan Beale? I asked. Oh, yes. I forgot to respond to your text message last night. Ronan's agent is no longer representing him, and apparently he's changed his cell phone number. She has no idea how to reach him. You don't change your cell phone number unless you're trying to avoid someone, George said. Lolly, when was the last time Alex and Ronan were in touch? I asked. Lolly shrugged. I don't think they've been in contact since Ronan dropped the lawsuit, but I could be wrong. What made Ronan drop the lawsuit? I've told you all I know, Nancy, Lolly said. I really need FaceTime with Alex so I can ask him about this. For the article, of course, I quickly added as I noticed Spencer walking by. He and 2 other electricians positioned heavy cables along the ground and covered them with leaves. The cables ran into the woods, where they powered a pair of lights so heavy it took 3 people to lift each one. As soon as Spencer saw the powerful lights flare to life, he doubled back to speak with Lolly. I need to talk to you about security again, he complained. I'm still missing my wire cutters, and now my needle nose pliers are gone, as well as some spools of wire. These are small tools, but they add up. All right, she said calmly. Walk with me. Nancy, we'll talk later, okay? I nodded, left with no choice but to swallow my questions for now. Investigating a film shoot certainly presented a whole new level of challenges I wasn't used to. Soon after Lolly left, Cora appeared, camera in hand. She had a grin on her face instead of her usual apathetic expression. Alex can't yell at me for being in the way this time, she announced. I borrowed a zoom lens from a friend, see? She excitedly showed us her new toy. It's like spy equipment. I can get close-ups without having to be right on set. I'm going to use it to catch that evil snob Kendall in the act. I shook my head. Kendall left, I told Cora, and there was no act to catch her in. I relayed the information about Zoe and the contracts. Lame, Cora grumbled, her smile fading. So who are you looking at now? Looking at? Oh, come on, Nancy. Cora rolled her eyes. My brother used to talk about your mysteries all the time. I know you're not writing an article. Don't worry, I'm not going to tell anyone. Bess, George, and I exchanged glances. It was true. Going undercover, especially in a small town like River Heights, was never quite as seamless as I wanted it to be. Like I told Bess yesterday, you guys can look at my footage whenever you want, Cora offered, for clues or whatever. What made you change your mind? I asked. My brother and I don't get along sometimes, Cora admitted, and it's become worse over the years. But when I showed Bess my footage yesterday, I realized that I'm genuinely excited for him. The last thing I'd want is for someone to ruin his movie. That's great, Cora, Bess exclaimed, giving her new friend's shoulder an affectionate squeeze. I had to hand it to Bess for getting through to Cora. Her confession seemed sincere. She even let George peer through her new zoom lens. I can see Sal's nose hairs from here, George cried. George, ew, Bess shrieked. Even as I watched my friends bond with Cora, I was hesitant about crossing her off the suspect list. Her opinion of Alex had reversed far too quickly. What if she was just pretending to be nice in order to find out how much we actually knew? Cora wasn't the only one with renewed energy that morning. Brian arrived in his workout clothes and decided to go for a quick jog up and down the stairs of the inn. Wow, what is in those green shakes? George commented as Brian leaped up 2, then 3 stairs at a time. I read that Brian ran track and field in high school and college, Bess boasted. The word college triggered a light bulb in my head.
Didn't Lolly say that Ronan Beale was Alex's college buddy? I asked. Bess nodded. I think so. Why? I think I know how to find him, I said. Excuse me. I found a quiet spot and called Ned. He answered on the first ring. I need you to find out about a guy named Ronan Beale who graduated from River Heights University 5 years ago. Good morning to you too, Nance, came his sleepy reply. Hi, Ned. Sorry for waking you. It's just that... Nancy, you don't have to explain. I could hear him getting out of bed. You think the guy who's messing with Alex's movie went to RHU? Yes. All I know is that he lives in LA, but then I remembered that all RHU students and alumni have access to the directory, I replied. As preoccupied as I was, it was nice to hear Ned's voice. Okay, I'm logging into the network. Yep, here we go, Ronan Beale. Suddenly, Ned's voice became quiet. Wait a second. What, Ned? It doesn't look like Ronan Beale lives in Los Angeles anymore. All that's here is a forwarding address. Great, where? It's in River Heights. By the time I finished my phone call, the atmosphere on set had become noticeably tense. Alex couldn't seem to get the ghost to be as scary as he had hoped. There were issues with maintaining focus throughout the shot, and the entire crew had to huddle in the woods to remain out of frame. I quickly updated Bess and George on Ned's important discovery. Are you serious? Bess gasped. I nodded. Well, he is from here. The forwarding address turned out to be his parents' house. I left a message with his mother, saying that I wanted to interview Ronan as part of an article about RHU alumni working in the film business. We'll see if he calls back. This is crazy, Bess said. What are the odds of Ronan being in River Heights right now? He has to be related to the prank somehow. You girls look way too stressed out, Brian exclaimed, popping up right in front of us. He had finished with the stairs and was now jogging in laps around the woods. What's got you down? The ghosts are getting to be a little too realistic for us, I said glumly. Brian stopped to catch his breath and mop his forehead. Aren't you tired, Brian? Bess asked. Apparently, she had worked her way up to speaking to him in full sentences. Of course, but that's the point. Dylan is supposed to look worn out and frightened in this scene. What do you think? He messed around doing a silly I've just seen my mother's ghost reaction, throwing his hands in the air and flailing wildly. I believe you, George assessed. Of course, if I actually saw a ghost, Brian said, this is what I'd do. He mimed attacking the ghost and knocking it out with some kind of martial arts moves. Aren't ghosts transparent? I asked. Sure, Brian replied. But what if I have to fight off a snake that crawls out of a sewer? You're crazy, Bess laughed. Brian, we're ready to do a take, Alex called. Brian nodded goodbye as he ran off to take his place in front of the camera. And action. Apparently, the lengthy rehearsal time had paid off. Everything moved just as it was supposed to. The camera was mounted on a dolly so that it could roll next to Brian as he walked alongside the house, looking pensive. Even Alex calmed down a bit as he watched the first take in the monitor. In addition to the artificial fog, a creaking sound coming from the trees added to the dramatic mood. I tried to imagine how the shot would look in the final film. The script indicated that many of the more sinister scenes would be enhanced with visual effects. The creaking sound became louder, and suddenly Brian caught my eye, breaking out of character. Brian? Alex said. What are you... Cut! Before I could register what was happening, Brian pushed me to the ground just a split second before an enormous light tipped over and landed with a resounding crash, right where I had been standing. Chapter 9. Shadows and Light. Nancy, are you okay? Alex and Lolly rushed over as Bess and George helped me to my feet. Yep, a little surprised is all. I tried to seem composed, but my heart was racing. If Brian hadn't seen the light falling... Bess's voice quivered. Spencer's hands shook as he examined the light stand. Someone moved the sandbag off the stand and loosened the screw, he muttered. That's why it fell. Are you sure someone didn't just forget to put on a sandbag and tighten the screw? Lolly asked. This light has been here for at least an hour," Spencer replied defensively. "If someone had forgotten to do those things, which none of my people would, it would have fallen over a long time ago." "I had to ask," Lolly snapped. "No, you didn't," Spencer spat. "Thank you, Brian," I said gratefully, regaining my balance. "Anyone would have done the same. I'm just glad I noticed the light tipping over before—" He didn't seem to want to finish the sentence out loud, so I silently added, "before it crushed me like a bug." Several crew members crowded around the fallen light, murmuring. Sensing the growing dissent among the troops, Lolly took charge and addressed the group. "Listen, whoever is pulling these pranks is ruining the film and putting all our jobs and now our lives in danger. If this is a vendetta against Alex or me, please have the courage to come forward and discuss this like an adult," she pleaded. Suddenly, Brian was standing right next to her. "What is the purpose of putting people's lives at risk? What could all of this possibly be worth?" he added passionately. Lolly seemed surprised at first and then said, "Thank you, Brian. That's exactly right." As we all looked around, one baffled face to another, nobody could answer the one question that had been plaguing me from the moment the firecrackers went off. Lolly continued, "Alex and I have a legal and financial obligation to finish this film. I will no longer tolerate any of this. From now on, this set is closed. Only those who are absolutely necessary are allowed to be near the inn. I will be placing security guards at the entrance and exit." Lolly's eyes were stern. She meant business. "And I'm calling the police," she mumbled quietly, pulling out her phone. I wasn't about to argue with her. All the other pranks had been startling, sure, but they were harmless. This time, I could have been seriously hurt. "Back to one, people," Nisa announced, trying to restore order. George, Bess, and I lingered at the back of the lawn, keeping our distance from the set. Meanwhile, Cora, who had been filming the entire incident, had repositioned herself to capture Spencer and the electricians picking up the fallen light and carrying it away. Her behind-the-scenes documentary was getting to be almost as dramatic as the film itself. However, when Alex noticed her, he quickly took his sister aside. I couldn't hear their conversation, but from Cora's reaction it wasn't hard to guess that Alex had kicked her off the set again. She stomped back to base camp. "Nancy?" Lolly came running over as soon as she finished her phone call. "I'm so sorry this happened to you. Are you sure you're okay?" I nodded. "I called the police." She shook her head. "But none of these pranks classify as crimes except for the threatening note, and that was 2 days ago. They think the rest of the incidents were accidents or plain bad luck." "Maybe the suspect was targeting Nancy on purpose," George speculated, "or maybe she's getting too close." "You may be right," Lolly said, "and that's why I need to ask you three to take a step back. Please, stop asking so many questions. We can't risk anyone's safety." "But we can't let the prankster get away with this," I exclaimed. Lolly shrugged. "He or she may have already done irreversible damage. Our budget was tight to begin with, but with these pranks slowing us down, we've been spending way more than I'd anticipated. I don't think we have enough money left for the big graveyard scene," she confessed. "I don't know what to do. The graveyard is crucial to the film. It's our big dramatic ending." "Quiet on set," Nisa shouted. "Girls, I'm sorry," Lolly said. "You can hang out at base camp at least until everything is calmed down. Right now, I need to stay focused on making sure that there is a movie to save." She walked away before we could protest any further. "You know, without the graveyard scene, the 4th of July carnival could go on as planned," Bess pointed out as we walked away from the inn. "That means if Roberta Ely is somehow involved in these pranks," I observed dolefully. "They're working." We retreated to base camp with the rest of the non-vitals. Bess insisted that I sit down on one of the plastic chairs near the craft service table and sip water slowly, even though I felt completely fine. Moments later, Spencer came running from the set. He was visibly perturbed as he rummaged around in his truck, and when he came out, he was furious. "Who took my Phillips head screwdriver?" Spencer shouted. "This is so messed up. Come on, guys. I know I had it in my tool belt. I used it 10 minutes ago." There was no answer. Maybe you lost it, Omar suggested smugly. Thanks, man. That's extremely helpful, Spencer responded. Seriously, whoever is taking my stuff needs to return it. Just leave it in my truck. No questions asked, okay? As I watched Spencer trudge back to the set, I noticed another figure moving through the woods, and quickly. I tried to show Bess and George, but the person was moving too fast. It has to be Sal, I whispered. He's taking the same route as he did yesterday. You stay here, Nancy. Let us go, Bess said. She should have known that even a near miss with a falling light wasn't enough to stop me from trailing a suspect. The three of us tried to look as innocent as possible as we meandered around the edge of the woods. Finally, we spotted the figure again. It was definitely Sal. We followed him into the trees, taking care to linger far enough behind him so that he wouldn't hear our footsteps. However, he kept picking up his speed until he was practically running. And then he disappeared. Oh no, Bess said, peering into the dense foliage in front of us. We lost him. He could be anywhere. I glanced at the ground, where I noticed flat spots where the leaves had been trampled to mush. Look, I pointed out. He's obviously been going along this path regularly. He accidentally paved a trail. We followed the path of crushed leaves and arrived at a clearing near a small pond. Several feet from shore, Sal sat at a wooden picnic table with his back to us. Is he crying? George whispered, noticing his shaky movements. I thought the same thing for a moment, but then, as I inched closer, I realized Sal was hunched over a book, taking notes on a yellow legal pad. Suddenly he turned around. You again, he shouted, standing up. Why can't you let me have some peace? What are you doing out here? I asked. You might as well come clean now. I inched closer until I could see what he was reading. How to write and sell your screenplay in 3 easy steps. From what I could see, Sal's notes consisted of diagrams, charts, and names. You're writing a screenplay? I asked, stunned. What's it about? Bess inquired, automatically turning on her bright-eyed charm. Very funny. Just go ahead and laugh, Sal challenged her. Get it out of your system. I wasn't joking, Bess said defensively. Sal narrowed his eyes. I know what you people think of me, he said. Just a dumb old man who doesn't know about anything besides milk and cookies. Nobody thinks you're stupid, I said truthfully. A lot of people think you're crabby, though. I'm here to collect a paycheck, not make friends, Sal said stubbornly. And I don't need anyone stealing my ideas. He flipped over his legal pad just to emphasize his point. Is that why you're hiding all the way out here in the woods? I asked. It's taken me 20 years of working on film sets to work up the courage to write my own screenplay, Sal grumbled, avoiding my gaze. And I don't want anyone to know if I fail. He sat down on the bench with his shoulders slumped. Please don't write about this, he begged, or tell anyone on the crew. We promise, Bess replied, but I bet people would be a lot more understanding than you think. Alex used to be a paralegal for my dad, I told Sal, and he said that his parents thought he was playing an April Fool's joke when he told them he was going to become a director instead of going to law school. So? Sal grunted. So, I continued, they sure don't think he's joking now. Sal exhaled. I thought I saw a glimmer of a grin on his face. I need to finish my outline, he mumbled. We took the hint and left him alone. The unexpected discovery of Sal's Hollywood aspirations kept me preoccupied during the short trek back to set. I momentarily stopped thinking about my near-death experience only a short time before. However, seeing the disproportionately large number of crew members milling around base camp was a harsh reminder of how desperate the situation had become, and how far we still were from nailing the culprit. George groaned. First Kendall, then Cora, then Sal. We keep ruling out suspects, but we aren't getting closer to the truth. She flopped down on a chair, exasperated. I'm not quite ready to rule out Cora, I interjected. You sound more paranoid than Sal, Bess said. Cora has been trying to help us. I just don't trust her yet, I insisted.
I leaned down to tie my shoelace when a sudden vibration nearly knocked me off my feet. "What's wrong, Nancy?" Bess squeaked. I touched my pocket. "It's my cell phone. I put it on silent." I giggled, embarrassed. Maybe my brush with danger had me more unsettled than I realized. "Hello?" An unfamiliar male voice said, "Hi, this is Ronan Beale. I got a message that you wanted to interview me." I had no idea how long Ronan had been back in River Heights, so I couldn't risk revealing my true identity. When I'd left the message with his mother, I'd given my name as Allison. Bess had convinced Raina to lend us a black wig from the costume trailer, claiming that I was considering a new look and wanted to see a preview before permanently dyeing my hair. Bess walked me to my car, trying to convince me that I needed some lipstick, even though I felt sufficiently disguised. However, she stopped prodding when we bumped into Shay pacing near the parking area. He looked sweaty and pale. "Is Lolly down here?" he whispered. "No," I replied. "I think she's still on set. What's wrong?" "It's just, someone is looking for her," Shay pointed. I followed his gaze just in time to see a woman, the same one I'd seen arguing with Mayor Scarlett on day one, getting out of her car. "Is that Roberta Ely?" I wondered aloud. Shay nodded. Roberta Ely stomped from the parking area toward the trailers, her arms swinging at her sides like a bull raring to attack. "She looks rather upset," Bess commented. "That's an understatement," Shay said. She drove up and immediately began howling about how Lolly called her while she was at work and made her come all the way out to the middle of nowhere. I better warn someone before she makes a scene. Shay scurried off behind Roberta Ely, who looked angry enough to push down the security guards in order to gain access to the set. "Lolly made her come here?" Bess repeated, incredulous. "Why would she do that?" "It's strange for sure," I said, but when I glanced at my watch, I realized I didn't have time to speculate. "I have to go. Ronan only has 20 minutes to meet with me." "George and I will let you know what happens with Roberta Ely," Bess offered. "Are you okay with seeing Ronan alone?" I nodded. "We're meeting in a cafe, so there will be plenty of people around." "Be careful," Bess called. I jumped into my car and drove away. As I pulled into the parking lot of the River Heights Cafe, I noticed a fit, bald man with round glasses emerging from a clunky red sedan with California license plates. That must be him, I thought. In appearance, Ronan and Alex were complete opposites. Where Alex was casual, Ronan seemed formal and put together. He was wearing a pressed button-down shirt and creased slacks and carried a leather briefcase. By the time I entered the cafe, Ronan was sitting alone at a table. "Ronan Beale? Hi, I'm Allison from the RHU Alumni Committee." He rose and shook my hand warmly. "Allison, it's such a pleasure to meet you." He pulled out a chair for me and I sat down. If he was indeed guilty, he was the most gentlemanly criminal I'd ever encountered. The waitress returned with a coffee. "Triple espresso," she said, placing it in front of him, "and some chocolate-covered espresso beans." "That's a lot of caffeine," I observed. "That's what we do best," the waitress chirped. "Would you like anything, miss?" I shook my head politely. By the time the waitress had walked away, Ronan had already finished his espresso. He noticed me looking curiously at his empty cup. "I'm on this new project, and the hours are intense. I was up all night," he explained. "Well, I'll make this quick," I said with a smile. Close up, I could see the physical effects of Ronan's sleeplessness. His glasses actually magnified the deep rings under his eyes. "By the way, it's such a small world. I realized I'm friends with another filmmaker from your graduating class, Alex Burgess," I began, curious to see Ronan's reaction to hearing Alex's name. "Alex," Ronan sputtered, clearly nervous. "You should have mentioned that on the phone." "Why?" I asked. Ronan paused. "He's a great guy. Talented, too," he went on. "But we've had differences in the past." "Oh?" I said innocently, hoping to get him talking. "Off the record," he began. "Yes, of course," I promised. "Alex and I used to be writing partners.
To make a long story short, it ended because I tried to take credit for something that he wrote. He sighed. I'm not proud of it, but Alex is a better writer than me, and that made me crazy. I would work the same number of hours as he did, sometimes more, but couldn't come up with a single premise. Meanwhile, Alex could generate 100 ideas in just 15 minutes. That must have been frustrating, I said. Are you friends now? Ronan shook his head. He hates me. I understand why, but we were friends for a long time before moving to Los Angeles. Ronan's eyes misted over. I wish we could put this behind us, but he refuses to speak to me. Have you tried to contact him since you've been in River Heights? I pressed. You know he's also here shooting the Hamilton Inn, right? Yeah, I know. Anyway, that's enough about Alex, Ronan declared. You want to know what I'm doing right now? Yes, of course, I exclaimed. What is this mystery project that's keeping you up at all hours? I'm not writing anymore. I'm an editor now, he said proudly. What does that entail? The editor gets all the film footage from the set, then assembles it in the correct order to make the final movie. It's like putting together a puzzle. After that, we add the music and the titles, making the film look like what you see in the theater. They say that a director gets to make his or her film 3 times, once during the writing process, once while filming, and then again in the editing room. I could tell how excited Ronan was with his new choice of career. I'm also doing visual effects, which is something I've always been interested in, he added. Are you working on a feature right now? I asked. Ronan's phone beeped and he glanced down to read it. It's a documentary, actually, he replied. In fact, I should be getting back to work now. Was that enough information for you? Yes, thank you. I'll call if I have any other questions, I said. He pulled some bills from his wallet, then paused. Does Alex know you're meeting with me? I haven't mentioned it to him, I answered. Do you not want me to? Oh, no, it's fine. Just tell him I'm sorry. Ronan mumbled and scurried out into the parking lot. He's in a hurry, I thought as I watched Ronan's banged-up red car chug toward the traffic on Main Street. As I drove back to the set, I grew increasingly skeptical about Ronan. He was an obvious suspect, a former rival who had been, and maybe still was, admittedly jealous about Alex's success. As Bess had pointed out, it was too much of a coincidence that Ronan happened to be back in River Heights at the exact time that Alex was shooting his film here. Plus, I was curious about this mysterious project that was keeping Ronan up all night. I decided to ask Alex about it as soon as I had the chance. Of course, when I returned to the set, I couldn't approach Alex because he was still preoccupied with directing the first scene. At least there hadn't been any near deaths in my absence. I tracked down George and Bess at base camp and filled them in. They agreed that there was likely more to Ronan's story than he'd shared. I wonder if his mystery project is the sabotage, Bess cried. That's what I'm thinking, I replied. Meanwhile, my friends didn't have anything new to report on the Roberta Ely front. Apparently she and Lolly had been holed up in Lolly's trailer since I left. We agreed that whatever the reason for their meeting, it wasn't friendly. If Lolly was simply telling Roberta Ely that she was going to cancel the graveyard scene, why would she want to do that in person? It wasn't like Lolly had the time to sit around and have a long chat. Hey, Omar, wait, Cora called out. Is that Omar over there? She asked as she raced past us. She pointed at the shaggy brown head retreating toward the bathrooms. I squinted in his direction. I think that's Spencer, actually, I said, recognizing his black fleece vest. They look really similar from behind, Bess pointed out. I made that mistake yesterday. Omar said he would set up an interview for me with Brian, but I can't find him, Cora fussed. I'm right here, Cora. Brian's voice came from behind us. I turned to see him sitting on a chair several yards away with weights strapped to his ankles, pumping his legs up and down. Interview away. Oh, there you are. Cora flashed a toothy grin and turned on her camera. So, what are you doing, Brian? Just a little leg workout between takes, he responded with a wink. It's important to keep limber and warm so that I can move fluidly. George rolled her eyes and under her breath mumbled, show off. Cora, Brian said, I know I've asked you this, and Alex said we had to wait till after we finish shooting, but maybe you can give me some of your footage, the behind-the-scenes stuff? I won't distribute it or anything, but I want to show my mom what it's like to be a lead actor in a film.
Cora cocked her head to the side. I'll convince Alex and Lolly. Don't worry.
Great, Brian exclaimed. It's embarrassing, but she has been begging, and nobody says no to Mama Newsom.
Psst, Nancy, Omar hissed, coming up behind me.
Have you heard anything about the announcement?
No, what are you talking about?
Nisa just told me that Lolly is going to make a big announcement during lunch.
He paused.
I thought that as a journalist you might have some sort of scoop.
Unfortunately not, I replied. Did she say what it was about?
Omar looked absolutely terrified. No, but what if she's canceling the film? He shuddered at the thought. Brian's career would be dead, and then so would mine.
I looked over at Brian, who was soaking up Cora's attention as he talked her through the best ways to get fit while sitting down.
If he was aware of the rumors, he didn't seem too concerned. Come to think of it, Brian had been handling all the chaos extremely well. He was utterly unflappable. As soon as Omar had ducked away to give Brian his green juice, I turned to my friends.
Whatever Lolly is going to announce probably has something to do with Roberta Ely, I whispered. We kept a close eye on the door to the production trailer until Roberta Ely walked out about 20 minutes later. I almost didn't recognize her, because for the first time, she looked happy. Chapter 10. Deep Cuts. By the time lunch rolled around, rumors were flying. As the cast and crew filed into the catering tent and lined up at the buffet, I heard all kinds of predictions about Lolly's announcement. I think they're going to shut the whole thing down, Nisa was panicked.
Omar had managed to ease his own anxieties, though. That's just not possible. Brian would never let it happen, he insisted.
He's an actor, Omar, Nisa cried. It's not up to him. I knew better than to listen to gossip, but even I couldn't fathom what Lolly could have said to make Roberta so pleased. However, regardless of what had transpired in that trailer, I still had to continue my investigation. Over the past few days, I had learned that the only way to grab a moment with Alex was to hover until he was alone and pounce before anyone else had a chance. I patiently stood aside and waited for him to finish speaking with the cinematographer. As soon as he was free, I ran up to him.
Nancy, what a day, huh? I can't believe that the light almost...
Alex shook his head. I got right to the point. Did you know that Ronan Beale is in River Heights now? Alex looked at me like I was insane.
Are you serious? Did he move back here permanently? And how do you even know about him anyway?
Lolly told me he could be a potential suspect, I replied. I found his forwarding address in the RHU alumni records. I actually met him for coffee, and he says you refused to speak to him.
We haven't been in contact since he tried to sue me over this screenplay.
Alex sniffed. He told me to tell you he was sorry. I relayed the bulk of our conversation to Alex. I don't think he wanted you to know that he is back in town. Apparently he's working on some big project. Alex twisted his face in confusion.
That is totally bizarre, Nancy, he said. His expression darkened. But Ronan is not to be trusted.
I got the impression that he wasn't being exactly truthful, I admitted solemnly.
Wait, don't move, Alex commanded. I'll be right back.
He hurried over to Lolly, who was standing on a chair near the catering tent's entrance, ready to make her announcement.
Attention, everyone, Lolly said. This morning, Alex and I thought we were going to have to cut the graveyard scene, which, as you know, is an integral part of the movie. This prankster has delayed our shoot and forced us to burn through our budget. But thanks to some creative thinking and teamwork, that won't be the case. She pointed to Roberta Ely, who I now noticed was waiting at the back of the catering tent, smiling. We will be teaming up with the River Heights Carnival committees, she continued. They've agreed to start setting up their annual 4th of July carnival a few days early, and we decided to use the carnival for our big final scene. That way they can uphold their tradition and the film can have a great dramatic ending, even if it takes place at a carnival instead of a graveyard. The only person who was visibly angry about the change was Brian. He shook his head and grumbled to Omar under his breath. What do you think of that?
I whispered to Bess, tilting my head in Brian's direction. He probably just doesn't like the idea, she replied. Not everything is a clue, Nancy. I like the graveyard scene too, George said, but hopefully this will show the saboteur that it's not quite so easy to shut down the Hamilton Inn. Or, I speculated, he or she will try even harder. Maybe Roberta was guilty all along, Bess pointed out, in which case we no longer have a case. That still means a bully got her way, I mused, which doesn't feel right at all. Despite the news, Lolly kept her new closed-set policy intact. They finished all the scheduled scenes ahead of time and without any unexpected incidents, which was a big relief to Lolly and her overstretched budget, as I overheard her telling someone on the phone. By the end of the day, I began to entertain the possibility that Bess was right. With the conflict over the 4th of July carnival over, perhaps the Hamilton Inn could continue shooting peacefully. I texted Lolly to ask her for a private meeting. I wanted to discuss this Roberta Ely theory with her and put it to bed once and for all. A few minutes later, when George saw the call sheets for the next day, she let out a yelp. "It's a night shoot," she exclaimed. "That means we don't have to be at the fairgrounds until 7 p.m. Bess nodded. "So awesome. I love carnivals." Meanwhile, Lolly had texted back asking me to meet her at her trailer after wrap. When I arrived, she had the same contented expression she had worn earlier. "So things worked out with Roberta Ely," I observed. Lolly gave me a tired nod. What a relief. That woman was not about to give up. "Was she desperate enough to resort to sabotage?" I asked. "No," Lolly responded. I even confronted her about it. She seemed horrified that I would ask. The last thing she wants is for River Heights to look bad. Plus, Roberta is all about rules, making them and following them. "Are you sure?" I asked. "Yes, Nancy." Lolly stiffened. "You're not the only one around here who has experience sniffing out deceitful characters. I have to deal with Hollywood studio executives on a daily basis." With Roberta crossed off the list, I refocused all my energy on Ronan Beale. I finally caught up with Alex in the parking lot as George, Bess, and I were about to leave. "I'm sorry we couldn't talk more today, Nancy." Alex sighed as he dumped his bag and folders into his car. "Oh, maybe you girls can come watch some dailies with me tomorrow afternoon. I'm going to meet my editor at the post-production facility." "What are dailies?" Bess asked. "Just the footage from the movie at the end of any given day," Alex explained. "The actual film that was shot." "We would love to. Thanks, Alex," I responded. Bess and George nodded enthusiastically. "We can talk more about Ronan then," Alex whispered. "But right now, I have to figure out how to change the entire ending of my screenplay to take place at a carnival instead of a graveyard." He sighed again. "It's going to be a late night." "Good luck, Alex," I said as he climbed into his car and drove away. I was impatient to move the investigation forward, but I could understand how anxious Alex felt about the sudden change in his story. The mystery would have to take a back seat for now. I just hoped the saboteur felt the same way. That night, as I lay in bed, I mulled over Ronan Beale. He truly did seem to feel remorseful about destroying his friendship with Alex, but Alex insisted he couldn't be trusted. Had this mystery project brought Ronan back to River Heights, and did it have anything to do with the case we were investigating? I also wasn't quite sure if I believed Lolly's conclusion about Roberta Ely. I had no reason not to, but something about this mystery just wasn't coming together, and I couldn't let go of a suspect so easily. The questions kept swirling in my mind until the effects of the early morning started to take hold. Soon, I was fast asleep. The following afternoon, I met George and Bess in front of the Lightning Post, the post-production facility where Alex's team was working. Alex waited for us just inside the front lobby with his editor, Krish, who had a tan complexion and a giant spray of untamed black curls bursting from his head. "I didn't know you were bringing guests," Krish said nervously after Alex had introduced us. "The edit isn't as far along as I'd like it to be. I'm not ready for an audience." "Oh, it's fine, Krish. You're always too hard on yourself," Alex assured him. "I just want to see how it looks so far so I can wrap my head around this carnival thing."
Carnival? Krish looked horrified. I don't remember that from the script. It's a new development, Alex explained. Don't worry, buddy, I'll fill you in. Come on, let's go inside.
Hey, Krish,
came Cora's voice from behind us. She'd just come into the building.
Lolly wanted me to copy some of the behind-the-scenes footage to one of your drives, she continued, adding sarcastically, you know, whatever I was able to get.
She made a point of ignoring her brother and didn't bother to say hello to us either. What's her problem? Bess whispered under her breath. I think she's still angry about Alex kicking her off the set yesterday, I replied.
That's not our fault,
Bess said, looking hurt. We all followed Krish through a set of sliding glass doors, which required a passcode for entry. After that, Krish had to say his name aloud into a small security system with a camera and microphone before someone buzzed him into the main floor of Lightning Post. Once inside, Krish treated us to the world's briefest and most awkward tour around the facility. That's, the kitchen. The coffee is good sometimes. And these are edit suites. I'm working over there. Let me get the key to unlock it. Back there is the mixing stage for, sound. And then we have some visual effects artists, too, in those rooms. They aren't here yet, I don't think. He shuffled to the front desk for the key to the editing room, the place where he had been assembling footage for the Hamilton Inn. Why are we here again? George was getting impatient. To look at closed office doors?
Don't mind her, Alex.
Bess elbowed her cousin in the side, hard. She's just mad she couldn't sleep all day. Alex smiled. I promise we'll make it worth your while, George, he said as we followed Krish inside one of the tiny rooms. 2 screens were set up on a desk, with 2 additional screens mounted on the wall above them. On one wall was a corkboard with index cards arranged on it. Every card seemed to correspond to a scene of the film. Krish is an amazing editor, Alex whispered to me. He takes some time to warm up to new people, but you should see what he can do with just a... Alex, Krish turned around agape. The drives. They were right here when I locked up last night. What do you mean, Krish? Alex sounded confused. I mean, they're not here. Krish pointed helplessly to the desk. What is he talking about? I asked. So you're telling me the footage? Alex mumbled, thunderstruck. Everything we've been shooting? Cora blurted out. It's gone. Chapter 11. The Full Story. How can it just be gone? Lolly asked incredulously. How does that even happen? A half hour after we'd discovered that the footage had disappeared, Lolly met us in the parking lot of the post-production facility. The chaos was distracting everyone else at Lightning Post, so only Krish had remained inside and was going door to door to make sure that the drives hadn't somehow been misplaced. Alex was on the verge of a meltdown. They can't have gone far, Lolly consoled him, even though it was clear that she was just as panicked. It has to be a misunderstanding. I give up, Alex said, his voice beginning to crack. If someone wants to ruin this movie so badly, let them. No, Cora cried in a surprising display of sisterly support. Alex, you know how hard it was to get this movie made. You can't let this jerk win. Alex looked at his sister skeptically. So now what? Go to the set and start walking the crew through the carnival scene, Lolly told him. Nancy and I will stay here until Krish has scoured the place. I'll ride with you, Ro, Cora offered. Nancy, I know you'll be able to crack this one, won't you? Alex asked, his expression desperate. Sure I will, I replied, though I wasn't sure I believed myself at this point. Lolly walked Alex to the car with Cora, who seemed to be doing everything possible to soothe him. This is terrible, Bess said, shaking her head. Nancy, what are you thinking? I kept running through the suspects in my mind, but this latest prank was a game changer. You saw how heavy-duty the security is here, I said. There's no way some amateur prankster would risk that kind of break-in. Lolly returned to us and said, I'm going to call the police again. This time we're looking at a straight-up theft. They'll have to pull security tapes from the building and the parking lot. But what if those drives are really gone? What if they've been deleted? This is going to set us back days. And the investors, I don't even know. What am I going to tell them? What about... I trailed off as I spotted something familiar in the parking lot. A beat-up red car with California license plates. Ronan Beals. I walked closer and peered through the rear window. There was a comic book lying in the back seat. "Nancy?" George called out. "What is it?" "That's Ronan's car," I replied. I remember it from when I met him for coffee. He did say he was editing something at a post-production facility, so maybe he's working here. "So it is him!" Lolly exclaimed. "Good work, Nancy." She was about to race into the building, but I stopped her. "Not so fast. That doesn't make any sense," I pondered aloud. "We have no evidence that Ronan did this. Plus, there's no way he would have been able to target Brian's costume, write on the call sheet, or steal Zoe's necklace without someone seeing him. And whoever rigged the light falling had to be a crew member." "We always said the suspect probably wasn't working alone," Bess pointed out. "Maybe someone on the set is helping him." "Or," George joked, "maybe Ronan's some kind of superhero." George's words echoed in my head, and the pieces clicked into place. I saw exactly what I had been missing all along. "Lolly," I said, "I have to run a quick errand." "What is it?" Lolly asked, bewildered by my sudden change in energy. "Don't call the police and don't confront Ronan," I shouted, jumping into my car. "Just meet me at the carnival in an hour. Bess and George, you too. Trust me." I arrived at the fairgrounds exactly 1 hour later, a brown paper bag and a major piece of evidence tucked under my arm. The sun wouldn't be setting for a while, but I knew the crew would be getting ready for the shoot to begin as soon as it got dark. Although I attended the River Heights 4th of July Carnival every year, I had never seen the games without people crowded around them, or watched the Ferris wheel turn absent the tinny music and the smell of popcorn. I didn't have time to linger, though. I easily spotted the film crew under the bright lights and crates of equipment. The process of setting up was much more chaotic than what I had seen in the shoot's first few days. Lolly had texted saying that she was stuck in traffic, but my news couldn't wait. I quickly ran up to Nisa, who was barking orders at the extras. "Nisa, where is Alex?" I asked breathlessly. She handed me a call sheet and pointed toward the Ferris wheel, where Zoe sat alone on a bucket seat at the very bottom. Alex and the cinematographer stood directly in front of her, while Brian leaned on the side of Zoe's bucket, smiling flirtatiously. "They're going to start shooting when the Ferris wheel begins to move," Nisa informed me. "I need to talk to Alex right now," I stressed. "You'll have to wait until after this shot, Nancy," Nisa said. Then a flash of aggravation crossed her face. She yelled into her walkie-talkie. "Wait, why is Brian here? He's not even in the scene. Did someone forget to give him the updated schedule?" "Okay, Nisa, we're ready to do a take," Alex called out. Nisa jumped into action. Spencer stood behind the Ferris wheel operator, who was poised to start the ride. Everyone else backed away. Everyone, that is, except for Brian. He was doing some lunges several feet behind it. At first, I didn't find his behavior odd, but I suddenly remembered something about the package under my arm. I raced forward. "Quiet on set, and start the..." Before Nisa could finish, I threw myself in the Ferris wheel operator's way. "No, don't start it." "Nancy?" Alex looked over at me. "What's going on?" "Check Zoe's seat," I gasped. "I bet you anything that something is wrong with it." "What?" Zoe cried. She scrambled down while the operator checked the bars holding the bucket in place. "She's right," the operator replied. "There's an attachment loose. But I just did a safety check right before." "It's not your fault," I assured the operator. I pulled out the brown paper bag and held up my evidence. A comic book titled The Blue Ranger, Defender of the Night. "It's Brian," I declared. "He's been sabotaging this movie." "What?" Alex cried. "I have proof," I said, but Alex seemed to be in shock. He opened and shut his mouth several times as if he had lost the ability to form words. Lolly ran up to us breathlessly, just in time to hear my revelation. "What are you talking about, Nancy?" I opened the comic book. "It's all in here," I explained. He took every single prank from the first issue of this comic book, the same one the movie is based on, and each time, Brian made sure to play the hero, I concluded.
That's why the pranks only took place while the camera was rolling, either the movie camera or Cora's. Brian, for once, didn't have any peppy responses or inspiring speeches. "Brian?" Alex prodded. "Is this true?" "This is ridiculous," Brian sneered. "A comic book doesn't prove anything. Do you think all these people will just take your word for it?" "No, but they will take mine," Ronan said, walking up behind me. Brian was now reduced to sputtering. "Thanks for calling me, Nancy," Ronan said. "What is he doing here?" Alex grunted, clearly not happy to see him. "Hold on, Alex," I said. "Ronan is actually the reason I figured it out." I recognized the comic book in Ronan's car as the same one I had seen tucked in Brian's script on the first day of the shoot. "She's right," Ronan said. "I had to move back into my parents' place and admit that my whole writing career was a complete failure. So when Brian came to me with this project, I felt like I had no choice. I thought that if I got into his good books, I might have a chance of getting back into the game." "He's making this up!" Brian seethed, but nobody was listening to him anymore. "I don't understand," Alex practically whispered. "What project?" Brian didn't work alone, I explained. He convinced Omar and Ronan to help him. Omar managed to slip the fireworks into the coffee machine when he helped Sal move the table. I'm guessing the argument he had with Brian that day had something to do with it. We all looked at Omar, whose eyes were glued to the ground. "Brian promised me a small role in the Blue Ranger film if I followed along with his plan," Omar mumbled. "After I planted the fireworks, I told Brian that I couldn't go through with the rest of the pranks, but he convinced me that I'd be passing up a once-in-a-lifetime chance to be a star if I walked away." "You're lying, Omar!" Brian shouted. I continued despite his outburst. When the fireworks went off, Brian was sure to be seen and photographed, protecting Zoe and Lolly. Then he calmed everyone down afterward to show that he had quick instincts and could remain composed in the face of danger, just like the Blue Ranger. I pulled out the comic book and flipped to an image of the Blue Ranger swooping into a school and calming everyone after an explosion. I kept going. In the aftermath of the firecracker incident, Omar stole Spencer's tools and cut the hole on the top of the costume trailer. The grocery bag he was carrying contained ketchup and chocolate syrup. He poured the mixture into the hole, and it dripped onto the sweater. "You little sneak! How come nobody caught him?" Spencer fumed. "Because he looks exactly like you from behind," I said, "and I'm guessing he bought one of those fleece vests. Nobody ever questioned him rummaging around in your truck, because the security guards thought it was you." Lolly grabbed Omar's backpack and began rifling through it. Sure enough, she produced the missing tools and the black fleece vest. "Brian flirted with Cora to make sure she was filming him whenever your camera wasn't rolling," I explained to Alex. "That way he could demonstrate his fearlessness and agility. See, the Blue Ranger can scale entire buildings without assistance, just like Brian scaled the trailer." I showed him another page of the comic book, which pictured the Blue Ranger climbing a small apartment building in order to save an old lady trapped on the roof. "What about the call sheet?" Lolly asked. "Does the Blue Ranger write dumb notes?" "That one threw me off," I admitted, but then I realized that Omar was also hanging around the production trailer during the time the note appeared. I'm guessing he hid the stapler in the cooler and wrote the note while Shay was out looking for it. Omar didn't deny anything. "How do you figure that one out, Nancy?" George asked, scratching her head and leafing through the comic book. "Brian wasn't even around when Shay found the threatening note on the call sheet." I remembered that Zoe had asked for a call sheet early, I said, taking the book back from her, and Omar tried to stop her from seeing it because he knew that Brian was planning to make a speech when the whole crew collected call sheets at the end of the day. I flipped to another page where the Blue Ranger makes a speech to the mayor and his wife, urging them to remain calm after receiving a ransom note threatening their kidnapped daughter. But he took the opportunity to give that speech right after the light almost fell on my head instead. "Did he do that too?" Bess gasped. "Yes," I replied dryly, "but I'll get to that." Next was the pendant. Omar stole it and handed it off to Brian, who slipped it into his own cider. He waited for the camera to start rolling before his little stunt, I added. By the way, Brian, for a television doctor, you should know that if you were actually choking, you wouldn't be able to cough." Brian grumbled something under his breath. I flipped to another page of the comic book that showed the Blue Ranger proclaiming that he works alone. In the comic book, the Blue Ranger even gives himself stitches after a knife fight. But Brian selected a less bloody option, I explained, and gave himself the Heimlich. The next day, he discreetly unscrewed the light fixture and moved the sandbags off its stand while he was showing off his frightened act to Bess, George, and me. Then he made a joke about using his martial arts skills on a serpent coming out of a sewer. That was an important clue. There's a scene in the comic book in which the Blue Ranger fights off a sewer serpent with his bare hands. Then, when he saved me from the falling light, it mimicked a scene in which the Blue Ranger saves someone from being crushed by a falling boulder. "But how did you know about the Ferris wheel?" Lolly choked out the words. "In the last scene of the comic book," I pointed out, "the Blue Ranger has to save someone else after the sewer serpent pushes her out of a hot air balloon." Once I realized that Brian wasn't even supposed to be here today and saw him doing all those exercises, I assumed that he'd loosened the bucket's nuts and bolts while he was pretending to hang out with Zoe. It's exactly what he did to the light yesterday. Zoe shrieked, "Brian, I could have died just now." "But you wouldn't have. I would have saved you," he cried. "I just wanted to prove to the Blue Ranger producers that they shouldn't have rejected me. It's been so hard." Brian wailed, falling apart. "I had to show him that I have what it takes." In the minutes that followed, Brian finally admitted that he had done some research and found out that Ronan lived nearby. He then used Ronan's not-so-secret rivalry with Alex and the promise of a healthy fee to pressure Ronan into helping him. Ronan agreed and rented a suite at Lightning Post. After Krish left his editing room each night, Ronan would swipe the key and sneak the drives out of the Hamilton Inn editing room, copying the footage of Brian's heroics, and then returning the drives by the time Krish returned the following night. The reason the drives were gone that afternoon was because of the schedule change due to the carnival scene. Ronan didn't know that Krish and Alex would be coming in so early. This also explained why Brian kept begging Cora for her documentary footage. He wanted a visual record of the pranks that the film's camera didn't capture. "Brian, how could you?" Alex said. "Couldn't you just film yourself doing those things without putting this movie in danger?" "I know how it looks, Alex," Brian pleaded, "but the schedule was too tight for me to organize anything in LA. I figured I could send this footage to the director and they would realize their mistake by the time we finished shooting. Plus, I would have had the benefit of professional equipment and cinematography. I just wanted to show them." "That you're completely insane?" Lolly exploded. "This is the most ridiculous thing I have ever seen." "I didn't think it would affect your film, Lolly, I swear," Brian insisted. "I wanted to show the Blue Ranger team that I'm creative and resourceful. I wanted to stand out." Lolly shook her head in disgust and started frantically typing an email on her smartphone. "You can still make a great film, Alex," Brian said, falling to his knees. "You have all the footage you need, and I did my absolute best in the role. I mean that." "I can't believe that you orchestrated every single prank," Alex said. "I don't understand why you would think—" He trailed off. "Wow, casting you was such a mistake." "It wasn't, I swear. No more pranks, I promise," Brian begged. "Omar, explain to them why I had to do it. You know how brutal this business is." Omar heaved all of Brian's belongings on the ground in front of the desperate star. The green juice, the blankets, the scripts, everything. "I quit," Omar proclaimed defiantly. "I wanted to get a break so badly that I let you convince me to lie, steal, and try to ruin this film. But I'm ashamed of myself now." "You should be," Alex shouted. Suddenly, his anxiety overshadowed his temporary relief upon learning the truth. "Oh my gosh, how am I going to finish this movie now?" He had barely finished his sentence when Lolly started rattling off a list of solutions. "Well, first of all, I can get Eldridge Carter on a plane tonight. He was your second choice to play Dylan, but I know he's still available, so I just texted his agent. We can use some of Brian's fee to pay for reshoots. I'll just spend some time tweaking the budget right now. Don't worry, Alex, it'll be fine." Lolly didn't even look up.
She just kept furiously typing on her phone screen. "See?" Cora poked me. "That's what a producer does." "Reshoots? What does that mean?" Brian asked, but everyone ignored him. Then Ronan piped up. "Lolly, you may not have to reshoot anything," he announced. "Nobody cares what you think." Alex looked ready to pounce on his former friend, but Spencer held him back. "Wait, Alex. Hear him out," I urged. "Alex, I only took this job because I was feeling angry and spiteful that you wouldn't take my calls," Ronan said. "But after meeting with Nancy, I realized how much I missed being friends with you. I'm so sorry." Alex's face turned redder than a tomato as he tried to contain his anger. "Did you say you had an idea, Ronan?" Lolly asked impatiently. "Right. Well, I've been learning how to do visual effects for a while, so I could replace Brian's face with the new actors in the scenes you've already shot. Free of charge, of course. It would mean you don't have to do reshoots," Ronan said. "Plus, Brian's already paid for the extra room at Lightning Post." "Really?" Alex asked, still unable to meet Ronan's eyes. Ronan nodded. "Let's talk," Lolly said, beckoning Ronan over. "But what about me?" Brian insisted. "I'm under contract." Lolly gave him a cursory glance and then checked her phone. "Right. Brian, you can discuss that with your lawyer when you get back to LA. You're booked on the next flight out." "You can't cast Eldridge Carter in this role," Brian proclaimed weakly. "Nobody even knows who he is. He hasn't been in anything." "When you finally see the Hamilton Inn," Alex told him, "you're going to kick yourself for screwing up your chance to be a part of it. It will be that awesome." After Brian had slunk away in a taxi, Alex gave Bess, George, and me gracious hugs and handshakes. "I don't know how to thank you," he said. "You're all getting invitations to the premiere of the Hamilton Inn. Provided that we actually finish shooting it." "I'm sure you'll be fine. You got this far, didn't you?" I assured him. Alex nodded and gave us a friendly wave before getting back to work. "Thank you, girls," Lolly added. "Would you like to stay and watch the rest of the carnival scene?" she asked. "You are more than welcome." I looked at my friends' tired faces. "I think we're going to take the night off," I replied. "But good luck." As I walked back to the parking lot with my friends, I asked them, "So, what do you guys want to do tonight?" George thought about it for approximately 1 second before replying, "I'm kind of hungry." "Oh, maybe we could go to the movies," Bess exclaimed. "I've been dying to see—" She looked at both of us. "Or maybe not," she caught herself. "Let's save the movie date for next week," I said, laughing. Dear Diary, Alex and his crew were able to finish shooting the Hamilton Inn with Eldridge Carter, an up-and-coming actor in the role of Dylan. Alex emailed me saying that the film is going to premiere at a prestigious festival. Apparently, the critics are already raving about both the lead performances. Although I'm happy everything worked out for Alex in the end, I wish that Brian had considered how his pranks would affect other people. If he had just relied on his talent, he would have gotten to the top eventually, without causing so much pain. But he had to learn his lesson the hard way, and he lost everything in the process. P.S. Kendall wrote to ask if I would ever consider turning my stories of sleuthing into a movie. I laughed at first, but now I'm wondering, Diary, should I answer the call of Hollywood